Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. A little while ago, we did a stream that was dedicated to Doctor Who-themed culture war stuff, because I don't watch a lot of the, fucking Star Wars shows or whatever, you know? I mean, they make a new Star Trek or something every week. I don't really keep up with the Marvels at this point. Certainly not the TV show called The Marvels, or the movie. Was it a movie? I think it was a movie. No one saw that. It was great. But I don't keep up with any of that. So, you know, a lot of the, culture war media that people talk about, I don't really follow. But when I do follow one, you know, it's interesting to talk about it. And I hope that even if you're not into Doctor Who, you know, this is something that, you know, generally speaking, I think that you could probably... typically, you know, a lot of the discussion in this sort of realm of things is, I don't know, they could it's interchangeable sometimes. If it's Doctor Who, if it's Star Wars, if it's whatever, it gets a lot of the same criticisms getting thrown around, just kind of being rearranged sometimes. And now I don't know much really about EFAP, so I don't know if I can necessarily pin them with, you know, pin the donkey with that tail, but I do know that, I mean, there's some people that go on EFAP occasionally that I like. You know, they got the Aiden Paladins and the Weekend Warriors, and then every now and then they'll also have the Culture War slop YouTubers that just churn out 78 videos about Star Wars feminism every day. And, you know, I question that. I question the apparent, alleged, what was it again? It was realistic porn of it was drawn porn of Rags's dog character, but it's not like an anthro furry. It's like a real, it's like a dog. It's just well, I forget what they call that. Feral or something? Supposedly that's a thing. I don't know how true that is. I don't know. This is true, but that's what I've heard! You know, I've just heard that this man has no dick. So, I don't know, I've mixed things. I've heard mixed things. You know, I've watched some EFAP and I've enjoyed it. You know, they tend to be funny. But then I'm also familiar with how they had a 13-hour video talking about a very mildly critical review that Jenny Nicholson had that was a half an hour long of the Joker movie. And they got, 12 or 13 hours out of it. It was... I don't know. I'm not sure how that happened. I mean, the name of the thing is Every Frame a Pause. Because they're because that's the joke, right? Is every time I pause on something, I'm EFAPing it, right? And that's it's become the general parlance a little bit, is what are we, EFAPing this? You know, yeah, they do that, and I mean, I just don't know how they got that much content out of that Joker review. I'll never forget that one, because I remember that video. And she didn't say anything all that incendiary about Joker, or anybody that watches it, or anything. It was nothing that, you know, I didn't have any eye rolls at any point in that video, so I mean, I don't know, but I also didn't fucking love Joker. It was fine. But I'm brought here today, I'm with you today, I bring to you today the co-hosts of Loud Equals Funny as well. Live Equals Funny today, ladies and gentlemen. We're here with Fuzo and Tristan, and it's going to be exciting. Tristan hasn't slept in the whole evening or something. Hello, gentlemen.
Hello.
Hi. Welcome to the stream.
Hello, I was drinking. Hi.
Welcome.
Hi. I got some popcorn. I'm ready.
Nice. I have to turn off the Tangerine Dream music here. So what are your guys' experiences with EFAP before we go into this? Because I've just outlined mine for the chat. I like some of the people that collaborate with them. Some of the people like Aiden or Weekend Warrior or whoever. But then occasionally they'll have some of the, again, Star Wars feminism slop videos. Some of those people show up.
Yeah.
And
favorite.
It's one of those things that my feeling of them is I would be more interested if they were more entertaining.
I mean, I find them funny enough. I don't.
God, that is so mean.
It's mean, but I mean, look, I get why people like it. I'm not saying but for me, I just find them very like dry most of the time. It's like
I guess I find them
It
funny
personally-
enough. I just don't know about their necessarily their. You know, I just noticed the fucking Fist of the North Star thing on your picture. That's great.
Oh, that's the main fucking feature besides the text.
Damn.
But yeah, personally, I prefer Egoon.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
that's my favorite. That's my favorite podcast on the internet. Stands for every goon.
oh yeah,
Nut.
every Guna bust.
yeah, that makes sense. I was gonna ask. We need to put together a name for it, but yeah, no. I mean, I know they talk. I mean, one of them is Mahler, right? And he has the like 78,000 part series about Star Wars. Which
Yeah.
I don't know. I've heard some things about it. I mean, certainly the Disney Star Wars movies are pretty shit. So like, you know, generally speaking, some of them are fine, but like,
2/3 of them are. Yeah.
yeah.
Well, actually, there's more than 3. Shit.
Well,
I keep forgetting there's more than 3.
so fun
Again,
which
is a shame because Rogue One and Solo are pretty good.
Well, we're about to, you know, I know that this is a stream that's going to probably lead to some people being rowdy in the chat. So, you know, let's get it started. Hey, Tristan, how do you feel about The Last Jedi? Because, and I ask you because apparently that's we're drawing allusions to The Last Jedi in this Doctor Who video that we're about to watch.
Yes.
Somehow.
I watched the Doctor Who Unleashed on it, and Russell T Davis mentioned it.
Really?
But I really like The Last Jedi.
Oh my god.
Shame about the other two.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, I've said
he
before.
was trying something.
It's confusing
Yeah.
to me. I mean, I get that you maybe don't like what it was going with, but it was the only one that tried to not just be a rehash, and I don't know why that's a. I haven't seen it, so to be fair, like I don't know that it's I probably wouldn't love it, but like, you know, I've heard a lot about it where it's just like, why did they do this? This is different from the old movies, and then immediately the next movie comes out and the complaint is it's too similar to the old movies. And I mean, that was already a complaint with like the ATSTs thing with Rogue One or whatever. I think that came out.
Yeah. It was a couple of years, but it was about a year or two before.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't understand. Like, they pivoted too far away, I guess. I mean, again, I haven't seen it, but as an outside observer to that, I've seen so many videos talking about The Last Jedi that I'm just like, wait a second, what? Hang on. This whole series got run into the ground because of Thing You Know, and they tried to do something slightly different, and everyone got mad. That's weird.
Literally, the coolest parts of the Star Wars series have never been filmed. It's all been in video games and books. Everything, like
Yeah.
all of the films.
Yeah. No, it's funny, because Red Letter Media just did a video talking about the Acolyte show.
Yes.
I haven't seen it, so I don't have any opinions. Besides the fact that people are really mad about Ki-Adi-Mundi's, like, they changed Ki-Adi-Mundi's age. Now he's like a couple 100 years old instead of like 60 in Phantom Menace,
Yeah.
which is really, really stupid. And I'm saying that as somebody who really likes Ki-Adi-Mundi.
Well, I mean, their problem with it is you don't deserve, this woman who made the show doesn't deserve to change the Star Wars canon with her fan fiction. A lot of this,
I don't know how to tell these guys this, but that every Star Wars writer does that.
that's the thing, is like a lot of the time I'll see this sort of thing, and I don't think that's what's going to come up today with Doctor Who necessarily, because it is Russell T Davies making it, but
Yeah, he's the guy who brought it back.
yeah, and but a lot of the time, especially I saw this with FF7 remake Rebirth, just this claim that it's fan fiction, and it's like, it's a sequel. Like, what is Die Hard 2 is fan fiction because it's a sequel to the first one. I mean, I guess if it's got a different creative team, but that's just how it happens with like big franchises. You're gonna wind up getting like a new person that makes a thing, and that's, I mean, like it or not, they made the thing. I don't know. I mean, there was a lot of stupid shit that was made canon in the 90s during both Star Wars and Doctor Who had like a
oh man, y'all remember Luke? What about Luke's clone? Luke.
Was that real? They had a multiple.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
Luke was cloned, and all they did was add an extra U to his name, and then that clone was cloned, and then
Really?
they just added a third U.
Star Wars had a clone saga? That's terrifying. Oh god.
I forgot I think it was Dark Empire. Dark Empire has been very
Oh,
bad.
I've heard about
Rest in peace to
that.
the guy who made it. Sadly, though.
To put it nicely, there is way more bad Star Wars than there ever has been good Star Wars.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes, I agree with that as a fan of Star Wars.
I was gonna say the Acolyte review just made me think it was funny that like because they meant because.
Yeah. Oh.
Druidity brought up in Druidity in chat bringing up bigger Luke, which we'll get. I'll get to that in a second. I'll let
Yeah.
you finish what you were saying, but that's a
by the way,
funny
We
story.
need bigger
Really quick,
Luke. That's true.
Really quick, I also mean even before Disney purchased Star Wars,
Oh,
there
yeah.
was way more worse Star Wars than
Yeah.
good Star
Yeah, the prequel
You guys,
movies.
you guys read
you know.
Dark Saber?
No.
You guys read Dark Saber, the novel released before Clone Wars, so it's not about that Dark Saber. It's about another fucking Death Star.
Oh God, how
But
many
it's
Death
shaped like
Stars?
a lightsaber this time.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's funny because there's some of the worst stuff in Star Wars is the extended universe, and then you get like, you know, Knights of the Old Republic. I was saying like with
Hell
the
yeah.
with the Red Letter Media video, it was funny because like they're talking about the Acolyte, and Rich brought up because Acolyte is based in the High Republic, I think, which is like the new Old Republic or some shit.
It's like
it's in between.
Yeah.
it's like Diet Coke Old Republic.
It's
because it's
sweet-
only like 100 years before.
It's sweet baby DEI Old Republic, basically. That's what I've.
That's
I've-
effectively
I've
Disney.
come
yes,
to learn.
100% true.
Well, see, the thing I understand, like, it's Disney trying not to fuck up. and
It's
also
Disney
to,
trying
like-
not to make another thing set between the prequels and the original trilogy. That's exactly
Yeah,
what it
Trying
is.
not to
That
maybe
too.
mess with the established. You know, people get real mad if you. See how they got mad with Coyote Mundi. Imagine if you fucking decanonize Knights of the Old Republic or something. I mean, that would be.
Which-
It kind of
Trudy-
already is, but
Star Wars.
I think the more interesting thing they should try, which I know I'm kind of getting in the weeds here.
yeah.
Honestly,
whatever.
go into the future. Get like
Oh yeah.
show us 100 or 200 years into the future.
I
Past,
know in the-
like Luke.
Well, they're
Leia.
doing that with the Ray show, but it's not that far into the
No,
future.
but
Yeah,
it's also
oh,
the
no,
Ray
you
show,
need to
so
go-
who gives a shit?
Well,
Yeah, you need to go.
that's the
An
thing.
entire
Ray could be
century
done
ahead.
well.
Yeah, if they do an Andor with Ray, I mean, I'd watch it.
That'd
you
be
know.
pretty sick.
I like Daisy Ridley. I just don't like the movie she's in. It's the same thing
Yeah.
with
Unfortunate.
Jodie Whittaker as a doctor. It's like I like her as an actress.
Yeah.
It's
Well, that
Yeah.
segues us back nicely because it's interesting because so the video here we're gonna get started. The video here, Doctor Who has completely destroyed itself, and I find this
No, not again.
I find this to be an interesting title because like I thought, yeah, not again. I thought it was already destroyed with like Woman Doctor. I don't know.
Oh, they're forgetting about that. It's inconvenient for a show to die 8 million fucking different times.
Well, you can see on the side here, Doctor Who review. This is from Clever Dick Films. If you're into this series at all, you really should check out this channel. It's a really great series of videos that go over the history of the show, and I've been watching a lot of the stuff about the classic series, and boy, Doctor Who has completely destroyed itself like 100 times, dude.
Oh yeah.
Like
has gone nuclear option.
There is no Doctor Who canon.
There
There's
will-
only the stuff you like.
there will never be a worse. I mean, not even canon, but like the meta production of the show. It'll never be worse than Colin Baker, dude. It's never gonna get worse than
Yeah,
introducing
sadly.
him in that stupid twin episode and having him like fucking bitch slap Perry or whatever happens.
Hey, that was based. we love our women abusing doctors
Well,
in this chat.
That's fair, but he did have a
Oh, shit, I forgot
Technicolor.
about Bigger Luke.
He had a Technicolor dream code on while he did it. Yeah, tell us about Bigger Luke. Actually, I'm gonna go grab a drink. Yeah, you and
After that, I want to bring up a couple comments, but yeah.
Go for it.
Bigger Luke. So I forget exactly what the mechanism for this thing is, but in some scenes of A New Hope, Luke is like strangely taller than he normally is, and like I think it's either a trick of the like a trick of perspective, or Mark Hamill and Harrison Ford are pretty similar heights, and George was like, oh well, he has to be shorter. So every so often, there's just Luke is a little bit taller, and The fan theory, and it's a joke fan theory, but I still really like it. It's funny, is that just every so often in the original trilogy, Luke is replaced by like a clone called Bigger Luke, and he's a little bit taller.
I'm very fond of this theory. It's great.
It's great. I love it.
I want to bring up a couple comments though, real quick.
Go ahead.
Alan Sampson asked what I thought of the current season of Fish Tank. It's pretty funny. And then Bungie Gummy said Star Wars died when they retconned Jizz music, which yeah,
fair.
Keep it as Jizz. Also, real quick,
It's
Random
called
Red
fucking Jats now. Gross.
That's so bad. Random Red also said, imagine a series that's just Rey being Rey. And we all said that same thing about Andor when I heard they're doing like a series based off a dude from Rogue One.
Yeah,
I'm like,
no one expected that to
dumb.
have any fucking chance. Like, who gives a shit about the rando that dies in Rogue One? Who cares?
I like the actor whose name I cannot pull out of the top of my head.
Diego
right
Luna.
now. Diego Luna, thank you. But it's like, did we need that? And apparently it's really fucking good. I haven't seen
it either, but it's apparently like the only decent Star Wars thing in a while.
Yeah,
so.
but literally everyone I know who fucking hates Star Wars has been telling me it's great. So I'm like, all right,
yeah,
I'll check it out eventually.
Yeah, I probably will watch that once I get out of my Doctor Who. We were eventually going to do a Star Wars hyperfixation, I assume, and that'd be good around like the holiday season because they always release those around Christmas.
Watch.
You gotta finish Knights of the Old Republic.
I will. I started playing a little more of it recently.
I really want to talk about those.
Yeah, no, those games are great. Those are. I kept trying to say it like multiple times, but I kept getting sidetracked. It's funny to me that a lot of people like Mike Stoklasa, or I guess Rich probably played it, but Rich brings up Knights of the Old Republic in the Acolyte review, and I'm like, man, Mike is never probably going to interact with the best Star Wars thing. Basically, because he's like an old boomer and he doesn't play video games, so he's like, it's stupid, and it's like, man, you're missing out on like one of the best. I mean, there's also some really good books too. I also have to finish fucking Heir to the Empire. I got like toward the end, and I'm like, I'll finish it tomorrow, and I never did. But we are gathered here today for Doctor Who purposes.
Yes,
we're gathered here today for the 75th funeral of Doctor Who.
Well, as I say in the what's the title of the stream again? Doctor Who Culture War Nightmare Apocalypse of Death.
Damn, YMS highlights coming in here saying "Ew, Star Wars." I can't believe this.
Exactly. Also, real quick.
See you on Halo Night.
Yes, Loud Equals Funny is also at episode 50. If you go to youtube.com/@Loud Equals Funny, our episode.
Who's on? Who's the guest?
With Kadikarus.
Oh, did we just put that one out? Is that one live?
I put that one out at around 7 a.m. I'm gonna put a tweet out later when it's like more active on Twitter. But yeah,
we're there. If you want more of us, actually, it's very related to what we'll be doing today, and as a matter of fact, so
yeah,
we got a lot of discussion about that. So not just that, but
impeccable
other things.
Timing.
Yeah.
Also, Spotify and other podcasting platforms. Loud Equals Funny there. Yada yada.
True. Thank you once again to Caddy for showing up for that one. That was I think my favorite. Well, no, I really like the music chat too, but
I like our first one.
It was fun.
Yeah, it was a good one. It was nice. To
honestly, every single episode we've had with Caddy has just been nice.
Caddy's a genuinely cool dude.
Yeah,
fun to make. I'm guessing fun to listen to. I can't stand my own voice, so someone else gonna have to take over for me on that observation.
That's why my videos take so long to come out, because it's like, you know what, I don't want to hear me for today.
Oh yeah, I fucking hate the sound of my own voice. Everyone who's ever said your voice sucks, I agree. Thank you.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
I'm right alongside you.
I hear myself when I'm editing, and it's not all the time, but like sometimes I'll be like really high pitched, whiny. I'm like, God, that really is me. That's unfortunate. That's a shame. But we're here today again for the funeral of Doctor Who. It's been killed again. It's been apparently inspired by The Last Jedi. I'm sure you mentioned you saw the thing, Tristan, where he mentions that, Davis. So we'll get to that when we get to it. But yeah, this is exciting stuff.
Turns out in the distant future of 2046 or something.
We can't see it.
Yeah.
Right. Hang on, let me get it going.
We're flying blind.
Like, I'm tuned into the stream, but I think I hear my own voice.
Get a little bit of a fucking delay on that, yeah.
Britain elects a hyper evil prime minister who wants to find out what everyone's DNA is, and I think boot anybody who isn't directly from here. Like, you know, I don't even know.
Hang on, where was that said?
Yeah,
I don't remember that. I don't remember that plot point. Hang on.
I don't. I mean, maybe
I guess you could
implied.
extrapolate. You could easily extrapolate it from it, but all right, hold on.
This is what I would be interested. I don't know these gentlemen necessarily, but I would be I've seen a pushback against the discussion of media literacy, and it's often from people who I feel like themselves look far too deeply into certain types of media, where it's like, yeah, I mean, trying to do your video about, you know, the Space Jam Marxist message or whatever is probably fucking stupid, but like, I don't know, I don't recall any discussion of, like, I don't know, making Britain white again, or something. I'm not sure what that was, necessarily, describing. I think I skipped ahead, too. This is, like, a bit later into the video.
Yeah, you're about 2 minutes in.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump back, and then we'll jump ahead when it feels around.
Doctor Who recently ended the new season, and there's like a perception of it. Okay, so episodes come out, and what you'll have is your standard sort of people who know what the fuck is going on are like, what the hell is this? This makes no sense.
Oh, right. All the people with the right opinion don't like it. Yes.
All right, it's a strong start.
And it's terrible, blah 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 blah, and then you'll have people being like, actually, it's all going to make sense at the end.
It already made sense in the... Why does it...
Yeah.
How dumb are you that it needs to make sense at the end of every episode? You can't have a story wrap up at the end of a series? Like, you can't have a lingering mystery that takes a little bit to... It's instant dopamine needed in every episode. We gotta have every mystery wrapped up.
Oh, you don't understand. Every single answer that I ever had about the show wasn't answered in the end of the season. That means the show's dead.
Well, not even just that, but like he's implying at the end of every episode, like, oh, it's all gonna make sense.
Nope.
Well, yeah, it probably will. You know, I mean,
$5 from Kate that says pronoun jump scare.
Yay! Frequent EFAP guest, the insane screaming retarded pronouns guy. Yes.
Wait, is he actually a guest on EFAP?
I don't know if he is necessarily. I think he is.
Probably has.
But I know that some of the people that he's close friends with Wendigoon. So I mean, I know he's associated, but with people who are associated or something. I don't know, but I think he's been on here. I don't know. It's funny because there are people that come on this channel that I'm like, yeah, I like that person, and then they'll have on these people that are like, you're listening to this retard? You got him on here? You know he's just doing this for money, right? I mean, I don't know, but yeah, Doctor Who.
There's a few names.
Everyone,
just a bit unfortunate.
Everyone who knows what they're talking about hates Doctor Who, I guess. That's unfortunate.
Been a repeated sort of notion the entire season. The final episode came out and it answered all of the questions. There was a question that was running throughout the whole season where the main companion of the Doctor, when she was born, she was left at a doorstep by a figure who wore a cloak and pointed directly at the Doctor when he came back in time and saw her being dropped off. That was very mysterious. Mm-hmm. Very like, oh, what in the world does that mean? What could that possibly relate to? The whole season is going around trying to push and pull at what that could possibly mean, including wherever she goes, it will just sometimes snow, and we're talking magically, like she could be in a room.
I think we are going to get to like why didn't they answer the snow thing? I needed the answer to the snow thing. It's like she's coming back. You can look at the press details or whatever. She's in season 2, so.
Well, that's the thing. It's not directly stated. Like, it's not like, oh, this snow is the. Okay, so I guess we should go ahead and say this is going to have spoilers for the new Doctor Who season. So if you care, go watch it and come back. It's good. Don't listen to these people.
Come back to our live stream here. I see some people, by the way.
Emperor Foreskin says Az was right. He just got he just got to worked up. All right, buddy.
Well, here's Here's the thing. He got so worked up that even if you agree with whatever point he was making, it makes it look very, very stupid and silly and
He's very much a child.
Yeah. So what was it? Oh, shit, what was I saying? So,
the snow.
spoilers for Doctor Who. But it's very, I think it's said like multiple times in the time window scene in the penultimate episode, part 1 of the finale, that time is memory, memory is time, all that stuff. Memory is a very important thing. It's a very powerful thing. And apparently that just went over everybody's head.
Yeah. I mean, there are the moments where I guess the memory would be kind of... Here's the thing. I'm not going to make, 100%, oh, it's all perfect, the ending's perfect. I mean...
Yeah, it's not a flawless episode. Good lord.
No, the whole series isn't. I mean, but it's a Russell T Davies finale. Have you ever seen any of the other finales he's written? I mean, this is at least one of the better ones. If you're saying
I would say second best.
What other ones did he do? Doomsday?
Yes.
Okay, that one's pretty good.
I don't like Doomsday that much personally, and Last of the Time Lords ended on a dud, and Stolen Earth Journey's End is kind of rushed.
It's a bit of an Avengers Infinity War event, though.
It's definitely very satisfying to watch, but as a story itself, it's not stellar. It's kind of brings. But then you have Bad Wolf Parting of the Ways, which is a fantastic finale.
Yeah,
holy
Bad
shit.
Wolf Parting of the Ways is pretty good.
Yeah, and this is very comparable to the Christopher Eccleston season, which, I mean, this is up there for me. I mean, it doesn't maybe do everything perfectly, but it didn't bring in... God, the worst one was Series 3, with the Master and, the Toclafane, and people pray to Santa Christ or whatever to get the Doctor back from being a Dobby elf. The Doctor is basically fucked up... Yeah. He's like a fucked up Dobby elf in a cage, and then the world prays to him because they believe in the Doctor, and he gets his powers back like Jesus or something, and somehow beats the Master. It's the worst! It's so stupid!
It's not
I'm
that
sorry,
bad.
Like
there is...
That sounds perfect.
there is an explanation that the world's being kind of controlled subtly by this satellite network called the Archangel Network, and she's using that for everybody's thinking Doctor at the same time. It kind of gives him power. It's not great, but at the very least there's a reason.
It makes some sense in context. It's not as bad as I make it sound
Here's the thing. If it had been a Stephen Moffat season, the question would have been Doctor Who.
Yes.
See,
he would have said that every 10 fucking minutes.
It literally would have been
you would have had 100 catchphrases per episode about whimsical fucking impossible girls or whatever the fuck. I mean...
Oh god, Ruby Sunday absolutely would have been called a fucking impossible girl if Moffat was in charge. Holy shit.
It would have been extremely insufferable. The insufferable
it would have been up its own ass.
Yeah.
A little bit of Moffat it's great. It's
that's the thing.
That's why
it's
you
just
get
the 11th
Boom.
Doctor era. It's the 11th Doctor era.
Well,
the 12th Doctor is fucking fantastic, except for a couple of episodes.
He rolled himself back.
Yeah.
He was like, all right.
He decided, maybe I shouldn't.
Doctor Who has had a finale problem for a while. I mean, this, you know, Doomsday is not amazing. I like it well enough, but you don't. It's not amazing.
I mean, you can say it's good.
No, I mean it's fine. I mean, it's decent, but it also hinges heavily on the Rose stuff, which is not the best.
That's one of the big things for me.
yeah, and then it had the whole fucking the specials where 10 regenerates. It's there's been a lot of issues, and I know that's whataboutism or whatever.
You telling me you don't like that Master Race pun that Russell pulled in the End of Time Part 1?
I don't remember that.
Oh man, it is cringe. The whole world turns into the Master, and he's like, goodbye, human race. Welcome to the Master Race.
Yeah,
and then all of the Masters clap.
I do remember that, yes.
Everybody clapped.
Everyone
That's
clapped,
actually pretty good.
No, I mean, it's absurd to the extreme, which is I guess at a certain point you just have to you have to laugh at that. I don't know, especially Russell T Davies now. I mean, this is like the best of both worlds. This series of like, it has the sort of the consistency of storyline of a Moffat season, but it's not as fucking, I don't know, every second being devoted to like an ongoing Sherlock narrative like a Moffat season can sometimes be. Again, mostly
Yeah.
Matt Smith.
Yeah, Matt Smith got the worst treat.
Unfortunate.
Really, Matt Smith deserves another season, much like we got a little bit of David Tennant. Matt Smith deserves another go around eventually. Give him 3 episodes too. You know.
Yeah, give him. I mean, they have him in audio dramas, but I don't think it's Matt Smith. It's like another guy. But
Yeah, there are some voice sound alikes with audio dramas because I'm not actually entirely. I guess they just can't secure the actors because I know Peter
Well,
Capaldi.
sometimes
doesn't
they
really-
can.
Yeah.
Sometimes they can.
I mean,
So real quick, I'm just gonna address chat. First of all, Connor with an O. Nice, I like that. Thank you for reminding me of that fucking line. And then Seven and Beatle of Doom says all. I mean, I'm guessing it's supposed to be like the band,
right.
but all doctors are cringe compared to Tom Baker Doctor Who. Shut
That's
up,
half
Peter
right, that's
Capaldi.
half right. Oh no, it's half right. I'll give him
A
some of the
a good deal of them are.
I mean,
Yes.
No.
John Pertwee.
Compared to, I mean, they all have their own thing. The only one I give Peter Davison a lot of shit, but honestly, he's the first one who's like a spry young athletic young man doctor who's not like kind of an oldster. I mean,
He plays the cricket.
like he's I think he was around the same age as Tom Baker, but he definitely looked younger.
No.
I
He was
guess-
like 28, I think.
Wow.
I guess we have
okay.
some viewers. Hello.
Hello, everyone.
I guess.
Yes, hello.
Oh,
no.
saying hello. Hi.
I guess.
I suppose.
confused.
All right.
You guys
well-
will start playing this eventually.
Yeah. We're talking about this. I'm just finding it interesting. I guess apparently the finale didn't wrap up everything, and I'm like, well, it's not really done with a lot of the stories, but also,
Yeah, Russell has at least one more season.
have you ever fucking seen? You have to have just, and I mean the old series too. I mean, like, come on, some of the fucking shit they pulled, like having Sylvester McCoy regenerate into himself minus a Colin Baker wig.
Yeah.
Having Sylvester McCoy die on an operating table and regenerate into Paul McGann.
Man.
Like,
Sylvester McCoy really lucked out with both of his regenerations.
unfortunate.
So, you you deleted it, but I do want to address it. Mr. R, I wonder what that stands for. Says this doctor is the woke doctor. Buddy, I don't know how to tell you this. The show's been woke since the fucking 70s.
Now, here's the thing.
At least if they're-
They've been everybody.
Wow, therefore I am.
Everyone does the thing where they say something has been woke since whatever. It's different now because a lot of the time now the writing is like Twitter posts. It doesn't
Yeah.
The writing is worse now, so when they do a political, it's also more common that you get the political message in everything, so it's a little more it wears on you. Sometimes you just want Doctor Who.
Yeah,
but
it can be a bit overbearing.
the further back I go into Doctor Who, though, the more I see things where I'm like, wow, yeah, they did this in the 80s or whatever. I mean, every now and then you have Peter Davison calling someone a Chinaman, but, like, you know...
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, hey.
Sometimes you have talents of Wen Chiang. That's, you know.
Oh, that's also a
Into the
classic.
80s, it's-
But then you have stuff like the Monster of Peladon, which I keep saying because it's so strange that this is not a widely known thing. But the Monster of Peladon is literally about fucking Britain joining the EU.
Oh.
And then you have
Yeah.
Inferno, which is and the Green Death, which are both extremely environmentalist in their messaging.
Oh, yeah, a lot of environmentalism.
Christ.
And of course, you had, what was the one? Happiness Patrol or whatever? The
Yep.
Seventh Doctor one that's just about... It's literally just an episode about Margaret Thatcher, and I guess there's a candy robot, which I love that guy. He looks great.
Yeah.
He looks
People
awesome.
made fun of him because
Oh yeah,
they didn't like Doctor Who in the 90s.
yeah, they were stupid. They didn't get it. Yeah, no, I mean Doctor Who has always had very overt political messaging. I mean, I watched one recently. It was a Sixth Doctor one, Vengeance on Varos, and it's basically just like TV is dangerous and people should stop watching violence. And not really, but like it's, you know, very overt messaging about like things that are current day politics of the 80s. Of like
the
video
funniest
nasties or whatever.
The funniest part of that is that in condemning that kind of stuff, they were lumped in with like, you know, the video
Yeah.
nasties.
Well, they were getting a lot darker in that period where people were just getting fucking shot up. I think one of the Dalek episodes has like 50 people dead.
Fuck, which one was it? Revelation? No, it couldn't have been Revelation.
It was one of the, I think it was the McCoy one.
No, Remembrance was kind of light on deaths. Fuck, what was it?
I
Oh
mean,
my god, it was the Fifth Doctor.
It's
the one where Nyssa leaves.
I mean, it's interesting to
No,
know
I think it was Tegan.
how much controversy the series has courted for its entire existence. I mean, it used to be a danger to children because it was too scary and it was going to make them think fucking Daleks are real or something, and that was why it's corrupting your kids. And then it became it's too scary
to children because
Pronouns!
yeah, it's all just the same pearl clutching bullshit, but you know, with just a slightly different framing. I don't know.
Or rather, at the bottom of the cave, and it'll just start snowing in the cave.
So yeah, the snowing, right?
And
That
it's
sounds
what?
like just some weird thing that happens for the sake of it being weird. That doesn't sound like it's ever going to have any sort of payoff or
That's
reason. That's
crazy, Rags.
Because I just hear that and I know that's just a goofy, dumb thing that happens.
So
So why can't that just be the case? I mean,
I
even
mean-
if that is the case, is that a problem? They just have like a stylistic thing with her.
I feel like this is also probably brought on by the fact that television shows are getting smaller and smaller seasons, and
yeah, that is the main criticism I have with this fucking season. It's
Well,
only 8 episodes.
The other thing that
so much was cut.
I think it's a very valid criticism if people complain that modern Doctor Who needs to do more. It's the same with Star Trek, where like Mike and Rich will complain, like, why can't we just get a season of episodes that are all mostly standalone adventures that are like Monster of the Week stuff? I keep seeing people that are like, Doctor Who shouldn't have these ongoing stories, it should just be like a Monster of the Week kind of thing.
Stupid.
I mean,
Wow.
I kind of, you know, I mean, there was a whole, like...
I mean, I like standalone stuff.
What
but-
was it? Season 16 of the classic series had, it was Key to Time, right? Where every episode was...
I can pull it up. Which one was it?
Every episode was part of an ongoing story, so you had to watch the whole thing. So it was basically like how it is now. And they had similar stuff, like with Ace, had, like, character arcs and stuff, you know? I mean...
Season 16.
It's fair to want to go back to the way things used to be, where it was just a little one-off Doctor Who adventure every now and then, and I think that's a realistic complaint that I'm like, yeah, okay. I mean, I kind of like it where I like the balance they've struck, where you basically still have one-off adventures, but they are technically all part of like a thing. You know?
Oh shit! We got to make it more interesting, guys. Apparently, we're boring the furry.
Yeah.
Hang on.
I'm
Hang
gonna be
on.
100%. I'm gonna be 100%
Turn
honest.
myself.
I don't have any
Turn my
keys to
noise
jingle.
suppression on.
Like,
Hooray! Isn't it not boring?
I don't have any keys to jingle here, so you'll have to deal
yeah.
with me just fumbling some trash in front of the microphone. There you go.
apparently we are boring.
If I
Which
felt like
That's
if I felt like
unfortunate.
getting up and going to the kitchen, I would have keys to jingle.
I to put it very nicely, pot kettle
Bane,
black.
Bane.
Dude.
Somebody called me boring the other day and said
Like-
they would rather watch the Dan Olson video about AVGN, which
But, like,
he is the
Okay,
most
bud. Okay,
unfathomably boring person, and I'm just like, if that's what is your jam, then I
Yeah.
guess go for it. That's cool.
by the way, I fucking called this earlier. Did I not, Claw? I said you should put some Subway Surfer gameplay footage in the corner. I
you
fucking
did
called it in the chat earlier.
you did say
Hang on.
that,
Okay.
yes.
I'll play some penis music on my
Boom,
phone.
baby.
Hang on, yeah, no, we'll just do a little, throw a little bit of,
I am a
We'll
fucking
pattern-
psychic god.
Music.
There you go. I've got some penis music playing. There you go. It's perfect. Now it's
Yeah.
exciting.
Oh, we're gonna have two
The-
layers.
No,
I'm gonna
but
get into the
also-
villain of this fucking season too, but for now, we'll just
There
say
you go. Oh, finally, I'm stimulated. I'm stimulated.
at the end of the season they're able to solve this mystery because turns out in the distant future of 46 or something, Britain elects a hyper evil prime minister who wants to find out what everyone's DNA is,
Well,
and
okay, so first of all, it seems.
Oh, we're back here.
Yeah. It seems like I mean, it's a little bit reductive the way he's just like, I guess in the future It's like, no, they have a whole episode that's just kind of about that, and it seems totally standalone, but then it turns out later that it's actually part of the thing, and it's like, it's
But
pretty
Claw,
clever. the way
that episode's bad because we didn't get our TARDIS wiki page filled.
Yeah. Also, as far as I can tell from what I remember, that wasn't his plan. I thought it was to get like nukes and shit.
Yeah,
Yeah, it
his
was
plan
mostly
is
the
very
power of it.
overtly just about like taking over the world and blowing up the fucking world. It's not really. I don't know
Dude.
if it's that deep necessarily. They could have been way more on the nose and made him like Boris Johnson or some shit. Made him like
Yeah, I should have gave him a fucked up hairline that like Boris Johnson has had since he was 20.
They
Like,
could have at least
Oh.
made him
That.
like what's that guy Rishi Sunak or whatever.
Rishi Sunak.
Rishi
I think.
Sunak
Ye-
or something. So
yeah.
real quick,
I'm bad with
Seven and Beetle of Doom in chat, showing up again. Wonderful person. We love him. Wonderful person. Says, if new season of Doctor Who gets cancelled early, BBC will blame Disney writers. Disney had nothing to fucking do
Yeah,
with it aside
Disney is just a distributor.
Yeah, I don't know about the Disney writers when it's like it was brought back.
It was Russell
by
T. Davis.
Russell
Yeah,
T.
it's-
And
Davis.
in one episode was written by like a
Is
couple
it-
of other different people.
So is
in
it
all
Davis
seasons.
and the other people from his era? Because I know it was him and like a couple other producers.
Him, Moffat, two new writers for Rogue.
Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, I liked Rogue. I mean, that was definitely the most
Rogue was
woke
really good.
episode. But you know,
It's only really
good.
woke because there's gay kissing in it.
yeah. I mean,
Slightly.
it's I mean, there may be a little
There was
quick
no
to
tongue.
there may be a little quick to gay kiss, but like it makes sense.
Well, you've
with
only
the
got like
character.
42 minutes, Claw.
Dude.
I mean,
Did you
like an
watch
hour.
the girl? Not the girl who waited. The girl in the fireplace. Did you
Yeah.
watch the girl in the fireplace? Oh
They've
boy!
had a lot of episodes of the Doctor being a suave kisser man.
Girl in the fireplace is Rogue, but not gay. But there's some uncomfortable implications. Wow.
I vaguely remember that it was uncomfortable, yes, but I mean, like,
No.
Basically, Doctor meets a little girl.
uh,
5 minutes later, from his point of view, she's an adult kissing him. And then he gets really drunk, and we don't see what happens off screen. But, you could make some assumptions, which that's uncomfortable.
yeah, that's a little bit. It's a little bit like what happens with Amy, but like in reverse.
He speed ran grooming. I can't believe it.
Time travel grooming any percent. Well, there you go.
but effectively, like, Disney is just a distributor on a platform at this point for this. They like, it's still BBC. In BBC, I think in the UK, it's not on Disney Plus. It's only an iPlayer.
Yeah.
It's just for the West.
People are really
And-
mistaken.
Although
about-
if you're crafty, you can get iPlayer elsewhere.
Disney,
Yeah, true.
Disney hosting this is essentially like when.
It
I
has broken
think-
the brains of some morons.
Well,
yes.
it has, but people don't understand. From what I understand, it's basically just like when fucking Ubisoft published a Final Fantasy game or two in Europe.
Oh God, yeah, they did.
Yeah,
I mean, it's like the EA Originals program that they've done for games that every time have fucking flopped because they've never advertised them. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like when it's just like another company just sort of publishes the thing and they aren't really like involved in
like-
the production or anything, but people really
Like,
think that like Disney has stamped Kathleen Kennedy all over the thing or something.
Yeah, it's like A24 didn't originally produce Talk to Me, the Filippo brothers movie. They're going to, like, they bought the rights to the sequel, but they saw it at a film festival and bought the rights then. That's how that works, and it's
Yeah.
much like that in the TV industry.
So before we continue, This Vector Equinox in chat says this is Netflix airing JoJo. Close. I do think that with JoJo, it did kind of
They did
falter
impact it a bit
because they did that stupid ass fucking batch release.
Oh, like Doctor Who
Yeah.
that one time. Great.
Wait, what?
Oh god, yeah, when the seasons were split.
Yeah,
That was
series.
annoying as
Oh
shit.
no
seven
no
or
no no no!
whatever.
Like they would put them. They had like 3 cores of it, but they would release like all of the episodes at once. That whole fucking stupid ass binge
Oh.
thing that Netflix
I
does.
thought they did the thing where they had like half of it release and then the other half was like
Oh,
a
well,
year
that-
later
that's-
or something.
That's pretty standard. Stardust Crusaders, Diamond is Unbreakable,
Oh,
and Golden Wind did that.
oh, okay.
So,
I'm not
yeah,
sure about
that's-
that whole thing.
That's kind of standard.
But it seems somewhat similar. I don't know.
The worst one is the final season of Cobra Kai recently announced. They're doing like the first batch of episodes, I think, in July. The second batch of episodes around October, and then the last batch at the end of the year. I'm pretty sure that's how it's split up, and it's like, why the fuck are you splitting this
You know,
show
Yeah, at that
up?
point,
that's
just
the
do it
thing.
week to week.
We used to, at the very least, have like a unified fucking model. It's not like you could put out every Simpsons episode all at once
Yeah.
because like that didn't make sense. But now, you know, now everything is just a wild west of some things are weekly, some things are fucking broken up into chunks, some things are just fucking dumped out like Fallout.
We'll see.
Fallout. You'll just get all 8 episodes at once, and
Everyone
now
stops
not really that
talking
many
about
people
it.
Are, yeah,
A week
not many
later.
people are talking about it.
The only
See,
thing
here's the
that
thing.
brought any attention to that show for after that week was that guy being racist.
Oh yeah, but
What?
real
What?
quick,
You don't keep a book of interracial fucking domestic violence statistics in your pocket at all times? You don't do that?
Not me, man.
Not at all.
What's
Oh
up, man?
man, you're missing out.
Yeah, really quick, and I hope, hey, if Rags is actually listening, hey, I hope maybe you'll agree with this point. We're at the point where there is so much content being made between streaming services, traditional networks, movies, video games, all that. There literally has to be more writers than there ever has been before in the past. That's effectively why the writing quality is as bad as people think it is. There has to be more writers because
but
there
it
has
is-
to be more content.
It is a question
There
of
literally has to be.
why they're hiring these people when there's clearly going to be scripts sent in or like people that are prospective writers that could do the job, and then they get like the She-Hulk lady, and it's like, what the fuck were they thinking
mean,
there? You know,
Shame. They just need people.
I
Effectively,
guess.
if they want
Send
AI
dudes.
to effectively.
Send
That's what the industry wants AI for. They want to basically cut off that arm because they're desperately hiring writers because they're putting out so much shit. Like
Oh, dystopia! I thought we weren't
Would-
going to
would-
get to it.
pretty much, it's pretty much
I mean, we
dystopian,
gotta bring
yeah.
it up. We gotta bring it up every time.
I mean,
Elon Musk, Assassin's
Marvel
Creed 4.
needs 7 more phases, brother. They the movies will come whether you like them or not. The
We aren't
movies will
complete
come.
without more Marvel.
I was already tired. You just aged me by 7 years.
I think
Yep.
46 or something, Britain elects a hyper evil prime minister who wants to find out what everyone's DNA is, and I think boot anybody who isn't directly from here. Like, you know, I
I
don't
will
even know.
say they spring the DNA twist in the last episode, don't they? Like that wasn't. I don't think
no,
they bring that
no,
up
you-
during the episode. He's actually involved.
Well,
in.
no, they do bring up him building a DNA
Yeah,
database.
I do. Yeah, there was a mention of it. It just
Mm.
wasn't brought to attention because the nuke thing was kind of.
Yeah,
but
that's
it,
more
was
important.
admittedly like a
See, that's
like a
just
throwaway line.
that's just clever writing. That's just look. We misdirected you. We thought the nuke thing was going to be the important plot thread. No, it's the random
that
other
was
thing he
in
said
a-
that I totally forgot he apparently said. But that's actually good. Yeah. No, but it's bad though. They didn't they didn't fill out the wiki page. So.
Oh, it's so cartoonish, and the guy has to be defeated by a
What's
magical.
wrong
I'm
with
not even going to get
cartoonish,
into it. It's
buddy?
just too complicated. In any case, they have.
Complaining Doctor Who's too cartoonish is another like. Are you sure you know this show? Like, are you sure?
I wish I remembered the
Easily
episode.
explained that.
I wish I
I-
remember the episode where the human was like, "My dreams of conquest,"
Yeah, I think I
like
know
hamming
who you
it up.
mean.
absolutely devouring the scene.
I just watched Brain of Morbius, which get your jokes out now. Morbius, everyone.
Morbius.
I just watched Brain of Morbius, and it's a great Tom Baker serial, and it's so fucking cheesy. I mean, it's literally like basically the plot of Manos: The Hands of Fate. It's like spooky guy with retarded servant that's like disabled, and it's so classic, like, Frankenstein bullshit, and the guy's like, yes, I will take over with the greatest mind ever known! And it's just like, how can you complain? Oh my god, they did something too cartoony in Doctor Who. The show where there's like K9. What the fuck are you talking about? They did something too cartoony in the show that for the first like 15 years of its existence was viewed primarily as a kids show by the general public.
Yeah.
I mean, I do hate having us be paused for most of this time, but I just gotta say, it's so funny that K9 kills so many people in the classic series. He kills a lot of dudes.
He killed his own reputation, unfortunately.
Real quick, let me explain. Like, I can explain this episode very easily. There is a ghost. This without spoiling the plot for people. There is a ghost that is standing 73 yards behind or near Ruby Sunday at all times. She cannot approach it. It is always 73 yards distance away. People approach it, it freaks them out. There you go.
And
easy explanation.
It's a good episode.
Well, it's a little more than that, because I mean, I guess it's a bit of a plot spoiler, but it becomes a bit of a life story thing. I don't know. It's a very good episode.
The core groundwork, essentially.
Yeah, it goes from like horror to kind of strange rom-com-esque kind
political
of thing,
thriller at one point.
Political thriller, and then it goes right back into horror. Ooh,
yeah,
that's good.
Yeah, and it's one of those ones. Unfortunate problem with this season so far. 2 of the episodes have like no Doctor Who, like no Doctor.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, so he's kind of present in Dot and Bubble, but not almost at all in that one.
Yeah, not as much as you would want from a Doctor Who.
For a series that's so short, to have him not present in a few episodes as much is a little bit of a weird choice.
Well, that's the thing. It's less of a creative choice and more Shudi was filming Sex Education at the time, so
and they're apparently they had to cut a bunch of fucking shit from the season.
Like, yeah, and it really sucks because
they had the disabled lady that they brought in.
Well, that was a casting thing. I think she was just not available to film. So
yeah. I was wondering,
Russell was like,
where was she?
Hey, we
this
should.
Season?
I really like that. You know, Russell had to replace the scientific advisor from the 60th anniversary specials, and he said, "You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make UNIT employ child labor."
Yeah. So there's just like a random. I love when he pulls out a gun at one point. It's great.
Yeah, he has the gun in his little Segway thing.
The little
great.
Segway child is a good new addition. I'm gonna speed this up a little bit too.
Her mum's DNA on record as a result of this prime minister in the future. So they discover the truth of the matter because they can find her with DNA fleamery. And she is, shockingly, a normal woman who dropped her baby off in order to, I don't know, there was like a thing of, I guess she was trying to protect the baby from being in a bad family, I think is the implication. And it's like, wait,
it's less an implication. It's
why was she cosmically special then? Why was this huge mystery happening? Why was all the...
Oh, God.
She wasn't special. That's the whole fucking point.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
the whole point is, and I always
I think it means Ruby. I think it means why does Ruby have like snow surrounding her and stuff? Not so much the mom, but even still, like there's other reasons.
Well, that's the thing. Ruby is also just normal.
Yeah,
it's just
more or less.
It's
time is why
it became. I'm gonna kind of take. I'm gonna straw man a little bit here, but it's an argument that I've actually seen. I'm pretty sure it was JXE who said it. But
JXE for some reason not on board with this series, and it's a shame. We're all very sad.
Yeah,
about
I
to be fair, we took a look at her series, new series wide Doctor Who rankings, and man, there are some baffling ratings on there. Face the Raven at a 3 out of 10. That's wild.
Oh dear.
Yeah,
Anyway.
that's rough. Face Raven's fucking
So she
rough.
said, oh god, what? Lost
I
my
think
fucking train
Jay's
of
been
thought.
on EFAP before too.
I think
Oh yeah. But fuck, you made me lose my train of thought. Damn it.
God damn it.
But
Shit.
back the clip up by like 5 seconds and play it again.
I guess she was trying to protect the baby from being in a bad family, I think is the implication. And it's like, wait, but why was she cosmically special then? Why was this huge mystery happening? Why was all the magic surrounding it?
So, a lot of people, Jay included, have been saying, "Oh, well, because the whole point is that the reveal of Ruby's mom was important, specifically because it was made important by Ruby and the Doctor. Because people tend to be invested in who their birth parent is, typically, but." The whole conceit is, well, you're the one who made it important, Russell, which, yeah. It is definitely realistic writing for an orphan to be, to be curious of who the fuck her birth parents are.
Like, I don't know. Yeah. Maybe it's like a bait and switch or something.
I'm so baffled by this.
Well, maybe it's like a bait and switch, but I was just so fucking happy that it didn't turn out to be like her mom is Clara or Susan or the Ronnie or some weird fucking choice or some
I was
shit.
really assuming it was going to be Susan, man.
I genuinely thought that was going to be the case because that's the trope.
Yeah.
Important person
has to be someone, and that would have been exactly what Moffat did too. That would have been what I had a problem with like Moffat seasons was like, oh, everybody has to be cosmically connected to each other, like it's destiny or some fucking shit. And
like that works sometimes. It's fine sometimes.
It's fine. But... it's occasionally fine. Yes, but
Milksteak in chat says, "Not gonna lie, I hated Clara. Clara gets a lot better after." The 11th Doctor regenerates.
A lot of people also apparently just don't understand what was going on there. Like, they think that it's becoming Clara Who, and it's like, well, no, it's because she's like, she and him like have a toxic relationship.
Yeah, at the time, I understand, like contemporaneous people saying, "Oh, it's Clara Who now."
Yeah,
I get it.
She was she did insist upon herself quite a bit, but that was like kind of the point.
Knowing the arc now, it's It's good. I mean, it's primo shit.
I will say I prefer Amy for 11 and Bill for 12 though. So like, she's not my favorite.
If it wasn't for the stellar character arc between 12 and Clara, I would absolutely agree. I do like Bill better as a companion in and of herself.
Yeah, and I also like what happens with her. It's so much more simple than all the insane cockamamie bullshit that they do with Clara. Which is another, like, I'm just happy that it was a relatively simple conclusion to this season, and it wasn't some fucking thing where she, like, goes back and meets the first Doctor or something. Like, we just, in the span of, like, EFAP existing and culture war media kind of criticism stuff, we had...
Yeah, we didn't even got to the culture war part yet.
Not even. Well, a little bit. I mean, there was the comment that said something about the villain wanting to make... return England to its people or something. Which, I wonder what you mean by that.
I watched the episode very recently, and I don't remember that part. I remember DNA.
Well,
I thought he meant Sutek
England
at
for
first,
the English.
No.
The England for the English thing was mentioned in 73 Yards, but also it's supposed to be a very clear satire of those kind of people.
Yeah.
But I don't remember that being mentioned with the DNA.
But the DNA thing was like a passing mention that I completely forgot about.
People are just very hypersensitive to a lot of this stuff now because, like, I mean, again, they made him so light on the he's like a militaristic jingoistic guy who wants to blow people up. That's it. That's basically it, and maybe something about like Britain for British people or something. It's like
that's most politicians
the main really
like,
generic politics man. Like and people are like upset about that. I guess like it's some kind of slight against them. Not necessarily EFAP here, but maybe potentially one of their commenters anyway.
I mean, how long's it been? We're only almost 3 minutes in.
I sped it up.
Before we start, before we hit play again, Real quick, Nathan says in chat, we need less romantic connections between the Doctor and his companions. I agree. That's why I like 12 and Clara, and I hate 11 and Clara.
I like 12 and Bill and Nardole for that reason. Yeah.
Come on. You telling me that 12 and Nardole?
I was gonna say,
get down, get freaky with it.
I shouldn't have said that. 12 and Nardole have had some time together. That's true. I mean, the thing is, 12 is one of the best because he's paired perfectly with a master who exists for the exact period of time
so fucking much
that he exists. So it's like a perfect foil for him, who's also kind of like a. They don't really make it romantic as such, but you could definitely extrapolate that. I mean, people have long been shipping the two of them, but
yeah, I mostly just said that as a joke, but. You know they got down to some freaky shit when River was gone. You know he was the Doctor was missing her. You know,
which I'll get to in a second. Was the god of death obsessed with her? And they explain it. They say that it's because the nature of things being special is simply us thinking they're special.
Right.
So you might be thinking, but she's like.
Well, okay, but first of all, I just don't...
Hang on. I feel like I might have misunderstood. Did he insinuate that the message was that all special things are just because they're special?
Well, I don't know what...
Did he just insinuate that was the fucking message? Because it's not.
He's claiming that Davies said something in relation to this, I guess.
And they explain it. They say that,
or like it's in the episode, I guess.
Because...
Yeah, they do.
The nature of things being special is simply us thinking they're special.
Oh my god.
I don't know what that's referring to. I mean,
okay, so
maybe that is part of it.
There is a speech.
That doesn't strike me as insane for Doctor Who necessarily. I don't know.
Yeah, that's the thing. The message isn't that all things special. It's just because we think it's special. That's dumb. They had a speech with citing examples such as religion or stories and stuff like that. And those are special because we think that they're special. But I don't think it's the point of the episode that everything is special only because we think it is.
I mean, there's some meta element too that's trying to address the audience expectations, obviously, of it being someone super important. I mean, because he kind of I don't mean to subvert expectations like Last Jedi or something, but he subverts the thing that everyone assumes is going to happen, which is, every time someone is brought up as a mystery, it's, that's got to be the Ronnie or the Valeyard or fucking a future master or some shit. It's always that. And every series, every show, they do the same thing with like, that's got to be secretly Lex Luthor or like whatever. So he just had a character they lampshaded a little bit, and then it's just a lady, and it makes sense because of other external factors relating to that too. I mean, but also even if it doesn't, I know I'm like a little defeatist or whatever you'd call it. It's just like, I don't know. I've been watching a lot of Doctor Who lately. It gets a lot dumber than whatever just happened in that series. Like, it gets so much dumber. Even in some really good classic episodes, there's moments that are extremely stupid. There's moments that are like an alien asking Adric if he knows about E=mc squared. Like, yeah, why would the aliens be asking about like Einstein questions or whatever? It's just
holy shit, Bane.
Wait, what happened?
Someone
it's just
in chat
stuff.
Someone in chat said, God, the level of yapping is killing me. I responded, how much more do we need?
I mean, yeah. Well, you're watching do you not understand how...
EFAP-related thing.
It's a wonderfully ironic thing. We're literally looking at it saying every frame a pause.
we're EFAPing EFAP.
Fuck off!
So you might be thinking, but she's like objectively special because of the snow magic and the weird pointing at the Doctor through time and
the Sutek thing. I mean,
Okay, so I do want to talk about the pointing at the Doctor thing, but I want to wait until they bring up the sign. I want to wait until they bring up the sign.
Yeah, I know they're gonna bring up how the sign.
This is so very evident in my the response to, oh, why did you point at the sign, is so evident in my brain that I need to get this out.
Mm.
I'm jonesing for it.
Oh boy.
But
Well,
let's wait until the best.
I've literally got
was-
popcorn ready
the
for
best
this.
moment.
I was gonna say, like, I'm pretty sure they explain the whole thing with the mom as being, Sutek is there. I
He
forget
didn't see
why
it.
he's there, but it's like, yeah, he
Well, he's
can't.
wrapped
Okay.
around with TARDIS throughout time.
Right,
Yeah,
and he can't
so-
understand why she's so special because he didn't see her face or whatever. Which is like, maybe you don't like that, but I mean, there's a reason for it. It's because
Yeah,
of
like,
spooky
he's-
interdimensional death god magic.
He's literally been around the entire time. He's as invested as we are.
Yeah.
But like, since we're on the topic of Sutek, Ses7 Beetle of Doom says the Beast, aka the Space Devil, really should be a bigger thing than he is. I agree, actually.
What do you
the
mean?
Beast from I'm assuming from the Impossible Planet, the Satan Pit.
Yeah, I'm interested to see that one again. I should rewatch those because I know that that's apparently connected to this somehow. But that's
Yeah, same voice
that was
actor
a-
for the main villain.
and that was a Davies thing too.
Yeah.
I think he wrote that one, right?
Written by Toby Whithouse, though, I think.
Oh, okay. Well,
But oh god, what was I gonna say? But as far as Sutek goes, he is a pretty big thing in the expanded universe. He doesn't show up often,
I don't.
mostly I think because they don't want to spoil him like they've spoiled the Daleks.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But every single time he shows up, he is fucking baller.
Yeah.
It's great.
I was gonna say. I mean, what do you mean by he's not a big enough? Like in the episode,
I'm guessing
literally
just like in the lore.
he annihilates the entire universe in the episode. I was very pleased with.
He does
the
it with
weird-
fucking sand too.
It's
Anakin
so.
Skywalker is seething,
It's
crying
like-
and shitting and pissing.
I mean, it's a great villain, and he manages to defeat him with a spoon. It's so good. Like,
It's very Doctor Who.
yeah, Brain of Morbius. He gets locked in a room with Sarah Jane, and he has to science a way to create fucking chemicals to smoke out the fucking mad scientist guy that's locked them in there. And I'm just like, yeah, that's so perfectly. He's just got to do chemistry to beat the bad guy. It's great. And that's he just basically, he gets a spoon because all he needs is metal, and it manages to stop the guy who turned the whole universe's life into sand. It's great. It's a wonderful resolution to things. And so I don't know what you mean by they didn't make him a big enough deal. He killed everybody.
Well, that's the thing. I think that this person was talking about specifically the Beast from those episodes because they're not officially the same.
What do you mean? Oh, like the Satan Pit Beast?
Yeah, they're not the same thing. They're just voiced by the same guguy.
Well,
and
there's also some
connections.
Yeah, there's
Very
the TARDIS whining in that episode or something. I know you posted a clip.
Yeah,
from it.
it's meant to be like a kind of fucking. Oh my god, it's meant to be an homage.
I
essentially.
mean, hey, fucking Davis said that he had planned this for 50 years, which was part of the Sutek Code.
Yeah.
Which, hey, I respect that.
I didn't fold that into my version of the Sutek cope, but I'm glad that people did.
He said that he was planning it for 50 years. Pyramids of Mars came out 50 years ago. It's if he brings in the original guy, because that's the same actor who played him 50 years ago. He's 90 now or something.
Yeah, he's 91.
Gabriel
which,
Wolf.
Goddamn, sounds really
It sounds
cool for
even
91.
better. He's like a James Earl Jones voice. I don't know why they don't use him in more things. Just generally, he should be in everything. He's great.
God, don't you guys wish you were born with a good voice?
I sure do. But
I could probably fake it if I try, but I don't feel like trying. It's too much energy.
I could believe that Davis had this plan where he was like, we got the same actor here. No, I've got an idea. Just chill. We're going to add a little thing in the script about the TARDIS being fucky. It's getting fucky-wucky, timey-wimey. I could believe it. I mean, this guy's a madman. He seems to have plotted everything out. Never let Russell T. Davis murder anyone. It's a horrifying prospect.
He's definitely going to get further along than fucking Vote
Vote
Saxon.
Saxon,
did,
yeah. Doctor Who creator
You know.
versus fan, it works a little better.
Oh yeah.
Oh God, yeah. If Vote Saxon ever gets off free, but like evidence comes out where we all know he did it, kind of like an OJ kind of deal.
Yeah.
We got to get Russell on the case, man.
Well, I would be very interested to see what the alleged murderer has to say about woke Doctor Who or whatever. I don't know if he had any opinions. I know you watched him. Did he have any opinions about 13's era?
He didn't say anything.
Well, I mean, I know he was mostly just a toy reviewer or whatever. But...
Yeah, it was mostly.
Oh! I'm sorry. My brain blanked. I thought you were talking about Russell for a second. Yeah, he hated 13's era. Ooh, wow.
Well, to be fair, yeah, that's pretty fair. I mean,
to put this nicely, he did have a very weird thing about women. So yeah,
yeah,
I suppose so.
I've said nothing that could get me in legal trouble in the UK.
That's true.
So the spooky cloak, and luckily for us, we've got our answers for those. So he points at the Doctor, not because she was pointing at the Doctor, but because she was pointing at a sign behind him.
Here we go.
And the sign read Ruby Road, and that her pointing at the sign meant that she wanted to name the child Ruby.
Okay, now, Tristan, I know you want to go off, but I will say, I also agree it's like one of the more flimsy elements, the idea that she
I will agree.
Totally looks like she's pointing at the Doctor, but it turns out it's just a sign. Like, that's kind of dumb, but I don't know. It's not that big a deal.
Okay, so before I get into my rant, we have to set a few things up. The woman, Ruby's mom, in her Harry Potter ass cloak. By the way, this was 2004. Cloaks were probably a little bit more common and in quote unquote than they would be nowadays.
I don't know. That was like a fucking Jedi ass cloak.
It was winter, and also she is very poor.
And she also probably wanted to conceal her identity.
I suppose.
So this is also a UK post 9/11.
It's directly said that she had some problems with her father or something. So the whole.
Which the implication of that
she was
it's not as out there. It's not as out there as people think. It is a bit strange that she is wearing a Jedi cloak, but still, you can very easily say, okay, well, she just wanted to conceal her identity.
It should have probably been more like Christmas-y, give her a red one with some snowflake patterns on it. Then it would have made sense.
Yeah,
maybe.
I mean,
so. The woman in the cloak. She was standing about 73 yards away from the TARDIS. Now, it is explained in this finale that the TARDIS's perception filter field is about 73 yards out from the TARDIS. So she was standing just at the edge of that, which means that she probably could fucking see the Doctor. So, in the original version of the scene, the very, as it showed up in the church on Ruby Road, Ruby's mom just walks away. She does not point at the Doctor at all.
Yeah, essentially the original go of it.
Yeah, the original unaltered George Lucas trilogy. So,
before
it is revealed
Luke came in. Yeah.
Yes, it is fucking
bigger Luke.
So it is established in Space Babies, the first episode of the season proper, that the memory of that is changed. Time has changed. And now that we know the full context of the scene, I've kind of developed a bit of a thing. A bit of less of a theory and more of this makes sense and here's why.
Yeah.
So the only thing that's changed between those two different versions of the memory, where she walks away and where she points, is that the Doctor shows up. And, time's a weird fucking thing. It could have taken a little bit to catch up. It's done that before. But she could have very well been pointing at the sign, not because she just wanted to point at a sign and name a child, this is your name, I'm saying to nobody in particular. She probably sees the fucking Doctor and she's like, that's the name of the child right there. Now, it's a bit of a stretch to say, yeah, she was pointing at it to name the child. Yeah, I agree. That's a little bit dumb. But at the very least, the reason for the scene is there.
How did they know
Yeah.
that the child's name was Ruby? Did she like write it on her forehead in Sharpie?
Yeah, I just don't know. I don't know that.
I mean,
There's-
I don't have all the
effectively,
answers.
It's not
Just most
perfect,
of them.
but it's better than
I mean,
they're
it's a
making
good
it sound
generic
like it is.
name.
Yeah.
It's like, well, not generic, well, not necessarily
Well-
generic, but it's like a good name you can just throw for a kid. It's
Well, that's
yeah,
the
not
thing.
but
bad as
they
dumb.
point out that the mom gave her the name and not just the like people that adopted her or whatever. So
Yeah, I do
Oh,
think that
very
the
cool.
official quote unquote story for that is the mom was like, "Hey, this kid's named Ruby." Then the doctor just fucks off, as he's
Yeah.
wont to do. And then the rescue workers, like, you know, the priest found the baby, and the rescue workers were like, "Okay, cool, we're gonna name this kid after the road."
yeah.
So I think the point of that scene was she named Ruby first.
I
again,
mean,
That core part of it, that's dumb. That's stupid. I agree.
we also don't
It
necessarily
doesn't.
know the full story.
It doesn't
yet.
make the episode horrible.
No.
Are you kidding me?
No, and we don't necessarily know the full story yet, because yeah, like you say, that I mean, it feels like they're definitely making more of a purpose of like making it timey wimey now again too. Like, because I've been watching the old series, and very infrequently did they actually do anything with the time travel element of the show. And now in the new Who,
Yeah.
especially like Moffat era, but even now it seems like they're
Moffat went crazy with that sort of thing.
they're getting into this sort of like River Song is the fucking she's the characterization of that, obviously, you know. But they're getting into that sort of thing where it's like I wouldn't be surprised if it is this kind of time paradox thing where like she's special because the TARDIS came down because of her, because he met her, because you know, like time folding in on itself, basically. I wouldn't be surprised if that seems to be kind of what it's getting at a little bit, is just like various weird kind of time paradoxes of like, because the Doctor goes back in time to meet her fucking when at the church on Ruby Road, but it's like maybe him going back and doing that and the mom seeing that is like what led to everything happening, you know, set it all in motion. And I mean, I don't know if that's necessarily the case, but like it seems to be that we're definitely fucking around with time a lot more in this season, which I enjoy. That I enjoy that the time travel show is about time travel. It's good because I think Chibnall kind of strayed away from that too, and I think we should.
Chibnall did it a little bit. He was less, you know, hesitant, I would guess, to do time travel shit as Russell in his first era. Russell didn't really do that much.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
Chibnall did a little bit of time travel shenanigans, which was fine. It was all right.
Yeah. Well, Russell didn't do it, but then Moffat kind of fucking set the standard with that of like, guys, time travel show. Let's fucking get it going here. What are we doing? Let's make it a time travel show. Let's do this thing. And I mean that's kind of what they're doing here. So it seems to me like part of the mystery is involving the fact, like you say, like the Doctor shows up, and that seems to be why did he show up? Because he meets her in the future, so he goes back to the past and meets her there. And
Yeah, I don't think anybody's questioning why he showed up, because that's Church on Ruby Road. There was goblins, you know.
Right, goblins. Everybody knows the goblins, but like he shows up because of the goblins and all that, and yeah, I mean, like I do feel like it's ultimately that sort of thing. So it's not going to necessarily all be explained right now. I mean, again, the second season series, whatever, is coming out in, well, I think that's next year probably. There's going to be like a Christmas special. It's just alarming how much people have written this off because the ongoing narrative isn't entirely wrapped up yet.
Well, that's the thing.
It's
I do
still
think the
ongoing.
I do personally think the Ruby story is mostly over.
Yeah, mostly.
It's
I mean,
fine as it is. I mean, it's not great. It's not stellar, but it's fine. It's good.
Yeah, I mean, it's.
I mean, I
mostly
think they're gonna
fine.
wrap up. I think you're gonna wrap up most of her stuff with the Christmas specials. I think.
I don't think she's going to be in this one. This new
Oh,
one.
okay.
But she's going to be in.
Following the.
She's going to be in, I
specials.
believe, the second half of next season.
Okay, so kind of wrapping up the back half, the back four,
Yeah.
the back
Yeah,
four.
I'm thinking.
Hopefully, it's longer the next season.
I don't think
Please
it
back
is.
it.
I don't think it's going to be longer next season, but we can pray for season 3, you know.
God damn it.
But fuck, what was I saying? But I think specifically with her showing up, I feel like we're gonna get some Mrs. Flood answers next season. Because she's their next door neighbor.
People apparently just don't give a shit, and I'm like, I don't know.
I don't understand how someone could not give a shit.
I'm confused, especially by people who claim they're disappointed by the finale. I mean, if you don't like the whole season and you also don't like the finale, it's like, okay, fine.
That makes sense.
For anyone who's like, what a disappointing finale, it's like, if you liked the rest of the season, I feel like you probably would have been into what they do here. I mean, I guess if you're really into the fucking snow mystery or whatever, it's kind of just like a motif, you know. I don't know. I feel like most of what you get is really fucking satisfying. All the core Sutek fucking stuff is great. All the main Doctor actions, fucking, there's lots of Doctor action, you know. Everyone fucking dies. Like, the idea of someone enjoying the rest of the season and then seeing the finale and being disappointed by that. If you're disappointed by the whole thing, okay, fair. But if you're disappointed by the finale and liked the rest, that's just crazy to me. I don't know about that. I guess if it must be like the real specific, it must literally be like the TARDIS wiki thing where you're just like, yeah, I mean, I didn't get every possible answer that I could have gotten, or I guess they weren't maybe all that satisfying. It's just so funny, like, people weren't happy with, like, any of the other bad finales either. I mean, like, you know, Series 3, again, the Toclafane and all of that, you know, It was not exactly received well, and it's like, I don't know, I guess it's not, the series isn't over because the finale was not a 10 out of 10. And it was just maybe like an 8 out of 10 with some flaws.
Yeah,
you know?
just like how the series wasn't over when the Doctor changed from an old man to some weird Beatles-looking dude, or when the action hero Third Doctor became a silly buffoon with a huge ass scarf,
or when that buffoon became a stupid young loser with a celery lapel.
Or when that stupid young loser had the best goddamn episode ever, and then instantly he's replaced by an actual homicidal maniac, dressed in the funkiest ass suit you've ever seen.
Yeah, literally every Doctor Who. I mean, like, okay, there's always going to be negativity. There's going to be criticism for anything. But it's just funny, it's just like every single change they ever made was just met with so much criticism throughout the whole series. This is really nothing new. I mean, just people being just whining about the show not being exactly what they want it to be. I hate to bring out the entitlement word, but that's kind of where it's like, I don't know, man. You know,
it's what it feels like.
It's been like this for fucking 60 years of just people being like, this stupid new loser Doctor, and he's half human, and he's kissing people now, and oh god.
Don't remind me of that stupid fucking twist. I could go all day about how that doesn't work in the context of the story.
It sure doesn't.
She mute by any chance? Can she not just shout that at him?
I don't even understand that at all. She doesn't even know the Doctor is there, I think. She's just not... Imagine yourself dropping off a baby, and then I guess you just ominously point at a sign to show the name of the thing, the name of the road being the inspiration for the name of the kid. That's what the explanation for that is.
But it's like the title.
I can't believe I'm defending this shit because they're coming at it from the wrong way.
Doctor Who has completely destroyed itself because it's like got a slightly disappointing reveal in the finale. Are you kidding me? That's such a stupid fucking clickbait title is my main problem right now. Like, we're 4 minutes in, I'm sure we'll get more into it, but your first 4 minutes so far, it's just been, there was a bit of a disappointing reveal. Wah! Really? Is that the biggest problem in the world? We're starting with that. I mean, I guess it's a stream clip. But like, yeah, it's almost bad. Well, no, I mean it's not that level. That's like a throwaway gag to scream about. But
Yeah, the editor in chat says this is nostalgia critic levels of nitpicking. So
I see.
do a
Well,
little for
yes.
New York.
it is a little bit. I mean, it is that kind of thing. It's fair to say it's not the best twist or whatever, the best, like, reveal, but it's just to act like that's ruining the whole fucking episode. Like, imagine,
Doctor Who has survived worse without any sort of kerfuffle.
Yeah. I mean, imagine...
Like absolutely, the show's been off of the air for like 12 years. It's been in limbo for like a good few number of times, enough to count on two hands. All of those are way worse than woman points at sign. It's not 100%. We're not 100% sure why.
Yeah.
It's
such a minor thing. There's been so much worse. And this, I mean, to say that it's completely destroyed itself. I know this is just a stream clip, so it's like, it's not edited like perfectly with like the best points up front. They're just talking. So I get it.
Yeah, just
but,
like us.
Yeah, that's
You're
fair.
just talking.
But I'm just imagining someone who hasn't watched the stream, or hasn't watched the show rather, and they don't know anything about this. They don't know about the finale and how cinematic it is, and how, how interesting a lot of the reveals and like resolutions are. Like the reveal of the villain. We're not talking about how great the villain reveal was. And how me, who never even watched Pyramids of Mars at that point, was like, oh god, this is the coolest shit ever.
Pyramids of Mars was my first... Well, I forget if it was the Three Doctors or Pyramids of Mars that I watched first, but it was my first Fourth Doctor story. It was within my first two classic Doctor Who stories in general. It is my favorite classic Who story. And I was incredibly high during the first part of the finale. I was on the moon. Yeah, I'm not talking about THC levels. I'm talking about elation, brother.
I need to. So we are very biased, especially Tristan, because Tristan is.
I like Sutekh.
Well, yeah, we had the whole meme, and I don't know if this was an extant meme in the like Doctor Who community, but the Sutekh cope, because I didn't know who.
That's an the. People thinking that it's Sutekh, that's not just a me thing. A lot of people clocked that, but specifically calling it Sutekh coping, that's me. That's all me, baby.
I see. Well, the Sutekh cope
if you bring up someone saying Sutekh coping before I did, it's wrong.
Well,
no, it might have been said before me. I came up with it myself.
The vibe.
It's an easy thing to come up with.
The vibe of the Discord chat with Gabe has been. That's the name of the Discord chat. It's with Gabe.
Yeah, that's actually the name of it. With Gabe, trademark.
Yeah. There is a trademark. I forgot the trademark, but it's been very. Dude, it's totally gonna be Sutekh, and I'm like, I think I did see Pyramids of Mars like 10 years ago, but I didn't really remember it, and
yeah, the vibe in the chat was that it was either Sutekh or the Trickster.
And I was like, so who's Sutekh? And you explained why you thought it was going to be Sutekh. And I was like, that's actually really convincing. I hope it's Sutekh. That sounds cool. And then it turned out that it was Sutekh. and the reveal where it goes from like Susan Triad Technologies to Sue-Tech.
Yeah, the second Susan shorted to Sue, you should have heard me.
Yeah,
should have heard me.
I wish we were on the call or something at the time.
That would have been great. But fuck, what, like, such a good reveal, man. It's probably going to go down in history as one of the best Doctor Who cliffhangers.
And it sucks to me, like, because I've watched AFAP before sometimes, and I watch a lot of videos that are just like the person. They talk about the movie. It's like Red Letter Media or whatever, YMS. And I watch that kind of stuff, and I'm like, it sucks for me now that I'm realizing, like, I have watched The Thing. I'm like that Anthony Gramuglia guy who was like, media critics are lying to you. and the solution is to just consume product and figure it out for yourself. But it's like, it's true a little bit. I've watched the thing, and now I'm like, so it's weird that they're focusing so much on this slightly disappointing reveal instead of talking about how fucking hype the Sutek thing was, or any of the other good part. It's just full loaded on negativity. There's no fucking positivity in this, and I don't get it.
Yeah,
like,
or
there
like
has to be
how
something
they
they liked.
how they tied that motherfucker to a leash like the dog he is. Keelhauled that
And
bastard
just
beneath the TARDIS.
Sent him out
Yeah.
into the fucking fuck him.
Drop kick that bitch.
It was great.
I don't give a fuck. That shit was the coolest thing ever.
It was great, and yeah, they're fully loaded on just negativity, because I guess that's what sells. That's what people are here for. They don't want it to be, I guess, super balanced or fair. They just want to be, I heard the new Doctor Who's bad. Let's find out why. And that's kind of the cycle of, I don't know, there's like a weird cycle there where it's like, apparently the ratings are actually quite good, but it's like, man, if something fails and it's because of this cycle of people that, I don't know, are either just, I don't know, just rage baiting, or they never saw it, like some people,
There's a lot of people do that
I'm-
with things that are actually really good. I'm not gonna name anything because I'll get immediately clowned on. But
I mean, it's possible they just didn't
What,
like
you're
anything
gonna-
in the season. And they don't
Yeah,
wanna
like
mention
it's
anything.
possible. It's possible that they didn't like it. It's possible that they really, fully, truly didn't like it.
Yeah.
But a lot of people who are like criticizing haven't seen it.
Well, yeah,
just
these
barely.
guys seem like
And
they
I'm
have,
not-
or at
I'm
least
not- I'm not
Mahler
s-
seems to have. But
I'm not saying any specific person, so if you come at me with like, oh well, this person, no.
well, I can
I'm
say
not talking about that
I
person.
can't say anybody specific, but I can say we specifically watched people recently who admitted that they had never watched Doctor Who and didn't watch the fucking
don't-
thing.
I don't have a
I-
clip from that guy.
Yeah, there
I
was
know
a few
who you're
people.
talking
So
about.
I can't spam pronouns. I wonder if there is a clip of him saying
It
pronouns.
should be.
man,
So it's another your parents aren't
Probably.
special thing, right? That's what I.
Well, I mean,
specifically put up on.
there's that, but I'm just blown away already by the fact that you decided to have the explanation for doing the spooky point at a person who came from a time machine has nothing to do with anything other than naming the kid. But yeah, okay, so that explains that. The reason she was wearing a cloak was Russell T Davies was asked this, and he said she wore a cloak,
Okay.
which is pretty obvious why she wore the cloak. Was not her choosing, but it was time shrouding her.
Okay,
Okay,
So,
first of all, I just
that was.
okay. Go
I
ahead.
will go ahead and say that's a stupid ass explanation from Russell.
yeah, that's really dumb.
He really
That's
could have
really dumb.
just said she was trying not
was
to be
fucking-
recognized.
It was
Yeah.
fucking snowing.
Why the hell else would you wear a huge ass coat if you don't want to be recognized and also it is cold?
I mean, yeah, I'm willing to give him that this one point is maybe a point to criticize, but it just seems like
Yeah, that's a dumb take from
Yeah, like-
Russell,
I
but
guess,
I'm defending all of this, but
We're
it's
like
not
5 minutes
perfect,
into
of
this
course.
one point, basically. Though that's my main thing. Also, I
Well,
love.
he spent a minute to talk about how politics ?
Yeah, Roger Ep William and all that. I like this super chat from this guy in their chat that points out something about Capcom producing the early GTA games in Japan, which is so funny that it seems to be unrelated to anything really, but it's like, don't you recognize that's basic?
It's a cool fact.
It's a cool fact. That's basically what Disney's doing with the Doctor Who here. I mean, they're just
Yeah.
kind of
Like
kind of distributing it.
they have made 2 changes and it's literally just like small shit. They added that David Tennant.png PowerPoint presentation at the beginning of the Star Beast. That was dumb, admittedly.
Hmm.
They
I
didn't
kinda
add it
get it,
themselves, but they
but-
were like, "Hey Russell, you should add this because we don't have, a whole 13 seasons of the 2005 Doctor Who on our service."
yeah.
And then they added a scene at the beginning of the Christmas special where the Doctor talks to that police guy, the policeman.
Policeman.
Which, again, both of those are just like suggestions. They've not mandated anything. They haven't.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
I mean,
Yeah,
we don't
okay, I'm
technically.
They haven't
Cool,
mandated
though.
anything. They're not meddling in the like studios thing. They're watching the finished cut of the episodes, and then they're like, "We recommend this."
Yeah, I mean that's usual, like studio. No, like that's common.
Yeah,
Like,
I
it's-
mean, but it also
It's publishing
like,
shit. It's
I
just
guess-
they're just fucking publishing it. Ah!
Yeah, you know, if you're published, even like a book, you're gonna get some
I
critiques
feel like I
from
should
the
put on the
publisher.
fucking Groucho glasses.
You're going full pronouns guy, but instead of pronouns, it's publishers.
What?
You're joking.
He's
Time?
not only did he say it was time shrouding her, he said it's pretty obvious.
You're nah. Come on.
How does time
It's
shroud you?
5 minutes now on a nitpick. I mean, it's a fair nitpick. I guess I agree.
Yeah.
It's kind of a stupid. I mean, I was also a little unsatisfied with that specific part, but overall I liked that she wasn't fucking Amy Pond or some dumb shit. I liked that it was just some
Yeah.
lady. I was more focused. I guess it is just to me like I always joke like, oh, this is just a glass half full problem, glass half empty. It really feels that way where I'm like, I was like apprehensive because I heard it was the woke Doctor Who, and I'm like, yeah, I don't know, maybe I'll watch it. I guess I'll watch it where everybody else is catching up with it. Yeah, sure. And every episode I was like, how's this new one? I remember there was one where I was like, how's the new one? And Gabe was like, it's pretty good. I was like, is it woke? That's kind of a joke. And he was like, yeah, but in a good way. And my immediate thought was, that's probably really subjective. Uh-oh. And I did not at any point roll my eyes after the fucking special. After the Star
Which
Beast,
one? Which one was it?
binary. I think it was,
That was cringe.
that was
absolutely
cringe.
cringe.
Yeah, that whole,
Yeah.
a lot of the stuff in that episode was cringe.
Much love to Russell. Much love to Yasmin Finney. That shit was cringe.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
there
I'm
was
so
some
sorry.
And the people still took it out of context. What was crazy about that was people, like these rage baiter YouTubers, they still had to like find a tweet that took it out of context where I had to defend that stupid cringe shit in that episode because I'm like, well, okay, yeah, this sucks, but you're not taking into account this scene, or like you never saw the Donna and the Doctor and how they behave with each other before, and you have
it's
no
like,
idea
they're very
their
snarky.
relationship.
That
They
shit was
really-
baffling to me.
Yeah,
Because in 2008, Doctor Who was at the height of its popularity. I just made a really suspicious, arm movement. So, glad we're not on camera.
Didn't want that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's for the best. That was when Donna shows up and she's chastising him and emasculating him. They do this to humiliate you. Doctor Who is a
They do.
humiliation ritual for the whites. That's the thing.
They do this to give you a boner and
Think about what they've taken from you.
So you're either in a certain place.
I will.
Horny again.
I will give them this. They haven't gone full like Doctor Who woke yet. They haven't done that
Yeah.
yet. That's fair.
not yet.
I hope they don't.
I hope they probably. I mean, they probably will. That seems to be what
I
a
have
lot of
not
this devolves
rewatched
into.
this.
No,
I hope not.
I was thinking I would, but I'm like, no, I want to save this. But yeah, they haven't done that yet. I hope they don't. So far, though, it is. I'll give it to them. This is a fair critique, but we're 5 minutes into this nitpick.
A certain time or you're not, right?
Or you're in that place, but you're in a big cloak because if somebody uses a super duper futuristic machine by putting a VCR in there that like recreates a place in the past, then when they see you, you'll be in a cloak because that's more dramatic.
It
Also,
gets worse.
I really hope someone got fired for that blunder. Am I right, fellas?
I do want to specify on the time window thing, the VCR thing that Plague Doctor guy just mentioned. I don't know their fucking names. So the VCR thing, the time window was fueled not only by just that VCR, which was pointed away from the church and it was mostly just snow, but the time window was powered not only by that VCR, but also by Ruby and the Doctor's memories of that night. Mostly, partially Ruby because she has that memory thing where the snow, and that's why the snow was there, by the way. That's the plot reason for the snow,
Right.
to set up the time window.
Yeah.
But
Which, by the way, was a cool thing they haven't used since like the Third Doctor or
oh,
something.
it's so good. It's so
Yeah.
fucking cool. But oh god, lost my place. But the VHS was there to literally just establish the facts that happened there. The positions of certain snowflakes, the road, stuff like that. And then their memories expand the VHS out to fill the time window and actually see what the fuck they want to see. It is explicitly stated in that scene. It's not even not like, oh, it's in my head and it's all evident. It's explicitly stated that memory is doing the lifting there.
Memory and time and psychic timey bullshit, Yeah. And
like,
you have to have.
You can
have
nitpick
to
if it makes sense or not all you want.
Well, yeah, you have to
stated.
suspend your disbelief. The guy flies around in space in a magic box. What the fuck do you want? Sometimes there was a scene with the Master, with John Sim Master, where he's just shooting lightning out of his hands, and I don't know why he has
Skeletor
lightning.
Master.
I don't know why he has lightning powers. I don't know why he is the Emperor Palpatine, but he is. Like,
I actually do know, and it's the stupidest fucking reason. So at the beginning of the End of Time Part 1, the cult of Harold Saxon, which is who the Master, the Master's essentially secret identity when he's sent to
his Roger Ap William, where by the way they already Russell already did a politics man taking over the world story, and people did did they complain about that too? Was there any like pushback like this is totally the Tories or something? I don't remember the backlash to that specific episode, mostly because I wasn't around at the time, but also because I just haven't really looked into it. I do know that some people thought that Roger Ap William was going to be the Master because of the fucking Harold Saxon thing, which, man, whatever you think about Russell, he's not that dumb. Good Lord. Yeah.
But, oh, good Lord, what was I saying? Shit. So, Harold Saxon.
Oh, yeah.
The cult of Harold Saxon. Oh, hang on, my Spider-Man alarm's going off.
Of course, absolutely.
Oh man, what a conversation this has been.
Don't explain that.
Everywhere.
No content.
Yeah, you're not getting an explanation for the Spider-Man alarm. But that made me lose my fucking my train of thought again.
Harold Saxon cult.
The cult of Harold Saxon.
I love
took his ring. Took his ring from when he was cremated, which has his genetic imprint in it, and then they make the potions from the secret books of Saxon, and they put the ring in, which has his genetic imprint, and then they take like the lipstick of his like wife who shot him, because apparently she hasn't cleaned her mouth since she shot him, since last time they kissed, and she still has his genetic imprint on, like, she has his genetic imprint on her fucking lips. So they,
ladies and gentlemen, I just want to
throw it into the secret potion.
I just want to say Russell T Davies has improved a lot.
What kind of DNA was on her lips?
Keep going. Tell me more about this great story penned by this same writer but it's only bad now, guys.
Lucy Saxon, Harold Saxon's wife, the Master's wife, who shot him, anticipated this and had the counter potion just on hand, threw it into the potion.
You gotta have the counter potion.
And then the whole the whole building exploded, but the Master survived. He was like in the middle of resuscitation,
but his dick wouldn't work anymore because of the counter potion.
It's essentially something fucked up, like with the resurrection. And so now he's Skeletor Master, who has like all of this energy but no way to contain it. So yeah, Russell T Davies is weird.
Yeah. I mean,
secret potions of Saxon have been living rent free in my head since fucking 2012.
Secret potions of Saxon, right. Again, I'm just like, here's the thing. So I was gonna bring up this. We're 5 minutes into this criticism about the mom thing, and I get it. It's not an unfair criticism, but we're talking about how the show can be kind of dumb sometimes. And you know what's a really dumb moment is when Bill Potts defeats a group of interdimensional, super powerful space monks by super projecting images of her mom into their brains or something. And that stops them.
Yeah,
you want to talk about
cool?
It's kind of cool. It's kind of cool, but it was really stupid though. And like, if you're gonna talk about this like cloak shit,
Claw, stop describing Doctor Who. They haven't seen it yet. You're spoiling it.
That's true. They need to watch the show eventually. That would be a good idea.
So we find out that the parents being, average people that have no universal significance, despite the fact that everybody all over the world was obsessed with finding out this mystery. Apparently,
Everybody
that was
all over the
inspired by
world. Hold
something.
on.
Do you know what it
What
was?
the fuck? Stupid ass. No, it was the Doctor, Ruby. Oh God, what's her name? Dana something. She's a Davina something. She's a UK celebrity. Ruby's
No,
family,
Oh,
and then Unit eventually. That's it.
yeah.
You don't have fucking
Unit
Jim John Jibble Jonah over here like,
Steven
who is Ruby's
from
mother?
Ohio. Yeah.
You don't even have like other characters that are like obsessed with finding
And I
out.
mean-
You know, it's just the principal cast, the people who this actually matters to.
Well, and like Unit
And
wouldn't
then the
give
Doctor.
a shit until it became kind of fucking relevant to the plot or whatever, or if the Doctor asked them or whatever. It's not like Unit was dying to find out about Ruby's mom.
They're just like, hey, we have DNA stuff. We have a better database than probably most of the world. We'll just plug
Probably,
the DNA into here.
Probably owe the Doctor like 1,000 favors, so fucking go for it.
More
you
than
know?
1,000. Holy shit!
Yeah.
with all the shit that they do behind his back, nah.
Yeah.
Oh,
No.
buddy.
Can you think of another story where someone's parents turned out to be
Oh,
nothing
Oh,
special?
Ray?
oh.
Yeah, that's where
It's
the,
quite
Last
funny.
Jedi
There's
connection
all
is.
behind the scenes thing where Russell T
I
is
really hope season 2 doesn't totally reverse that and make her mom like secretly the master's clone, the master, bigger,
Well, I think-
bigger master.
I think Xbox 360 profile image here is that Mahler in the middle?
middle, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. So I think Mahler's about to say, and I'll just go ahead and say, the reason that Russell did this, made Ruby's mom a normal person, is because he actually liked the idea that Rey was a nobody in The Last Jedi.
hmm
And then Rise of Skywalker just said,
Fuck that.
just kidding, she's a fucking Palpatine.
Well, okay, but
Yeah.
you have to.
Expected us all to be like, yes,
You-
yay, that's a name I recognize.
You have to recognize, Tristan, that it's Last Jedi bad, though. So you're stupid.
Oh yeah. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. You're so right. Last Jedi bad.
It's bad.
I'd literally rather watch Last Jedi than ever watch. And I literally have a copy of Rise of Skywalker someone gave me for Christmas
Mhm.
right here, and I could watch it at any time.
At any moment.
But I didn't.
At the slightest
could.
provocation. I need to watch Last Jedi because I saw
Eventually, you're gonna pull that trigger.
I saw the first
I-
and the third one, and I didn't watch Last Jedi because everyone on YouTube told me it was bad. So, now I'm recognizing, like, yeah, I guess when you front load it with just, like, even, like, if this is a fair nitpick, and I'm like, come on, man. This is, like, if no one knows, if there's people in chat, I'm assuming there's people that have never watched Doctor Who. They're just watching because they like me, they like you guys, they want to have a fun stream to put on.
Find better, find better people to like than me.
Go put on Doctor
Me
Who
at least,
sometime.
yeah.
But
Yes.
But if you don't know anything and they're just telling you this, and it's basically just like, yeah, so there's new Doctor Who, and so there's like a companion and blah blah blah. It's like such a dismissive like explanation. It's not going over any of the episodes, what they're about. It's not going over again the Sutekh twist, any of the cool reveals, nothing. I mean, we've spoiled it if you haven't seen it, but don't worry about it. Who gives a shit?
Yeah.
Watch it anyway. It's the journey, not the destination.
It's the journey, not the destination, and they're really front loading it with negativity in such a way where I'm like, because normally I don't watch these things, and then I watch people talk about them, and now I'm watching the thing, and I'm watching someone talking about it, and it's like, oh, this is just so negative, and like obviously, I don't even know if it's rage baity or like what exactly this is. But
That's the thing.
It just
the
seems
common
very,
consensus.
very
The common
pessimistic.
consensus. The common consensus is that this fucking finale is bad.
I don't get
I mean,
it.
you have JXE, you have
get it.
Fairies, you have Harbo Holmes, you have like a lot of people saying that it's bad, and I'm gonna be real, I don't really get it.
I don't understand it.
I understand
even
some
if
of the
you don't,
criticism.
again, I'm willing to give it to them. They're right. The mom thing's a little dumb, but even if you don't like some of the fucking reveals, this is heads and tails fucking better than like half of the fucking finales in New Who. Like, come on.
Yeah, if you don't like this Ruby Sunday twist, then I have good news for you. There's 45 whole other minutes of plot there.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of other shit going on. Focus on Ncuti Gatwa's amazing acting when he's throughout the whole episode when he's
Phenomenal performance.
It's just incredible. He's so emotional when he needs to be, angry, sad. He's funny moments.
Gets mad this episode.
It's
great.
Full fucking gamut of emotion, and then you have that you haven't mentioned the wonderful return. Not for the first time. She was back in the finale or in one of the specials.
Bonnie
too,
Langford, my beloved.
Mel,
please
is
return
back.
my calls.
I just started watching some like 6th and 7th Doctor stuff. People, I guess they didn't like Mel very much. I don't know, because she like screamed loudly or something. But I think she's kind of cool. I like her a lot more now. I like her as action grandma.
Yeah, she was not good when she was with the Doctor for the first time, which is a damn shame because they set her up to be good, and then they made her damsel in distress number 45.
Not necessarily. The one I saw, Paradise Towers, was amazing, where she's explicitly set up to be saved by this fucking handsome buff dude named Pex. And
nice.
And Pex,
I haven't seen Paradise Towers, to be fair.
Pex turns out to, well, spoilers, Pex turns out to be a giant fucking loser, coward, beta bitch male. And so she has to like save him, and half the time, and all the women gang members just call him a chicken shit and a cowardly cutlet. I thought they called him a cucklet. I caught like a little cuckold, like a cucklet. I thought that, but it was cutlet, like a pork cutlet. But they call him that, and there's a whole great resolution to that. All I'm saying, she's relatively capable, but she was great in this, and she had some great stuff going on. We haven't talked about that at all. It's just front loaded with like the knittest of picks that I agree with, but I mean, damn, it's not the biggest deal. I don't know. I guess if you're really invested in like the story with the mom, but like, were you? I mean, it seems like you're very negative, Mahler, toward the show. So it's like, were you really that invested in the story with the mom that you're this upset that that's overshadowed everything else in the episode? Like, yeah, I don't know. I get it if you're super invested and you're just disappointed, but I don't know.
I do want to try to reduce interruptions, but Mr. Spoodersaurus says maybe the problem is that they treat Doctor Who like the Bible, which I could see, but also sometimes I don't know. I feel like they're more. Shit, you might actually be right. I'm trying to give them the benefit of the doubt.
Well, I mean,
I'm doing my best here.
I don't know. It's weird too, because like, again, where I think like every step of the fucking way of like New Who or even Old Who, it's just people criticizing and being like, it needs to go back to the way it was. It's not good anymore. These changes are ruining it. So I'm like, at what point were you satisfied by it? Was it when they had the romantic Doctor who kept kissing women with David Tennant, or was it when you had the youngest ever Doctor who can't play the Doctor Who? He's too young. He's not old enough to be Doctor Who. That's insane. Or was it when they hired another white man, an old white man? Or was it when they hired a woman? Or like, when was Doctor Who like acceptable for any of these people? I don't understand these people that are like so.
Honestly, Doctor Who died when that weirdo like Beatles looking dude took over Bill Hartnell's role. I can't fucking believe they did that. Rest in peace, Doctor Who, 1963 to 1966.
I mean, there's the video from Drew Gooden that talks about how people claim that SNL hasn't been good since the 70s, and it's like it had like 1 or 2 seasons even in the 70s. It was around for like 2 years in the 70s, or 3 or 4 or something, but it was barely a footnote in the fucking 70s. It blew up in like the 80s and 90s, so it's like it's one of those stupid things like the Gen 1ers. Pokemon hasn't been good since Red and Blue. Like, no, dipshit. Red and Blue had a lot of fucking problems, and there were clearly better ones after, but like, I don't know where they draw the line of like, oh, this was when Doctor Who was good. Because every time I'm just like, oh, you mean like 12, where he had an explicitly lesbian companion who mentions it sometimes. It's a plot point sometimes. They have a whole episode about how colonization is stupid and British colonizers were dumb. You know, was he when Doctor Who wasn't irrevocably ruined, I guess? That was before Woman Who, right? So, like, I don't know, it's completely destroyed at this point. I guess Woman Who didn't mostly... it took a woman and a black. That's what it took to destroy Doctor Who. I mean, I guess that, that makes sense.
Like, there was the Star Wars trilogy. I don't remember the names of the films, but I thought it was very good and interesting that Rey's parents turned out to be, nobody.
I think it's hilarious
and then the next
that
film
Russell
made
doesn't
it that
remember
she was
the names of the sequel trilogy. I think that's funny.
That's pretty good.
the kid of Palpatine, and I don't like that. But I like the other one where it's the parents nobody.
Why?
Why wouldn't you?
Why? What?
What do you mean, you fucking... I think that was Little Platoon, who I've watched some of his videos, and now I'm questioning, like, a little bit. I don't know.
That platoon needs to be fucking smaller.
Then the next film made it that she was.
So is this the quote from RTD or like
I think it's the
summary
quote
of
from
It was
RTD,
the Star Wars trilogy. I don't remember the names of the film where Russell T is like. There was the Star Wars trilogy. I don't remember the names of the films, but I thought it was very good and interesting that Rey's parents turned out to be, nobody. And then the next film made it that she was the kid of Palpatine, and I don't like that. But I like the other one where it's the parents nobody.
So why is that a problem? Is it literally just Last Jedi bad? Is that it? Is that the only reason? Because I
wonder if these people prefer Rise of Skywalker.
I mean, like, I'm happy that there's somebody did that kind of twist now in a popular piece of media that was effectively pulled off, more or less, and it wasn't just immediately fucking shit upon. I mean, I guess
it's bad because Cloak. It's bad because Cloak and Point.
It's not perfect, but, like, man, it's a lot better than it was in that fucking thing. Even in Last Jedi, I don't think they necessarily, from what I've heard anyway, I don't know if they necessarily pulled it off that great, but then they totally fucking reversed it anyway.
I'll keep this brief because this is turning into not Doctor Who. This is turning from Doctor Who into Star Wars talk.
Hey, it's culture war talk, but it's not really. It's just
sci-fi
media.
Let me bring out the button.
Pronouns. We haven't gotten woke yet.
Hey, you guys hear about Dr. Disrespect?
A minor.
Right, so fuck. So real quick, just to touch on the Last Jedi twist reveal thing, it would have been a lot better if the reveal had come plainly during like that dream sequence kind of thing that Rey had on the island. I feel like that if it was revealed there and then she had to spend the rest of the movie grappling with that, it would have been better. But as it stands, Kylo Ren's just like, oh yeah, your parents are nothing. It's not as casual as I'm, making it out to be. This happens at the end of a massive duel where they have to like team up, and Kylo's like,
"Is that the one where all of the enemies? Was that the one where they all pause to wait for?
Yeah, the choreography wasn't fantastic in that scene.
It's a nice. It looks nice. The scene is shot well.
It looks so cool.
Yeah, it's
like the cinematography in all of the films is great all around.
Yeah. No, I mean, I don't know. I know
good cinematography, I think, is pretty cheap these days.
Mahler definitely has talked about the Star Wars movies. I'm not that.
He's talked about them.
Yeah.
Good lord, if my recommendations are anything to go by.
I'm not even sure yet at this point, 6 minutes in, if he's actually watched the show yet. I would assume that he has as he's recounting this, but it could easily be just that one of those scenarios where because we've seen people do this where they just like read tweets that are like get themselves out of context, and then they just take some shit out of context from that. And
what is his name?
Yeah,
Shad? It was Ryan Kinnell did that. I think Shad did some of that. RK Outpost was definitely. I think Az did some. The pronouns guy. I think he did some of that. I don't know. But there was definitely some people we saw that were... to their credit, they admitted it, but it still seems like weird to me that you're making a video that's this like rage bait thing, and you're like, no, to be fair, I've never seen it, and I know nothing about it, and have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about, but, Like, okay, dude, well, I guess you can make the video. It's just, it's fucking stupid. Now, but yeah, he's probably watched it. It just seems like he's explaining this to some people that haven't watched it. And again,
these people are having some very surface level judgments of it.
well, because they're being delivered just exclusively this one potentially fair criticism, but very overblown and none of the good stuff, and they aren't seeing any of it or hearing the amazing music, by the way. You know, it can't be understated that music in movies and TV is an important part of tricking people into thinking the show is good. Admittedly, maybe the show wouldn't work as well without the fucking Murray Gold score pounding in your fucking ears.
Oh, it absolutely wouldn't.
No,
I mean,
and a lot of
the
shows
Chibnall era
wouldn't.
was a testament to that.
Yeah. Like Lost was a great show, and part of the reason it was great was because the fucking Michael Giacchino score was absolutely happening. And a lot of the time that'll do. I mean, Star Wars is another great example. You remove John Williams from that shit, and it's a very different situation. So Doctor Who, especially this season, very led by its music, to the point where it's got a musical, episode, and it's got musical numbers throughout the show. I wish they had done more. Actually,
I loved all the different versions of the 15th Doctor's theme.
Yeah. They have a lot of
what a good theme.
It's a great season for like background music if you want to. Now, I will say I'm kind of preferring the vibe of classic Who, like in the 80s when it just had weird synth Tangerine Dream style music.
Yeah.
I think that fits better, but like it's very cinematic, good, like orchestra, action music or whatever. It's good stuff. And so that's driving a lot of it too. And so yeah, you're just being explained this and you don't have any of that or any of the context. Like, yeah, it's probably going to sound pretty dumb when it's just like some woman in a cloak and I guess she points and I don't know, it's stupid. Like, you can really reduce anything to that, like any good Doctor Who. I don't know. He's in a castle for like 1,000,000 years or something, and he just punches a wall or something.
Heaven Sent, the best episode of Doctor Who, by the way, is such a shit episode because he could have used that shovel to break through the wall, and it only would have taken him, a third less time, but it still would have saved, a lot of time for him to break through that wall, instead of punching it.
Yeah, he had to hurt his hand.
Such a shit episode because of this one
0 out of 10
consistency.
Awful, unredeemable, irredeemable.
Yeah,
awful.
I hate it. It's also missing a VFX shot. What's up with that?
Oh my god. Yeah. They even had a Starbucks cup in it. It's crazy.
Why?
Everyone who says that just doesn't understand that race still needs to be explained then.
Oh, I find it fucking hilarious that this awful story, the foundation
based
for it
on
was
the sequel trilogy's protagonist, one of those forgettable, nothing, worthless characters in the history of fiction that was completely squandered.
It's cool that they managed to do something with it. Yeah, a lot of people have pointed out, he says that it was squandered. A lot of people have pointed out how much potential the sequel trilogy actually had that was completely fucking waylaid by Disney having no plan for what they were doing.
That's Disney's fault.
And then,
There's so many little kernels of great ideas, like a romance story between the light and the dark or whatever. That could have been cool, and they didn't do anything with it, basically.
Yeah, and then here's Big Dick Russell taking one of those things that just didn't fucking work from the sequel trilogy as a whole, and on Disney's own platform saying, yeah, here's a better version of that.
Yeah, it's a total fuck you to Disney. It's great. And it's got all this, like, fuck you, eat shit Disney, like, gay kiss stuff that they'll never do that in a Star Wars movie. They just have the protagonist kissing a man for, like, 10 seconds. Unbroken shot.
They'll have a gay kiss, but it'll be edited out for, Saudi Arabia and China.
Well, it'll be like a side character with no name.
It'll be two no-name characters, and then in the fucking international version, it'll be replaced with a slug looking like disappointed.
Well, to be fair, I prefer that, but
Claude is very close to my heart. I love him.
To be fair, yeah, but no, I mean, and you can say like, I guess it's too woke or something, but I'm like, I don't know. Again, you take out of context, they made the Doctor kiss a guy, and he's a guy, and it's gay, and it's like, yeah, I guess that sounds...
I can't believe Russell T. Davies did this.
That sounds
by the way, the year is 2005.
Well, 2000, what was it? 2006. He had the episode Gridlock, where there's just two ladies that are like.
No, that's 2007.
Okay, in 2007, then there's just explicitly like, "We are married, thank you very much." It's like, wow, I can't believe they had gays.
Two old lesbians.
In 2007, this gay man who made Doctor Who is not allowed to inject anything of his own life or experiences into his fiction that he's.
Never.
By the way,
in the final.
Go ahead.
In the final 3 episodes of series 1, the Doctor not only flirts with, but also, well, actually, Jack kisses him, but also kisses Captain Jack.
About that.
Yeah, parting of the ways.
Yeah,
he's better off as a coward.
Well, I was gonna say, like, I don't know. I think I forgot what I was gonna say, but it was a good point. God damn it, that's fine.
And amounted to ultimately nothing except being a poster child for a dull Mary Sue.
But does it mean, though, that in like Doctor Who season 2 of this renewal revival thing, though, we'll find out that actually she is the granddaughter of Davros?
Well,
that would be
yeah, whoever takes.
I mean, that would be fucking. It would be funny. It would be fucking terrible. But I wouldn't put it. It's like
it would be funny in the way that the debate last night was funny. You know?
Yeah, I'm so numb to it. I'm so. By the way, Bane, are you able to make polls in chat, or Tristan? Either of you?
I might be able to.
I have no idea how to even go about doing that.
It's like the plus or something. Can you do it? I was gonna say make a poll to ask if I should do a stream looking at the debate, knowing nothing
I cannot.
About,
but
yeah, I don't see.
If you wanna make that poll,
sure.
I'm in pop out chat, so it might be. Oh yeah, I should change the live chat. Fuck top chat.
Yeah, live chat's
yeah.
better.
Oh god.
Chat, are we gonna watch the debate? Watch debate? Yes or no?
You should watch the Jax Films VOD.
The Jax Films version? Okay.
Let me tell you this, folks. This debate, if you're American and it doesn't make you just pray for a heart attack for 2 people in this country, I don't know what's wrong with you.
Yeah, to my understanding,
I'm casting my vote for literally anybody else. Please, dear God.
It was just like elderly Joe falling asleep, and then Trump just repeating the same 3 NPC buzzwords like over and over again.
We must secure the border. I'll get to your climate question in like 27 fucking years.
Great. Well,
literally for Trump is border, Ukraine, Russia, and then golf at one point between both of them.
I play so much more golf than you. I'm going to be such a better president. I play so much golf.
By the way,
apparently Biden has a 6 handicap, which means I guess he brings 6 handicapped children with him. I don't understand golf.
He uses the little tiny children. I'm gonna say,
Bane, I'm surprised that you were able to make that out.
He's got a golf bag, and it's filled with little children, but they're each like children from different countries instead of like a 9-wood or whatever. He takes out the
Joe Biden. How you guys doing today?
He takes out the little Lithuanian boy as a putter, you know, and then that's the way it works.
Do you think he hits the ball with the head or the feet?
Oh, the feet. Well, no, the feet that's where you grab.
So does he grab the child by the neck?
No, well, that would kill him. So yeah, he whacks him in the head with the ball. That's how you do it.
He just Biden just tosses him aside casually. He gets up like, nice swing, sir.
I guess we're doing the debate, by the way. People are pushing back. Oh, it's going down. It was 75%. Now it's 69%. You can also not watch it, but that's nice. Yeah, you can not watch it, but if people are voting in favor, we might need to do it. It might be funny. It might be funny. We could watch it for a little at least.
I'm down for a debate. It's only an hour, and we can honestly. Well, it's hour 38. Honestly, for both of them, put it at like 1.5, and it'll sound like normal people.
That's true. Well,
but just the commentators will sound real fast, but they'll sound like normal.
The commentators took speed. Everybody else took Adderall.
Yeah, that's fair.
Sova will make it more and more sporadic, but I find it fucking amazing that this whole thing, this season-long explanation.
I have to point out, by the way, that I haven't mentioned it so far because like whatever stream shit happens. But
frame of pause, indeed.
Their entire fucking chat is just complaining that I guess the stream is like fucked, and they're not pausing it or like stopping or coming back later or whatever. It's just like no one can watch the stream. It's very funny.
Nah, they're doing it for the bot anyway. I guarantee it.
I guess so. And that's what we're watching now.
Shit ton of viewer retention in bot.
It's just funny that the whole chat is like, this is unwatchable. What are we doing here, boys?
This is why live equals funny is like this, where it's it's basically just Claw hosting it.
Yeah,
and
I have an eye on chat.
If
if
the
we do this
chat
through my
starts
computer,
fucking
it'll
up,
explode.
yeah, if the chat starts fucking up, we'll. I mean, that happened a little while ago, so I thought I was getting invaded by aliens, but.
There are some people tweeting that it's like it's subversive. It's supposed to make you think it was something, but then it's absolutely nothing. It's surprising how many people try that and expect different results.
Wow,
Where did the idea even come from?
Oh no, that's from them. By the way, real quick, this is not an uncommon story tactic. This has happened before in the past. Star Wars didn't invent this.
Yeah.
But Bane, we have to use the subverting your expectations meme.
Yeah.
Because every single subversion of expectations is bad now, apparently, because Last Jedi bad.
Big fan of Red Letter Media, but I really
literally
don't...
exactly what a story's supposed to fucking do.
I don't know what Red Letter Media wanted from Star Wars, and they really did kind of fuck up some of the discourse, unintentionally, but
a little bit.
You look back and you're just like, oh, this movie didn't do it for it. Oh, and they completely diverted from the course to this other thing, and that also didn't do it for it. I guess that's fair for both things to be true, but like, it's probable that it's just all shit. I guess, but you know,
I've staked my claim there. I have staked my claim there before. I've said that this franchise is mostly a wash. Disney bought a wash in my book.
Like, I would be willing to say...
Yeah, it was a wash when they fucking purchased it.
The Force Awakens was okay because it set up
what it needed to
a
be.
Story that didn't happen, but now it's not very okay because it's like, that's just the fucking first chapter of a story that didn't happen.
The Force Awakens is, I think, the only movie where a sequel has actually seriously ruined it. Not Last Jedi. Last Jedi is more like a straight continuation of Force Awakens, but not doing, Empire again. But man, Rise of Skywalker fucked everything up.
I feel like I'd actually throw up watching it.
Well, you should try.
I came close. I was on keto at the time, so I probably would have.
Oh dear.
I actually might tonight, and we might talk about this later.
I might watch Last Jedi tonight, actually. That might be a good time.
Successful, obviously. It's subversive. Well, there I was, watching a whole series worth of story, expecting something to happen. Oh shit, nothing happened. That subverted my expectation.
It's not that nothing happened, dude, but I guess if it's explained...
I don't like this guy.
I don't blame him or anybody. Mahler is just explaining this to them, and it's like they're a victim of not having seen the show and knowing that he's kind of misrepresenting it a little bit, I don't know.
I mean,
I like the person in chat that says cartoonish. This stream is cartoonish. Lamau.
yo, goddamn! You didn't have to do that to him, man. You're in their chat.
It's unfortunate. Damn.
How stories are supposed to work? True.
Because it's easy. All,
right. Well,
all you have to do is nothing, and then you can be like, "Oh no, isn't that?" No, it's because it's really easy to do. You don't have to do any work.
I actually thought it took a lot of creative testicles to say time shrouded her in a spooky cloak, and that she pointed at the side to name her child. These things are just...
This is so... I can't... I guess if you're not... I don't know. It's just because I've been watching videos about Doctor Who in addition to watching the show lately, and so, like, I'm seeing how, just at every point along the way, it's like, well, actually, that decision was dumb. Why would that... Because it's a stupid fucking sci-fi show, man. What do you want? The Doctor Who is fucking encroached. It's embroiled in mid. It's always been half mid, Like, there's really great episodes, and then there's always just some moments that in every Doctor are like, wow, this is some fucking garbage. Holy shit. How did they make this abortion moon episode or whatever? Like...
Yeah, that one... See, that's the thing, though. I think that Doctor Who is one of those rare series that even the mid episodes are like, "Hey, that was fun."
There can be, they can
like
it's
always refreshing, except when it's bad. When it's bad, it's usually stale shit that's been done before, either that or just.
I mean, it's at the very least
really bad new ideas.
Like really campy bullshit, which is just funny, like the... Oh my god.
The doctor suddenly taking up electric guitar.
Yeah,
which
I
mean-
which is goofy, but it's also the coolest shit ever.
That's sick as
besides,
fuck,
you know,
yeah.
Sutekh being
Yeah.
keel-hauled by the TARDIS.
Yeah, that's a little bit better, I would say. I like
You
the
know-
super chat that calls the Andor show communist propaganda, which is, I mean, I don't know, man.
Oh boy.
You know, the Empire are not really very good guys, dude. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, it's
Oh
not
man, I
necessarily-
wonder how this guy would react if he heard the fact that Lucas based the rebels in the original Star Wars trilogy off of the Viet Cong, because
Yeah.
Lucas has come out and said that. That is authorial intent.
Yeah, and he
I
was a
wonder how
very
he would react if he
subversive-
learned that.
It's funny, they hate subversion, but he was a very subversive filmmaker at the time. I mean, it's funny that
he's also incredibly speak. He's also incredibly left wing and also one of the least subtle writers on the planet. It is
Incredibly.
shocking how people are mad about Star Wars quote going woke.
Well, I mean, I don't know. There is that.
I mean,
purple-haired
like, that's the
bitch.
thing.
There's the
Yeah,
fucking robot from Han Solo movie. You know.
Well, well,
That was
the-
after.
the-
That was after.
the purple-haired woman was
I don't know. if
she's a
Purple Hair
character you're supposed to dislike, you know?
I guess.
But then eventually you're like, oh, she's actually like not horrible.
The
Damn, that's a
robot
shame.
also comes across as one you're supposed to dislike,
That's-
though.
That's
Nah,
that's after
did-
George Lucas though. Let's.
I did like that robot,
Oh.
LL3.
That speaks
liked her.
volumes about you,
I
Tristan.
have not.
don't
I
know
have
what to
not
tell you.
seen.
Yes,
the Han
I'm
Solo
actually I'm a droid
He's
rebellionist.
a woke droid phobe, or not phobe, lover. He's a droid sexual. It's crazy.
Like, wow. And then it's,
Yeah,
oh, by the way,
Time
Time
and
and
so,
Agent?
Agent? Like
Cool.
Time is a guy, or
yeah, of course, we know him. He always fucks around and he has decisions to make, like shrouding people and stuff. There is an explanation for the snow, and that is there is no explanation. That just happens.
it just is like it just snows wherever she goes.
Yep, that's
Or
It was
I'm
not. Hang
gonna
on.
s-
Hold
I'm not
on.
gonna s- I'm not gonna say anything. I've already said what.
It snows
This is
wherever
so
she
bad.
goes. What?
If you are without context, you assume that this bitch is just like the fucking what is it like Flintstones
Jack
character?
Frost.
She's Elsa
Who's
from.
the? I was thinking there's
Oh
like
my
a
God.
I think a Flintstones character who has like a rain cloud above his head everywhere he goes.
Oh,
Yeah, it's just winter
I know
version
who
of
you're
that.
talking about, but I can't think of.
Yeah, that's just
I was thinking
really-
Elsa from fucking Frozen. She
Yeah, she's got
just
snow,
snow everywhere up in
everywhere.
the ditch.
She's Jack Frost, yeah. No, I mean it's a very specific thing. It's a recurring moment that happens at certain moments in the season. You know, stuff will be going on, and there'll just mysteriously be snow. Why is there snow? Oh, that's weird. And I mean, the answer is because something memories and time and magic, and I don't know, dude. Whatever. The Doctor got trapped for 1,000,000 bajillion years in a tiny little confession wheel that was a castle on the inside.
Yeah.
You can reduce any of the series down into just like explaining it to some people that don't know what's going on and be like, "Wow, that's really stupid." Like I did that earlier with the Dobby elf and the Toclafane and I Believe in Santa Christ. It's not a great finale. It's nowhere near as dumb as I'm making it sound like it is, but it's pretty dumb. I mean, it's
But
pretty dumb.
Yeah, it's funny to describe it like
It's
that.
funny to reduce it down like that, especially with people that know the fucking finale and they know the twist and they know, and it's like,
But you actually like it, and you can actually kind of reduce it down like that, and it feels genuine. You know, it's
yeah.
not.
But if you're explaining it to just people that don't know and they just get the sense, I guess, that it's like she's just got a fucking snow cloud hovering over her everywhere she goes. Maybe that's not literally what he thinks, but like that's kind of how I guess that's how it's maybe been presented. I don't know. It's not exactly like that, and it's not that there isn't a reason. I mean, the reason might be unsatisfying, but if there is a reason, the reason is again the fucking time magic bullshit. What do you want? That's the reason for most of Doctor Who, dude. Why does he regenerate? I don't know. Time magic bullshit. You
I'm
really want to
okay
get
with
into this? You know?
I'm okay with this being like something that's solved later. You know, it's
I think they, like Tristan said, they mostly solved it.
well. I mean, the snow part is still the only part that's kind of like a lingering question.
the snow part was mainly just set up for the time window, but as for why it's happening, again, the reasoning is that memory is a very powerful thing.
Yeah.
That's the reasoning behind it.
There's
You know,
sure
you
her
can like it or you can
memories-
dislike it, but that's the reasoning. It's not for no reason. It's not
Yeah.
just for, some weird thing happening.
Yeah, and it's
You can
not
like
out
it or
of
dislike
step
the
with-
reason itself, but the reason exists.
It's not out of
It's there.
step with
It's
any
tangible.
of the like bad wolf fucking, impossible girl shit with like imagine this happening. Imagine these guys like reacting to Clara going back and meeting the first doctor and all of that. Like that would have been such a shit show.
Oh god,
I mean,
yeah.
Yeah.
But it is again. I was saying before, like, and I think I got I forgot what I was saying halfway through. This channel EFAP and other channels, sort of like it in this kind of, a lot of media sucks now and let's make fun of it kind of thing. Which is, to be fair, I watch a lot of that. And
To be fair, we do that too.
We do that. Absolutely, we do that. Yeah. But a lot of the channels that do that sort of thing, they were around for, especially in like the culture war sphere. To their credit, they haven't gone culture war yet. They haven't done it. Maybe they won't. Maybe they won't.
I really hope they
I'm
don't.
gonna be
because-
so happy if they
stupid.
don't. That'd be great. If they just keep
and
it
I
to like.
immediately have a lesser opinion of anyone who does that shit. Like they made the Doctor woke, they
Yeah.
made him gay and black.
I mean,
That ass guy is fucking embarrassing.
you can
like-
argue some of that is maybe true to an extent, but I mean, it's also like
But-
it's handled a lot better than it typically is. But
Going off like that, it looks embarrassing. Like it
Yeah.
really does.
Yeah, it comes across that way, and I mean, yeah, I don't know. It's just
According to chat, they don't do the culture war thing, which is good.
according
Hey,
to
it's
chat,
good.
they
Very
don't.
glad.
Well, that's great. That's good to hear. In fact,
I mean,
you know what? I'll change the stream title here. I just blanketly assumed it would be culture war. That's me. That's me.
That's where a lot of the like
That's where
very
it's-
vocal criticism.
a lot
has
of it
been
comes
coming
back to
from.
that. Yeah. So I mean, that's on me.
Yeah.
To be fair to them, if they don't go that way. However, I did see a comment that was implying some kind of like white genocide shit. So I mean, but that's the comments. Whatever. I don't
Yeah.
like it when people criticize me for like they saw one comment one time.
Haha, funny comments.
I'd say
Yeah,
bad.
they-
I'd say bad. EVAP's Doctor Who bad takes. I think it is a bad take.
Yeah. I just
This is
removed culture war.
clearly-
It's still a nightmare apocalypse of death or whatever. I'm okay with that. But yeah, it seems to be like a general fair criticism. Some of them, but just very focused, very negatively focused. I don't know. It doesn't. I don't know why.
I legitimately don't
I hope
understand
these
the
guys
hate
are
for this
okay. Like, I just hope everyone's like, are you just miserable? I don't mean to be like that, but it's like, it really feels like, I don't know, I just went in and I was apprehensive because I heard it was the woke one now, but like, I kind of wanted a Doctor Who show to be good, so I watched it and I enjoyed it, and I was critical of it too the whole way, but like, I enjoyed it.
I will say this: if anyone wants to criticize like me or any of us for like being too woke, we really don't like the Jodie season so far, from what I've seen. I'm not a fan
it's
of
bad.
Well,
It is
Jodie
bad.
series is-
Like 90% of the way throughout.
I'm
It's
gonna
not
watch.
good.
I wanted to watch Flux, but there's like a few episodes before it that kind of lead into it, and one of them is the really bad one.
I'm trying to
Really bad
the
ones.
I'm finishing the whole
timeless
thing.
children.
Yeah.
Ah, what a great episode.
Which is
Definitely not awful.
I keep-
Definitely not 50% a fucking PowerPoint presentation given by the master and the doctor standing in an empty room.
I keep being sidetracked from what I'm saying, but they've been around. These kinds of
Sorry.
channels have been. And no, it's okay. It's mostly me. I forget, and I feel like I made my point, and then I get sidetracked. Every frame a tangent. EFAT. I like that. Third 13th Doctor was pretty bad, and people already complained about, wow, they've ruined Doctor Who forever because they ruined the canon, and now there's extra Doctors, and she's not the first Doctor isn't really the first Doctor anymore. How could they do this? She's not really a Time Lord, yada yada yada, all this stuff that's like a change to the lore. And actually, apparently, it like goes back to the Morbius Doctors or something. But I don't know. I find that kind of dumb because I assumed when I saw that episode that was just the Morbius guy and like his previous faces. But the point is
most
like
people did.
people have already made their stake in the ground about Doctor Who is ruined forever because they fucked with the canon or whatever. It's like, I just don't know why anyone would still... I guess this is why most of these guys don't seem to have watched it, because they assume that it's ruined now, so they maybe haven't followed the fact that it's been revitalized. No one's mentioned at this point. Well, I guess they have. He's brought up Russell T Davies. He's brought that up. But, like, no one's really drawn a lot of attention to the fact that, yeah, that's the guy who brought the show back the fucking last time, and he did a great job of it. So it's like, why are we so against, like, why are we so against this now when he is just doing it again, and it seems to be, he's doing, I mean, I don't know, I think he did a pretty good job.
Yeah, it's not even that he's, like, doing the same thing. He's doing different stuff. It's just as good.
He's much improved a lot of the time.
You're going to fucking tell me that Dot and Bubble is a bad episode? You're going to tell me that Rogue sucks?
A lot of people don't like Dot and Bubble. A lot of people can't get past how phone bad it is, but that's, like, it's so surface level that, of course, that's the first thing you think of, obviously. Like, that seems like that's the point.
But then there's a little bit of a deeper thing in there if you actually pay attention.
It's not even just the ending, but there's a whole lot. We talked about it with Caddy. There's like multiple layers
have been
of
sown.
it. Yeah.
Yes,
Which again, the episode.
Yeah, which again, another shout out. The 50th episode, we've hit number 50.
Yay.
Currently live over at youtube.com/@loud=funny. Also on any podcasting platforms or Spotify.
We have Cat Icarus there, and we're talking about more about Doctor Who, but also just about other stuff that's been going on. Some more culture war nonsense. We aren't getting culture war today, I guess. So if you want culture war, go check out that. Go check that out.
We do have culture war stuff.
What a shame! I say with a smile on my face.
Yeah, actually, kind of nice.
It's for the best. I'm happy to not have the culture war for once.
All right, you accidentally got a V in there, chat, but I hope you'll forgive me.
One little podcast of a midlife crisis. When I had to start actually taking a shower before these episodes, that's when we had a midlife crisis.
Yep.
It's like,
that's right. It just started snowing for some reason.
Well, it does it in almost every episode.
I'm coasting on the fact that this is not cameras.
Yeah, no.
I look kind of
work.
My whole floor is clothing, and oddly, for some reason, very far from my trash can, there are wrappers for one of the drinks that I drink. I don't know why they're like on the floor by my guitar. They shouldn't be there. That's weird.
Thankfully, I'm not too bad trash-wise.
Yeah,
I'm hoping a new meme shirt that I ordered a long time ago comes in soon for the next episode. But yeah,
hopefully.
But with her, she just Snow follows her around the world. Nobody knew why. The fans have just said, well, because when she was left at the doorstep when she was super young, it was snowing.
So how come that doesn't happen to the other people who are left on snowy doorsteps, or does it in this universe? And that's just a power you get from being abandoned.
This is so pedantic and trite.
Honestly, they should stop talking because that sounds cool as fuck. Damn it.
Yeah, I guess.
I wish I was abandoned on a doorstep and had snow powers. Are you kidding me? I'm fucking sweltering right now.
That would be pretty great. Yeah, that would be that would be the one benefit. Well, I mean, I guess in the winter it snows a lot of the time anyway, so you wouldn't even really notice it.
You can just turn the power off.
In the summer, you'd love that shit. That'd be great.
Oh, yeah.
It's nice to throw a bone to the orphans. Though actually, it's not a superpower. That's just a fucking disability.
The villain of the season is actually someone who they brought back from a classic episode.
Okay, I think they finally reset the stream here. It took them quite a while, but everyone's like, all right, it's okay now. Let's do it.
All right, hey. Technical issues suck. We're with you there, buddy.
Yeah, that's relatable. That's fair.
All five of my close friends played Dr. Smashy Man, Baller, Furry, and Smoke.
Brought back from a
I've watched Smoking Drinking Gay Man. He's basically Mevelander, but slightly different.
Oh no! Why would you want to watch that?
That's more haunting. That's not a cell.
His channel's okay. I mean, I don't agree with a lot of what he says, but he's got a good voice for it and everything.
Classic episode called Sutek. He's
Sutek.
He's a big dog. He's a dog. He sits on the
from what I gathered, because I haven't seen the episode, apparently
like a
he's
dog, or like a dog person guy.
He's an alien who came to Earth.
Okay, so Furry hasn't seen the episode.
And tricked, I think, Egyptians into worshipping him, and he got more and more powerful. And his primary motivation is
so basically the real canon, right, is that he's an alien god guy.
Yeah,
who,
he also didn't trick Egyptians into worshiping him.
No, they
Egyptians...
worshipped him. He is the gods that he's the god that they worshipped. That's what it is. It's not that he fooled them.
Yeah, the Egyptians worshipped all Osirans.
There's actually
sure the exact canon timeline of that. I'm not sure if the Osirans actually came to Earth during the Egyptian times or if they were ancients and then we found records of them. Not entirely sure on that, but Egyptian mythology is based on the Osirans.
Yeah, and there's an Eighth Doctor audio drama I listened to where there's these people from the future that go back in time and pretend to be Zeus and I forget.
Oh my god. That sounds cool. What is that called?
I think it's called Immortal Beloved, or no, it might be Phobos. I forget. It's one of the first ones.
Okay,
from first series.
Okay, I'll just have to take a look at that.
Yeah.
I've been meaning to get more into the audio drama.
It's a good one, but that basically sounds like what he's implying here is Sutekh came down and pretended that he was. Oh yeah, that god you follow, that's me. No, he showed up and they were like, oh, I worship you. That's the idea. So yeah. he is the god. So it's not really a trickery, but that's fine. I mean, he's just summing it up.
Bringing death to the world. He likes things being dead. I can't remember if I haven't seen the original episode, so I can't really speak to it.
Listen, I also haven't seen the original episode. I hadn't until recently. I started watching it. I need to finish it. I'm probably going to watch the Tales from the TARDIS one that just edits it down.
I've gone numb. I've gone fully fucking numb.
It's just you're gonna complain about this. I mean, you haven't seen the original. You didn't even try to watch the original then, before doing this?
You didn't watch the Tales of the TARDIS? The Tales of the TARDIS is great. They take, well, yeah, probably, but they take an episode that already has great pacing for a classic Doctor Who episode and just make the pacing even better.
Yeah, the biggest problem with Classic Who is also always the pacing, so I'm really excited with this Tales from the TARDIS thing that's just generally making... It cuts them down from 4 24-minute episodes to just an hour and a half-ish, and it removes a lot of just scenes of people walking, stuff like that. Yeah. People standing around in rooms or whatever. But yeah, so he hasn't watched the original, and again, it's fair, there's a lot of old Doctor Who, but to my understanding, that's a very classic Doctor Who. That's one of the... It's that, Caves of Androzani, fucking, Monster of Peladon, or whatever.
It's one of the very well-regarded episodes, and I don't mean regarded in a derogatory way, you know what I mean?
Yeah, like this stream.
Terror of the Vervoids.
Yeah, it's a pretty classic episode, and so it's when he says that, it's just it cements further you probably really don't know that much about. It's funny for me, we're all American and Canadians, and we're yeah, you British man, you don't know enough about Doctor Who. But does he know much? I mean, because I'm just you could watch the Pyramids of Mars. I mean, it's available. You could find out more about Sutekh.
If you have a license, then you can just watch it.
Yeah,
it's there.
If you're in,
you can watch the full. You can watch the full version or the Tales of the TARDIS version.
Yeah,
you can choose.
Yeah,
the truth of choice, not the myth of choice.
Yeah, and it's available. So I mean,
fairness of choice.
It's not even it's one of these people that's a jilted fan who just wants it to go back to the way it used to be. It does seem to be just what is the emotional attachment that you have to this, and why are you making fun of this thing that you don't really seem to know much about? I mean, I assume he actually watched it, unlike some of the people that we've looked at before. But even especially them. But even this, it's I don't know, why are you so, oh, it's just such a disaster, it's ruined. It's because I can probably throw a bunch of other examples of times when the show was worse than this, and you just probably haven't seen those, because you haven't seen one of the best Classic Who episodes, so of course you haven't seen those, right?
Yeah, this motherfucker never watched Time Lash. This motherfucker never watched The Twin Dilemma.
He never saw Twin Dilemma.
And honestly... good.
Yeah, he never saw the 96 movie. He doesn't need to know about it.
Yeah. Honestly, the less you know, the better.
He's defeated by being thrown into the time vortex, I believe, and We find out
You
in
need to explain
That would
what
defeat a lot of
happened.
people, I would
You need
imagine,
to-
right?
You
Being
jump
thrown into a
past.
time vortex.
No.
All right, one of you guys talking?
Oh yeah, I just made a quick comment. He fucking disintegrated. It was badass.
Yeah, he doesn't. Well, it's just another one of these. You can just summarize anything as like, oh, whatever. So then Arnold kicks the T-1000 whatever into the lava, whatever. This is a thumbs up.
Makes a
something.
thumbs. Yeah, it makes a fucking thumbs up.
It's
I don't
fucking
know.
stupid. It's gay. Like, it's whatever. Like, you can do that to anything, any piece of media.
And then he shoots the fucking torpedo into the big space ball and it blows up, I guess.
Whatever. The aliens show up. The Master Chief shoots them. It's a whole thing. You understand it.
Oh, Fringy,
Like-
pay attention. He's been defeated by being thrown in the time vortex by Tom Baker's Doctor.
I see. First time
So-
around, right?
He's back, and there's a whole episode, I would argue, that is all designed to simply say get across to the audience the notion that he's back. It spends like fucking 40 plus minutes just baiting whether or not he's coming back, and he's back. Here he is. And instead of the original design, he's now a big CGI jackal, I guess, because that's such a
Pause.
great capturing of like how
Pause.
you fuck
Holy
everything
shit.
up.
Pause. Okay, I couldn't take it. 3, I'm out. 3 very wrong things, I'm out. First of all, the first one, the seeds have been planted. I don't need to I don't need to wait for that to conclude because I know what he's going to say because it's a very prominent critique. So I'm going to finish with that one. First of all, he's not a jackal, he's the fucking Typhonian beast. Learn your Egyptology, you bitch.
Yeah.
That was just a little bit big. But oh shit. I forgot the middle part.
Well,
The second one, the third one threw me, and the first one I'm like I have in the back of
we
my
are
mind.
so stoned. This is unbelievable. Jesus Christ.
That's the thing. I ran out of my shit. I'm just
you're just
sleepy.
tired.
I'm high as I am also.
I've
very
been
tired,
awake
too.
for 20 hours.
Oh, that's-
So
I'm about to go
skip
grab
back.
a Powerade real quick.
Skip back just a
Come
tiny
back, and he's
bit.
back. Here he is. And instead of the original
Okay,
design,
So they all right. So they spent a full episode setting him up. And he glances over it like, oh well, you know, oh, is he back or not? Sutek hasn't been fucking mentioned in the show itself
For 50
since
years.
his episode.
Yeah. There's been like
Like-
audio dramas and books and stuff, but not.
Yeah, and there are like little flashes of him when there's like a montage of a whole bunch of old classic things. Old classic
Was
villains.
he one of the ones that
Like-
shows up when Tom Baker regenerates? It's like, Doctor, you will die!
No,
No?
not him, I don't think.
Okay.
But he does show up when Jodie is breaking the Time Lord computer that holds every single Time Lord's brain, but it can't handle her brain because she's
a woman.
special. Because she's a woman.
They never had a female with a brain
Menstrual cycle? Time Lord Matrix can't fucking handle it. But they weren't building it up for a whole episode. They were building up who is Susan Triad? What's the whole deal with her? And also, you know, what's up with Susie's parents?
Well, also, there's a woman named Susan Twist who is an actress.
Triad. Oh,
no,
yeah, okay.
The actress's
actress
name
is
is Susan Twist, and she was brought in. And so, first of all, she shows up as like a little cameo in every episode as just some random lady or a face on a screen or whatever. And there's even like a song in one of the first few episodes that goes, "There's always a twist at the end." And so I realized eventually, like, wait a second, Susan Twist, this actress, she's the twist at the end. And she becomes
neat little thing.
She becomes the twist at the end because she's a lady who's apparently something's going on where she's having dreams of all of these places, these adventures that the Doctor and Ruby are seeing her. And that she's like, I was on a planet where I was an ambulance. Oh God, what was that? What the fuck does that mean? Oh Jesus. And yeah, so it's well set up, and it was really exciting if you were actually keeping up to date with the show each week. Like, oh, they're finally doing something with they're getting into this lady that's like in every episode. What the fuck was her deal? You know,
And like every single episode, the fans were like, "Oh my God, there she is! It's her. She's the tea lady in the Beatles episode. Isn't this exciting?"
Yeah.
But the entire episode was built up to who the fuck that was, not to is Sutek coming back? So again, nitpick, but here's the major thing. So I think it was Mahler who was explaining that Sutek dies by getting thrown into the time vortex, which is the exact same way he was defeated last time. And I'm guessing that he's going to sort of steer this into, well, if it didn't work the first time, why is it working this time? Okay. Let me kind of string it out from beginning to end. So here's my understanding of the events. They may differ slightly depending on how you feel. This is how it is evident to be in my head. At the very beginning of the episode 1 of Pyramids of Mars, Susan sees a face in the TARDIS, which we later find out to be Sutek. And she's like, oh my god, that's evil. What the fuck? And
Susan
then the entire...
It? You mean like Sarah Jane or...
Sarah Jane, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Again, been awake for 20
Because
hours.
there's also Susan is the Doctor's granddaughter from the first Doctor era, and
that's
that
another reason why the twist is such a big thing.
Another misdirect was everyone thought, because one of the episodes was they go back to 1963, so people, and that's when Doctor Who started. People are like, oh, and he even points like right over there. I live with my granddaughter right now, and so people were like, oh, they're totally gonna do a thing with Susan. I think
they still are, but probably definitely not this season.
Yeah, no. But, so that was another thing that was set up that's, like, not really being mentioned here. There's so many threads that are just not really being pulled on at all in favor of, everyone was is it Sutek? Like, no one thought it was going to be except Tristan and some other crazy people. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it was mostly us insane copers who thought it was going to be Sutek.
But, good for the copers.
So again, stretching it out, Sarah Jane sees an evil face in the TARDIS that we later know to be Sutek. And later, I think it's like in episode 2, Sutek is actually revealed. He looks different. He's wearing a mask, like he looks kind of like the crown of Egypt with the upper Egypt crown and the lower Egypt crown. They're flipped. It's like lower Egypt is north. It's strange, but it looks a bit like, you know, a traditional sort of Egyptian mask. And that's weird because the face that we saw is, you know, more Typhonian beastie. So I personally believe that because later when Sutek is unbound, he, his mask disappears in a, crossfade because it's low budget BBC sci-fi, into the Typhonian beast sort of head. And, man, this is Doctor Who's weird. So yeah. I personally believe that Sutek showing up in the TARDIS at the very beginning is him latching on in the time vortex, and then do the time travel shenanigans. The Doctor just causes that. Yeah. Again, you can disagree. That's fine. I'm just laying it out as I perceive it, so we can get to the main point.
I'm certain that they didn't plan that when they made that episode.
Oh yeah, absolutely not.
However, I'm not so certain that Russell T Davies as a young boy didn't see that, and his 50-year plan that he mentioned to do something. Like, yeah, he saw something, and maybe he had the same thought you had, and he was like, you know what? I'm going to do that someday.
Wait, why isn't he wearing the mask? I can't do a good Welsh accent. So flash forward, it's revealed that Sutek latched onto the TARDIS at that time when he was being cast into the time vortex. And ever since then, he's just been chilling on top of it, which is the funniest thing ever. I love that. I love retcons like that because it makes everything kind of funny in retrospect.
Doctor's wife and all of that.
Yeah. Why didn't Idris say a thing about Sutek? What a bitch.
Yeah, listen, it happens.
Anyway, so when Sutek gets defeated this time around, the Doctor leashes him with, I think it's called a molecular bind, which is essentially just the fucking bungee cord that you can't take off without activating it or whatever. Yeah. So Sutek can't fucking get free of his fucking leash, like the dog he is. But actually Typhonian beast. But they make a very good point. First of all, to show him fucking disintegrating, but to also specifically say that he's 73 yards away from the TARDIS and therefore cannot latch onto it. That is not an oversight
Another
on
one
Russell's
of the-
part. This is presumably Sutek's final defeat.
Yeah, another one of the recurring motifs of the series of the season is
People not paying attention to it. Sorry, did I say that?
The 73 yards thing, which is not really being mentioned here. And again, if you're just a layperson, you haven't watched it, you're not hearing about that side of this while Mahler's explaining it, and you're just like, oh wow, this show sounds dumb. This is so dumb. There's like 15 different fucking plots that all kind of mostly. This is why the like mom subplot doesn't matter that much in like the specific details, the way that he's like nitpicking about it, because like even if you're right about that, you're missing all of the other things that did really work out great. Like the 73 yards thing had great payoff, and you know, again, the Sutek stuff was a pretty great payoff. And so like, yeah, when you ignore a bunch of the shit about the season that makes a lot of these things work and make sense, like I guess that makes it sound pretty dumb, doesn't it? If you just explain, like, legitimately any piece of fiction, you can just, like, of Mice and Men. There's, like, a guy and a retard, and I don't know, one of them, he kills him or something. It's stupid. They're poor. I don't know. They're, like, on a farm. Whatever. It's stupid.
Plus minutes.
Great.
Just baiting whether or not he's coming back, and he's back. Here he is. And instead of the original design, he's now a big CGI jackal, I guess, because that's such a great capturing of, like, how you fuck everything up. In retrospect, because I could totally see the people who made it being like, oh, he's so fucking cool to have a big jackal, because they have him on the TARDIS all the time. He's like,
oh my god,
sort of covering the whole thing.
You're not allowed to have anybody. You know, I understand like practical effects are cool, and when they do like a practical Zygon or the Fisher King or something, that's always awesome. But
yeah,
you're allowed to do spooky, cool dog man. Like that's also
and
good.
It's the best CGI we've had in Doctor Who.
Oh yeah, you see a lot of that kind
Full
of.
stop.
Wasn't there a CGI thing in the Satan Beast pit episode or whatever?
Satan.
Yeah, and it looked like shit. It looked like fucking. It looked charmingly like shit, but
it looked pretty good for 2006.
I guess.
Especially for British TV in 2006. You know,
that's fair. But yeah, it looks a lot better now for sure. It's movie quality. It is.
Yeah, dogging on the fact that Sutek is now like a dog, a CGI dog. By the way, Typhoonian Beast. I'm gonna let that
it's
joke
a
go.
jackal.
Stop being funny. Shut the fuck up. No, but it's just like don't get me wrong. I prefer Sutek's design when he's like, you know, as he is for most of Pyramids of Mars. Him without his mask looks fucking stupid. You can't change my mind. But like in that story, him wearing his mask is like, oh, this is threatening, you know, cool. I get it. But man, this is a cool new fucking design. Holy shit. I don't understand why they're upset about it. Is it just because it's CGI, or do they think it looks bad? Like, genuinely, I want to know.
It fucked everything up.
Cool to have a big jackal, because they have him on the TARDIS all the time. He's like sort of covering the whole thing. And the doctor's like, how did this happen? And he says he jumped onto like the back of the TARDIS ever since he booted him out in the Tom Baker era. And so like the fans are already upset because it means that Sutek, the god of death, has just
hanging out the whole time.
Yep, for every episode since then, he's just been on the TARDIS.
30 years.
It's like, why?
I have not come across anybody who actually hates that.
I haven't either, but like, okay, so he got defeated. This immortal god of death has been defeated by some stupid, puny little Time Lord. I mean, it's one step removed from being defeated by like a human. That's so gay. So of course he'd probably be pretty mad about that. Yeah, it was very gay of him, the Fourth Doctor. It was very gay. So
this is gay.
He probably took that a little personally, you know. So maybe also he's the god of like death. So I don't know, like a few, however many years on the TARDIS, what time is nothing to him. So it doesn't really mean anything.
He literally initiated a long con where he it explains why he did that in the episode. He was trying to essentially take control of the TARDIS, and it took him a long ass time to convince it to like, you know, submit to his will.
But he also
in the end.
He did it and it worked, and if it wasn't for the Doctor and a spoon, then he would have
A
completely
spoon and some fucking rope.
annihilated the entire universe with this plan. So you can
Yeah,
call
he
it
literally
dumb, but
would've
it
won.
seems to have worked for him, I guess. I mean, it is a little silly, but I maintain it doesn't matter. Like, yeah, okay, for us, for human beings, it's like, wow, so since the 70s, he's been attached to the TARDIS. The guy's like an immortal death god, and it's like time is whatever. It's fucking... I think it's fine. I think it makes sense as much as any other fucking plot twist makes sense. It's fine. I don't know.
Okay.
I guess it's been 20 years since New Who started. So how long has it been since Tom Baker?
It's
does that
been
mean
a
that-
while.
So they're saying that this whole time.
Literally,
Okay,
we
pause again.
as humans think that it takes a long time. Like, that's a long time. Yeah, I'm sure
Yeah, because we
Sutek, the
lived
god
for
of
60
death,
fucking years.
and even the Doctor, who's like an immortal fucking time god or whatever, like, he's also...
literally almost 5 billion years old.
It's like, 70 years, whatever, 50 years, however long it's been. It's way too long, dude. That's so dumb. That's so cringe.
But
The Doctor has
before
been.
you-
Oh, sorry.
Before you resume, I want this guy unknown 289. Man, dude, you're in the wrong place, man. So his most recent posts are Big Finish brought him back after his defeat and is contradicted by this garbage. Buddy, I don't know how to tell you this, but Big Finish isn't primary canon.
Yeah.
I
like
hate
Big
to
Finish
I hate to
stuff.
bring out canonicity scales when it comes to Doctor Who,
Listen.
but Big Finish has been supplanted by the show since it not since it began, because it
Very
began
often.
in 99, but consistently.
Yeah.
Big Finish does its own thing.
Well,
and
the
it's
show
good.
is
Don't get me
also
wrong. I love Big
acknowledging-
Finish.
Here's the thing, too. The show is also acknowledging the fractious canon, fracturous, however that word is. The canon has been fucked up because, like, in the episode with Rogue, the Doctor shows something he
God.
has, and there's, like, faces of his previous incarnations, and one of them is Richard E. Grant, who played the Doctor in, like, a shitty webtoon from, like, 2003
I liked
that no one saw, and it's not canon at all, but
Yeah,
allegedly
like-
it's now part of the real Doctor's past
It was-
history of people that he's been.
It was like halfway through when it was announced that Russell T Davies was bringing back the show with an actual Ninth Doctor. But hey, now it's maybe canon. Who
Yeah,
knows? I
I
like
mean-
it. I mean, I'm cool with it. I like Scream of the Shalga.
Yeah, and so that means that, like, Peter Cushing, Doctor Who, and the Daleks might be canon, and, like,
Honestly,
you know,
I personally think that Peter Cushing Doctor Who is canon, like within the show itself, like its own continuity.
well, there
He's
are,
just
like,
off doing his own things separately from the Doctor proper.
he does have, like, weird relatives, though, in that. There's, like,
Yeah,
an
he's-
aunt or
he's-
something.
He's a human on Earth.
Yeah, so it's, I mean, maybe he's half human. That's the half. There you go. But,
Did David the editor says they didn't canonize my boy David Warner though? Did he actually play an incarnation, or was he just rumored for?
I thought he
Never
was
heard
in
of
the
him.
little FaceTime line during Rogue. Wasn't he?
No.
Am I mixing something up?
That's Richard E. Grant.
Okay, I'm mixing something up.
Yeah, because I don't think
Never
David
heard of-
Warner played. And then, shit, he played the Unbound Doctor, didn't he?
Oh,
Hang
I
on.
don't know about that one.
I'm getting into my Doctor Who lore head. Unbound.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, Big Finish has been, like, kind of overtaken by the TV show canon. I mean, like, there's stuff about it that is canon, I guess, to the main show, the main plot. Like, a lot of the Eighth Doctor stuff is, because he didn't get, like, an official run, so when you see Eighth Doctor stuff, a lot of that is, when you hear it, I guess, a lot of that is. But, like, especially when it interferes with, like, I don't know, like, at a certain level, you have to just kind of be like, it's fine, it's Doctor Who. How many times has London, current day London, whenever the thing is, been attacked by some horrible thing and entirely wiped out, and everyone... Remember
They
the...
always fucking forget it.
Remember
Okay, so
the great
he
plot
was-
twist? I think it was the one with Kylie Minogue, where they, like, a fucking ship is gonna crash into London, and the Doctor's just like, people have a great ability to forget things. It's fine.
Yeah,
Don't worry about
like that episode's so fucking funny because like the Queen comes out of Buckingham Palace and like the space Titanic, yes, the space Titanic is like about to crash into Buckingham Palace, but the Doctor pulls up just in time to save it, and and the Queen's just like, "Thank you, Doctor." Oh.
There's the one in what was it, series 2 where he marches and he carries the Olympic torch.
Yep.
Like
a lot of people wanted that to actually happen.
How dare Doctor Who be silly or cartoony or, or whatever. I mean, that's another thing. But what were you going to say? You had some info?
But the editor confirmed, but I also looked it up. Yeah, David Warner is the Unbound Doctor.
Okay.
Which I have to listen to that series.
Oh,
the Unbound Doctor is essentially like a what if series with like alternate doctors. It's cool.
Interesting. I have to look into it.
Bringing death everywhere he goes across space and time.
That is actually like a line. Like wherever you go, death follows you. And it's like, oh.
But what if death was like a dog?
Well, he's now officially the longest term companion, I think.
I guess Anubis is a dog.
That's pretty funny. That's true. I like that.
Like a jackal.
Really quick.
Oh, what's up?
There was something that he said. Death comes everywhere. Oh, just like you, and that's the way the Doctor is. But he did. I hope he touches on it later, but he has not touched on the fact that Sutek's plan was to create a Susan twist everywhere he went, and those would be like the instruments of his doom, because they would all be like servants of Sutek, and they could release his big dust.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Death
you gotta
does come
release the
everywhere.
big dust, the cum.
So that's obviously what they're going for. Like but
Anubis is the god of death. He's the god of mummification.
Horus is the god of death, isn't he?
No, Osiris.
Shit. Okay,
Wow.
I gotta brush up on my Egyptian.
No, Set is a different god.
So
Set is like evil, isn't he? Like just the
Sure, why
the
not?
concept.
They call him Set or Satan in Pyramids of Mars, to my understanding.
Yeah.
So there's like many god of many names kind of thing. He's also of the Osirans, like the race of aliens. So that's probably whatever. It's Egypt bullshit. Whatever.
Concept of it.
if you understand all that, which I'm sure you do, you'll understand that when he reveals himself, he's like, "Haha, Doctor, I'm the god of death, and you're fucked now." He releases the sands of death, and it kills the whole universe. Boom.
What?
Everything is dead.
But why would it got it? But that would be stupid, because then there's nothing left to kill.
Well, he seems to be relatively happy, though.
What? I'm sorry, what?
Hold on.
That's the whole point!
The
The
point
whole
is to
point
kill
is for
everything.
him to kill
Hey.
everything!
Okay.
What?
On a surface level, I will say, he has sort of, that's very dumb on a surface level. He has a point if you think about it, though, where it's like, whenever you look at like a guy who's gonna take over the world, and it's like, okay, well, what are you gonna do when you take over the world? You got like nothing left to do. You've taken over the universe. They're all your slaves.
Yeah, you own the world. Congratulations.
You got nothing going on now. Good for you. I mean, it's a whole lot of nothing now, I guess. But like, yeah, I guess that's true. Like, you've got everything, but that's like the classic villain thing. I don't know. You have to kind of suspend your disbelief with that one, but that's like his whole end game is kill everything. That's really stupid, dude.
Oh, and I knew you were gonna ask about this. I'm gonna cut you off ahead of time. He's obviously very upset because he didn't find out who Ruby's mother was. The god of death who annihilated the whole universe after spending decades, if not millennia, on the TARDIS through the time vortex. He wanted to know who Ruby's mum was because she had that time shroud. He was like, "Who's
I'm just
Ruby's
gonna
mum?"
pretend that motherfucker didn't say
But
decades.
Why would he want to know who the dad is?
Yeah. Also, if your plan is just to kill everyone anyway, then why do you care?
The best point someone had was in their chat that said like the TARDIS has been blown up a few times, so like why? I don't know if it has been like totally blown up, has it? I mean, like, but he can probably survive that. He can just fly away from it for a little bit, whatever.
They're talking specifically about okay. So they're talking about
through dimensions.
Stolen Earth Journey's End. Oh yeah, they went into E-space and then went back into N-space, but that's just kind of a,
Also,
I don't think
Doomsday.
that would hurt Sutek any. But it
Yeah.
was almost destroyed in Stolen Earth Journey's End when the Daleks threw it into the incinerator. But then, and I can't make this up, we're always bringing up weird ass moments in Doctor Who. It's become
great.
a disease for this stream.
Oh yeah.
But the TARDIS gets saved because it dematerializes at just the right moment before it gets destroyed. Because Donna Noble was locked inside the TARDIS when it was thrown down, and she touched the severed hand from the Doctor that got cut off right after he regenerated last time. But then he regenerated into it just before this, so he could like heal all of his wounds that he got from a Dalek shot to his chest, and kept his same face because he had a big ass fucking vanity thing.
Yeah, he was going through his like drama queen phase.
Essentially, yeah. So then Donna touched that hand that was like full of regeneration energy, and it just butted a new ass Doctor, a whole ass new person from that hand. Doctor Who is stupid, and I love it. But it almost got destroyed that time. It was like caught in a continual time loop of blowing up at the end of series 5, but that was in an aborted timeline. Then you have series 7, where the Doctor stays on Trenzalore for a while and eventually dies there, and then like years and years later the TARDIS has grown because like the spatial dimensions are leaking. But that's also in an aborted timeline.
Yeah. And the way you're describing, you're going through this, and
that's it.
You're going through this, and you're just telling me about like the hand clone or whatever, and I'm like, so this is the show that only just recently got ruined by terrible writing, huh?
Yeah.
This is
I mean, that's the thing. A lot of these make sense in the episode.
Yeah.
Maybe not the, secret potions of Saxon, but
well, when we explain it like they're explaining this episode, like, yeah, it sounds really dumb out of context. I mean, the hand thing is another one that's kind of dumb. Thank you, Unknown 289, you consistently wrong individual. So Unknown 289 says it was destroyed in The Magician's Apprentice. No, it wasn't. It was, you could say that, oh, hey, it looks like that this thing got fucking exterminated by the Daleks. No, it got displaced. It got teleported. And then I'm sorry. I'm thinking of a different episode. Actually, I'm thinking of Parting of the Ways, but not Parting of the Ways. Journey's End. But let me finish this up real quick. Okay. It wasn't it wasn't fucking destroyed. It was dispersed with HADS, hostile action displacement system. But it wasn't destroyed. It was absolutely not destroyed because it just comes back at the end of the episode. So if it was destroyed, that would be a hell of a cop out. Yeah.
And also, Clara would be dead.
Well, also,
which according to some, might be good, but hey. Because the exact same thing happens to her and Missy.
Even if they did destroy the TARDIS or something, if that ever happened, like fully blow up TARDIS, the Sutekh is a god of death. Are you insane? He'd just fly away from it for a second and then fucking latch on again if he wanted to. Like, what do you mean? How fucking stupid do you need to be to think this guy, he's just a fucking, like, I don't know, he's like a bumper on your car that's like just an inanimate thing or something. No, he's a god of fucking death. He can detach from it for a second if he probably wants to.
I just want to say real quick before we resume, Milksteak says, I love how you know all of the things, Tristan. You wouldn't survive a fucking second in the asylum I was raised in. You don't want this. This is torture.
You don't want
I was going to say, why would we just skip to one?
This is cursed knowledge. They use in trick knowledge.
Why the fuck would he care about some random girl's mum? I don't know why. There's nothing for that. But anyway.
Because he knows everything in the universe, but he doesn't know the mom.
Yeah, he got invested.
Maybe it's sort of like why you care so much about who the
literally
mom
got
is.
invested, just like we did.
That's crazy.
He's very obsessed with it to the point where he can't even kill the Doctor, because if he was to kill the Doctor, that means he kills his best chance at finding out who she is. So he wants the Doctor to go find out who she is. And so, I don't know how better to explain this. I mean, Fringy saw this. He can confirm they're not lying. The Doctor does find out who the mum is and says we can probably weaponize.
Fringy, I guess, has also watched the show. I guess they both watched the show. So, like, it's weird that he isn't... There's no pushback. I mean, for one thing, this Fringy person seems like the cuck. I don't know. I don't watch this program.
Real
why
quick.
Has he not said anything to, like, add in any opinions or whatever?
before you resume, go back just a little bit. Just
Okay.
Find out
so-
who she is. And so, I don't know how better to explain this. I mean, if Fringy saw this, he can confirm they're not lying. The Doctor does find out who the mum is and says we could probably weaponize that
No, he doesn't.
against Sutek.
No, he fucking doesn't. What?
You know,
Huh? Where's he getting
no,
that?
No. He finds out that the Sutek doesn't know who the mother is, and he weaponizes that.
Yeah.
He doesn't know who the mom is.
Yeah, and like he never figures out until the very end where there's the big reveal. I mean, he obviously knows a little bit beforehand because he has access to the unit data, and he's the one who does the big reveal. So, but like he doesn't know, he doesn't find out during the main like course of the defeat of Sutek. He doesn't find out because like there's even this scene where they go into the records with Roger Act Williams mandatory DNA testing.
And she just shatters it in front of him.
Yeah, Susan fucking not Susan, sorry. Ruby just fucking breaks it in front of
Second
Sutek.
time you've brought in a Susan by mistake.
Listen,
That's great.
I'm
know,
just
I
like
get it.
Sutek for real. But like Ruby just breaks the screen without even looking at it. Also, that was the Doctor's plan all along because the Doctor like he shook Mel's hand as she went to leave, and by that time she had been like influenced by Sutek, and he felt that she was cold like because she was fucking dead.
Yeah.
Like this is all part of his machinations. None of this happened like by coincidence and accident. Maybe besides Sutek getting invested.
Yeah, people really, it is so silly too. I'm sorry, because there's just another person in their chat that's pointing out like, oh, it was 49 years that Sutek was bumming a ride. Dude, immortal death god. Time is inconsequential to both him and the Doctor. What do you mean?
He's been bumming a ride for much longer than 49 years. Between two episodes, the Doctor ages 200 years.
Yeah.
That just happens one day.
Well, between fucking...
between series 5 and 6.
Between, like, Heaven Sent and Hellbent, he ages, like, 5 billion years or some shit.
Yep, 4.5 billion. There's also... Over the course of an episode, he ages like 1,000 years.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
To the time of the Doctor.
But, like, this is just genuinely people that are too human-brained, it's like Earth flat mentality. Like, what do you mean? I can't see the curvature. There's no way it's real. What do you mean? 50 years? That's insane. I knew a guy who didn't even live to 50. I don't think a dog would live that long. Like,
yeah, my dog only lived 9 years.
Yeah, this is unrealistic, sir. This Doctor Who space dog god is, it's unrealistic. Sorry, Typhonian beast.
I wasn't going to bring that up, but thank you. But I do know, and I want to preempt this because I know these fuckers are probably just going to like, if they care, they're probably going to dissect the shit out of this. We're joking. We don't actually think that your chat member thinks that it's an actual dog.
Well, man,
but like the fact, it's just.
It's a little bit.
We're mostly clowning, but also this is just very frustrating.
Well, it's frustrating, especially that chat message is just the same thing he said. Like, wow, it's so silly. I'm like, you can't even comprehend. Like, the story they're telling, I guess. It sounds pretentious to say that, but, like, this is about gods and fucking time, and, like, you're acting like 50 years is a fucking huge deal, dude. Like, come on.
Maybe Dave L, by the way, great last initial. Maybe Dave L's talking about, like, 49 years of content, maybe?
Well,
possibly.
Yeah. I mean, I get the idea, but even
like,
still...
Even still, yeah, it's... Him bumming a ride only makes like past moments funnier. Like it's
that's true.
Like obviously we all know that it wasn't the fucking intention during the Doctor's wife that Sutek's just secretly been chilling on top of the TARDIS, and that's why Idris didn't say anything. We can use our brains. We know that.
You say that, but then like that guy that said that they treat it like the Bible, I was thinking about that. Like, is that really true? I don't know, but I'm like, yeah, you and I can recognize, like, okay, So it's just a TV show, you know, whatever. They didn't plan this out in The Doctor's Wife, but like some people really can't get over like, but this interferes with what they said 40 years ago. Like, yeah, it probably will, dude. I don't know what to tell you. This is just, the series has been going with one single canon without reset for like 60 years. You ought to be lucky it's less insane than it is, like than fucking Spider-Man or something. Like, if you ever looked at the Spider-Man, the Earth 616 Marvel Comics continuity, the uninterrupted, unrebooted Marvel continuity that has had Peter Parker be from 1960 whatever to now, and basically has had no character development in his whole life. Because they can't allow him to.
No good positive ones, trust me.
Unknown 289 is having a fucking conniption in chat. He's bringing up Bluey in relation to Doctor Who. I don't know if he knows this, but Bluey's Australian.
RTD only makes the show to mock everyone who watches it now.
Yeah, I said in response to that, yeah, I'm very sure that the guy who name dropped Mavic Chen in the giggle hates the fans. He despises us.
There's something to be said for like,
okay, Jank, Jank, you gotta calm the fuck down. I love this season. It's not the best ever. You got series 8, 9, 10, 4. Mamma mia.
Good.
Pretty good. Season 12, aside from the Cyberman one,
that series is too short to call the best one. It's so short. That's the problem. I think.
That really just sucks, man. 8 episodes is not enough for a serialized show. Not serialized. Sorry, episodic. Mostly episodic show.
God, they did that with
episodic show with serialized elements.
They did that with One Piece, and it was unfortunate. It worked okay.
Yeah, I hear they got 0.1% through the first fucking arc.
No, they finished the first. They finished the first arc.
A little bit.
They finished the whole first arc, shocking. But they did compress it a little bit. However, Arc 2 is Season 2. They're doing the casting reveals now. A lot of great casting decisions. However,
it's David Dalmachian.
Significantly longer, and it's like, man, you're not fitting this into 8 episodes, man. What the fuck are you gonna do? Alabasta could be an 8 episodes on its own, and you got to do Reverse Mountain and everything. Like, what the fuck are you doing here?
Netflix, give us 22 episodes. Yeah. I will pay for a whole goddamn year of your shitty service.
Just give us a classic 22 episode season. Yeah.
You tell me that we're getting One Piece 22 episodes, I'll buy everyone I know a fucking subscription.
I can't get over this idea, though. That's a very pervasive idea, that this, like, they do it to spite you. They want to humiliate you. Like, I put that in the description as a joke, but people say that, and it's like, Russell T. Davis has had this in mind for 50 years. He said as much. He said he wanted to make this ever since he fucking saw, like, well, I don't know if he said that, but he said, like, 50 years I've had this planned, and it's like, okay, so this episode is from 50 years ago, so he probably saw this and was like, oh, this would be super cool.
Yeah, Russell T. Davis is very famously a massive Doctor Who fan.
He's the man who saved the show from its eternal demise of, like, being too cringe and embarrassing for it to ever be a late night Saturday, like a mainstream show that people watch. That's not some schlocky genre shit in the evening. You know, it's like
and like
he saved the show. What do you mean? What do you mean?
Yeah, and that's the thing. He fought to save the show too.
Yeah.
It wasn't just him going, yes, can I have Doctor Who, please? And the BBC was like, yes, finally, we've been looking for someone to make this for us.
Actively hated Doctor Who, and he had to like fight to make it happen.
Yeah.
Don't ever fucking you can shit on people. Hated him before because some of his episodes were stupid, and it's like, man, fuck you. You just didn't get Love and Monsters. Eat shit. Die. Literally die. Cope and
Love and Monsters is key now.
I agree with every word Claw just said.
But, like, you know, people used to make fun of him because, again, like, the 3rd series, he had a terrible finale. Fucking the Dobby elf bullshit, and just, like, some of that, the Rose stuff, people really did not like. I mean, seriously, like headlines like Doctor Who has completely destroyed itself were probably the fucking norm back when he was kissing Rose and all this shit, and the girl in the fireplace. People hated
we're 3
that.
hours in.
Oh yeah, we're nearly
3
halfway
hours
through.
in. We're halfway through the video.
Almost.
Why not? The knowledge of Ruby's
we're
mum
trying
can
out the
weaponize
boys.
someone.
Nice.
And so then he gets what he calls an intelligent rope and attaches it to Sutek, and then puts the other.
And just to help
An
everybody
intelligent
out,
rope,
they
like a
call
magic
it-
rope, like a
so
bat rope.
They
so
call it that.
they're gonna make fun of the intelligent rope. I'd like to point out right now and draw attention to the fact that Doctor Who has famously invented one of the most. It's the phrase that's associated with technobabble in TV shows. That's just meant to summarize some dumb bullshit. That's just whatever. We made it work. First of all, he's got the sonic screwdriver, which is essentially just a techno magic wand. But second of all, the Third Doctor famously invented reverse the polarity of the neutron flow, which is some stupid bullshit that means nothing. But
That's
he
literally
just
like
says
a
it.
bunch of words.
He just says it so the plot makes sense. So, don't tell me, oh, the magic rope? What is that? That's silly. Fuck off.
Also, intelligent rope is just it's just intelligent gloves from the fucking Christmas special, but rope now. And I got it confused with a molecular bong. Wow. I'm Jones.
I like one of those.
Jones and boys. I need another cart. No, but I got it confused with a molecular bond because that's what it uses. It uses a molecular bond to fuse to things, and that's cool. That's genuinely just really cool, and they set it up well.
It's cool, but
they don't set up the whistle well, though. That was a little strange.
Molecular bond also comes across as reverse the polarity of the neutron flow a little bit. It's like, what does that really mean? I don't know. But whatever it means, it sounds cool. Sounds pretty cool. Sure. Sounds like that's the thing with writing sci-fi. It just has to sound right. It doesn't need to really make sense because none of this shit really makes sense. But you throw enough words together in the right order and reverse the polarity of the fucking molecular bond, and it works fine. And everyone's, whatever. He did some science.
Use your
shit.
Fucking intelligent gloves.
Yeah.
To drag the goblins down and kill them all. Why the fuck would you do that, Doctor?
Yeah, you get.
What do you have against us?
He wants to kill all the goblins. He hates them all.
I can't fucking believe this.
The big plot twist, the subversion of expectations, is the Black Doctor is actually the first very racist Doctor. It's on. You wouldn't have expected it.
But it looks like a rope you could just get from Bunnings, like for $10.
Well, yeah, any intelligent rope would want to seem maybe like it wasn't, to blend in.
It just looks like something you can get for $10. Welcome to Doctor Who, buddy.
Look a little bit more fancy than this rope.
So there's that. They attach one end to Sutek and the other end to the TARDIS, and then they just go through the time vortex.
Again, you need to understand. They put it on this big dog's neck, and then they just kind of pretty casually walk over to the TARDIS, and he's just sort of there like, "Grr, what are you doing to me?"
He's trying to get free from the fucking rope.
Yeah.
But it's molecularly bonded to his weird-ass Egypt collar.
Yeah. I mean, when you...
Maybe next time don't bring your ornamentation to the fucking, end of the universe, buddy.
I can't get over this, when they just summarize it like this. Yeah, I mean, any Doctor Who episode ever... it would be a funny experiment to do this sort of thing and just tell some people hey, did you hear about the new Doctor Who? Yeah, they ruined Doctor Who. It's fucking destroyed. And then they ask what they did, what happened.
I'm writing this down in the game chat.
And then you just tell them the plot of a famous good Doctor Who episode, but really dumb. And you just tell them the plot of I don't know, Bad Wolf or Parting of the Ways or something, and you're like, oh yeah, so the Doctor and she's I don't know, Bad Wolf or something, and it's so dumb, it's really dumb. And you just summarize it in this extremely reductive fashion that's exclusively negative, focuses on none of the positives, just nitpicking kind of pointless pedantic nonsense. And you could really easily do that. You could probably fool some people for a little bit without them looking it up or whatever. If they didn't know Doctor Who that well, but they were vaguely familiar. You don't use anything specific. You don't say Bad Wolf or whatever. You don't say anything specific, but you just go yeah, a bunch of other companions show up and they fight Davros and it's stupid and you're just explaining Journey's End, right? But
yeah,
they just tell them
Davros comes back. I guess he looks different now. They don't explain that.
It's probably because it's woke. Again, we can't give them that. They haven't gone into woke yet. We have to give them that much, which is that's high praise.
Genuinely, I am very glad that they're not going Black Doctor woke,
kiss gay kiss.
I genuinely hate that so much, and whenever I see it, I think worse of the person.
It's very
I
nice.
immediately go from, oh, this is a normal person with probably just kind of average intelligence, maybe even above average. You know, he's successful on YouTube, and then he pulls out well, gay kiss.
You know what it
therefore
probably
woke.
is? It starts
Immediately,
with the
I
word,
think he's retarded.
it starts with the word agenda, usually. They ease you into the bath with, like, modern agenda or something, and then, like, a minute or two in, Shad is explaining creationism to you. Which is unironically a thing that happened last time we did this stream. But that was pretty good.
From real quick from the Wonderful Wizard of Games. If y'all don't know, the EFAP guys hate Red Letter Media for not just immediately thinking all new Star Wars maliciously hates the true audience, and doesn't think it's all woke.
That's embarrassing.
Yeah, the new Red Letter Media. If you don't listen, if you don't give a shit about Red Letter Media, Star Wars, whatever, even if you don't, I recommend checking out their video about the Acolyte, because literally over half of the video is just them talking about the current state of discussion of media on the internet and how it's all like this now. And how we have to be genuinely impressed by EFAP for not just shouting, like, racist buzzwords or whatever. And we disagree, but at least it's, like, opinions about the show and not just some weird, like, external...
Yeah, instead of them being just, like, woke.
Ah, there you go. That sums it up nicely.
Very bizarre that you just see these two people pulling on this rope attached to this giant doggo. And then
How
they just
big?
kind of
How
like,
giant?
Doggo.
well, like 10 feet tall or something? Probably
10
maybe
feet
even a little
tall?
bigger than that. He's a big
He's
fella.
big.
He's sitting on the TARDIS. He's
pretty big.
And the way that they hook it to the TARDIS is so flimsy as well. It's like it's barely
Yeah,
attached
like
to this
nudging
part.
it would knock it off, sort of thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's not hooked
I would imagine
onto.
getting a 10-foot dog to do anything would be very difficult if the dog
It's
wasn't.
connected onto, like, a super cool rope that it
yeah.
can't break loose from.
First of all, a rope that he can't break loose from. Also, the Doctor is wearing a glove that transfers all of the weight that he's... I think all of the weight that he's pulling and that he is to his glove. Meaning that he can, like, he has, like, you know, mega super gorilla grip fucking, you know, gorilla. Why do so many words start with G?
Very difficult.
Gorilla glue grip strength.
You could
But
have
he
added
has
the
that
word
shit,
glove
so-
into there, too, and made it even harder.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a real tongue
But
twister.
like this is the same device that the Doctor used to pull down a flying ship.
Yes.
Completely filled to the brim with goblins on top of a church steeple. What the fuck is wrong with you,
If
Doctor?
you don't explain...
What do you have against us?
If you don't explain all of the context of the season, and you don't explain, yeah, he has these gloves that he set up in the fucking first episode with Shuti, that he has these new fucking techno gloves that just are basically, you know, like Spider-Man gloves, but also like infinite fucking weight grabbing gloves, whatever. Like magic bullshit, basically, but essentially it's just, you know, it's like a sonic screwdriver. We're talking about the series that has the sonic screwdriver that is just a magic wand.
Literally the fucking buzz vibrator that solves the plot.
He just solved. They had to get rid of it for the Fifth Doctor because everybody was apparently bored of him just solving every plot by sonic screwdrivering it.
Yeah, and they had to pare it back and like destroy it every so often for Peter Capaldi's run.
Oh yeah, true. He had the fucking sunglasses. Those were
yeah,
those
like
were dope.
Oh well, those are actually bad because they look like any sort of sunglasses that you can get at the store. Besides that being, you know, just ignoring that's the whole fucking point. By the way.
Yeah, those are terrible.
I keep getting close.
Well, but what if he just let you do anything though?
Oh, well, obviously he's playing a trick on you then, right?
Don't do this.
Because if the dog lets you do something that easily, it's like, oh, well, this is a trip.
I have enough trouble controlling a 3-pound poodle.
Well, maybe
These
some
people
intelligent
just
rope.
didn't fucking
because
pay
the
attention to
Doctor
the
is like,
episode. Holy shit! Well, the people who watched it, I should say.
It
The rest of the
seems to
people
be-
are just like being strung along.
Yeah, it seems to be the two Britoids. Well, also Little Platoon is British. I don't think he watched it, but Mahler and Green Guy there, I think, are the two that apparently watched it. So the rest of them, I guess, are just kind of... And the Chad is just kind of being told what's happened. Fringy, I think it is. I think that's the green fella. He's not really pushing back against any of this. He's just kind of, you know, he doesn't appear to have many opinions of his own, frankly.
Who's paying me?
I mean, you know, I don't know. I'm sure he does, but maybe he just agrees strongly with Mahler here, but like it doesn't appear to have any like, well, actually I like the scene where blah blah blah. I mean, it's mostly just Mueller talking. It took me like 10 minutes to realize that he even watched the show.
So real quick, Kuti, I don't know how to pronounce your name, bro, but Library Dork, is very insistent that I know that the thing that the Wonderful Wizard of Games says was apparently a lie, and someone didn't like someone's take on Obi-Wan. I don't keep up with this fucking drama, man. I'm just conveying what chat says.
People do not care for.
I assume in good faith that they're not fucking lying to me, which is what 3 of the 5 people on this podcast are doing.
Listen. Wizard of Games probably was also misled. It's probably not lies, but hey. I know that some people don't like Red Letter Media. They feel like they betrayed their fan base, just like Star Wars did by not, castrating themselves or whatever, to anti-woke whatever. And it's like they're pretty quick to call out, the wokeness when they see it, when it's annoying. I mean, they have a whole segment in their Acolyte video talking about how fucking cringe it was that Star Trek put Stacey Abrams, who was a candidate for president, in their show, and they were and they had the Will Wheaton podcast where he's interviewing people from the show, and he's just like, "You guys had Stacey Abrams. That was so epic and cool. You had Stacey Abrams. How did you guys feel when you had Stacey Abrams?" And it's like, you are basically just endorsing a candidate for president. This is so embarrassing for a fucking... And they had a problem with that, and of course they had a problem with that, and so it's like, I wouldn't say they necessarily have done that. I don't know if EFAP or if their viewers, feel that way, but I know that there are definitely some people, some of the sort of culture war adjacent people feel like... I know the Quartering is one example of someone who believes that... this has been for a while, too, because there was a whole thing a few years ago, too, with, the Fandom Menace, which I think Jack Packard was part of that, some kind of push against these people that were just kind of smearing feminism in Star Wars or whatever, making 40 videos about that a day. So there's definitely been some pushback to them. So I don't know. There's probably a bit of a half truth there, I'd say. I don't know. Maybe someone on here said a thing and I don't know. No one said anything to counter it, kind of deal. I don't know.
Really happy now because I figured it all out. I know to get everybody alive again, and it is because he drags Sutekh through the time vortex and starts yelling at him from inside the TARDIS, saying that you're the god of death, you're like death incarnate, you're all about death, which means I'm life, I represent life, and you know what? I'm gonna bring death to death, and you know what happens when you bring death to death? You get life.
Well, that's not true. That doesn't even thematically.
You kill death, so if there's no death, there's life.
Yeah, I feel like
just trying to fuck with them.
Yeah, it's just fucking.
It's the Doctor being a theatrical dipshit. He's always been like that.
And I can't even begin to go at this because it's just such a strange and nitpicky criticism.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't like... I guess it's a little cringe the way he's like, "Oh, I'll bring death to death," but it's like, that's so... I could totally see Tom Baker's
That was cool
Doctor.
as fuck, but I can see people saying that it's cringe.
Yeah, you could totally see Tom Baker's Doctor saying that in his voice and saying that as a final, gotcha to his old enemy.
Oh my god, I can actually envision it. Holy shit, I wish I had a good Tom Baker impression.
You do it in an AI or something, yeah, but I could totally see it.
I have a very specific inflection in mind when he's saying it.
Yeah, no, I mean, a lot of the old Doctors and new as well have had a very theatrical, very dramatic, overly, kind of flowery kind of way of talking sometimes. And so that's not really... It's not really too out of the fucking realm of normal. I don't know.
Well...
-1 plus -1.
Yeah.
That's totally how life and death works.
And so everyone's alive again.
Yeah,
it's just I hoped someone got fired for this blunder podcast, it seems. I don't know. It's I guess all the very specific details of this sci-fi show for, little children is maybe not 100% gonna be accurate. It never has been, dude. I don't know. What do you want? Don't watch the show, then. What's your fucking point? Sounds like it's not for you.
It seems like
all the people who've ever died.
His hand tears through this vortex that they're going through, and then it looks like in No Way Home where the universe is getting torn.
But this is a good thing somehow.
That just makes everything fine again. It saves everything.
Wait, so everyone lives forever now because you killed death?
So it's funny you say that.
And anything die?
We assume when watching it, he's going to do all the people who got killed by him. But there are people who come back to life, stated by the Doctor, who were just dead before from other things.
Like Mark Twain?
Maybe. It's unclear. Everyone's assuming that, but I imagine the writers aren't fucking crazy enough to just bring everyone who ever died back to life.
Like Jeffrey Epstein and Hitler?
It's just that everybody.
Well, I mean, we'll get all of the singers of the grunge bands from the '90s back.
I guess so. That's...
Can you pause it?
Having a good time?
No.
I kind of wanted to just go to a debate now.
I'm
Honestly.
miserable.
That's how I'm feeling.
That's the thing. I want to finish this because we fucking
we're
started.
over halfway now. I jumped it to 1.5.
We're sunk costing the fuck out of this.
Yeah.
I'm falling
holy
asleep
shit.
at this. No offense. In a way, it's making me sleepy.
Yeah,
Listen.
I want to see how far their issues. It seems to mostly just be the finale here. Maybe they have other videos talking about the rest of it.
So
Crank this
what
to
they're
2 times, I'll be quiet.
what they're doing here is they're taking the line, I bring death to death, that get, that's life, I'm bringing life. And they're like,
literally,
they're taking that so literally that they think that death doesn't exist anymore, which is dumb because it's literally just fucking it's the standard Doctor Who. The Doctor, the world is in peril, the Doctor saves it and resets everything back to how it was.
Also, that's
Because
technically already happened before.
It's
Miracle
happened
Day.
so many times.
I mean,
I was
yeah, okay.
Yeah, I was just referencing Miracle Day. Like, it's a whole fucking season of that, baby. Enjoy. Well,
if anything, you can say.
Yeah.
If anything, you might be able to say this finale was a bit derivative, but even then, I wouldn't call it that. But it's definitely not like any new ground that's being fucking trod with like bringing death to death kind of thing. Like they've done a lot of. You mentioned some stuff before where the TARDIS got blown up real good, like. And I think a few of them explodified. I think a few of them were, like you said, aborted timelines or whatever. Like, yeah, this kind of shit happens a lot where they just fucking reset shit, Like, we were watching the finale and we were like, oh shit, oh god, Kate's dead. Oh no! They'll probably reset it. It's fine. And yeah, they did. I mean, like,
But it was actually like a really well-made episode.
This is like on par for me. Like I hold this. This reminds me a lot of. It's very different. It's so much less. Like it's so much more dramatic, but it kind of reminds me of the one where Tennant is introduced, the Christmas special.
The Christmas Invasion.
Yeah, I don't know what it is about it, but it's just something about that. It's just kind of reminds me because I guess it's the unit stuff mainly. Like there's a lot of them and like Parliament or whatever, the Harriet Jones woman. But it's just like it's like that in terms of like quality or whatever. I'm like this sort of event episode where it's like everything's fucked. Oh god, the Doctor has to help us, and it's like. Comparing it like that, that sits close to that for me, as opposed to again like Toclafane episode or something, or even Doomsday, where it's like you got to really be into him and Rose. And I can totally see people being like, "Why is he not asexual anymore? This is fucking weird. I don't like it." Shout outs to the asexuals who wish the Doctor was still repping them instead of being
honestly
like a kissing guy now.
I'm not asexual, and I do still kind of wish that the Doctor was still repping them. But honestly, we've lived in this world since 1996. We've lived in this world since almost longer than I've been alive. I forget exactly when the Doctor Who movie came out, but
I think it was 96.
I can deal with it.
Yeah, you gotta eventually things change.
That's something.
People.
So you get
by
Hitler
the
one
way, I knew it was 1996. I just didn't know the exact month.
But on the other hand, you get grunge bands. So that's a trade-off.
Yeah, they kind of counter each other, right? Like, so it all worked out. And then the Doctor drops Sutekh into the time vortex as a sort of finisher move, fatality, even though that's exactly how he defeated him, quote unquote, defeated him the first time. And I think everyone is just sitting there.
Okay, but he defeated him and he latched on. This time we see him like disintegrate or whatever.
Yeah. Just for those of you who want my fucking thing, just go back like 18 fucking hours in this stream where I say that he was kept far enough away from the TARDIS with that long ass fucking rope to where he couldn't latch on, even if he didn't disintegrate. Even if he didn't fucking disintegrate, turn into dust.
Yeah.
Exactly. Also, is this 2 times?
This is 1.5. I think we're good.
Let's say it's like Like, it was perfect. I could hear him at a normal speed.
Finally, they're talking, fast paced. I think you need the keys jingling now, Bane. Jeez.
I think
Yeah.
I really do. I'm
Just
getting
just
sleepy.
pull up some Subway Surfers, man.
Yeah.
It's all right. It's all good.
Yeah.
I think I'll pull up some COD Zombies footage and just watch it while I wait.
I mean, like, he's acting as if the plan didn't work, or like it's this. Oh, there's no way this is gonna work, right? Right, like this is how he defeated him last time. He's gonna come back again, is sort of the implication here. But we see, not only do we see him disappear, why else would the curse have, like, reversed? Why else would everybody be back to life again? If not just he's dead and his magic, like, wore off, Like, it's probably because he's fucking dead, because what they did worked, so I don't know why you're even questioning it, like, oh, this is just what they did last time. Well, it worked this time.
You could say it's like, oh, well, the middle of a vortex, so you can't, like, it's got no bars, he's getting 3G instead of, like, 5G.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That poor sucker has to just manage on, like, 1x, He can only send text messages.
He's trying to log into public Wi-Fi, but he can't really get it every time.
Yeah, he just gets that, like, Xfinity screen where he has to log in, but he doesn't know, like, what to put there.
It's like, put my email or my phone number. Come on.
That makes sense.
Sort of being like, oh, I guess he's just going to come back then at some point. What's the idea there? Yeah, all we really got to say is that he beat him because he had intelligent rope. That's what he called it.
So what's the distinguishing feature between rope and intelligent rope? Just remind me.
You can hook it onto.
Maybe you should have
Gods
watched
of
the
Death, I guess.
fucking show and you would have known. I'm sorry, I'm being too mean to the first.
Okay,
Again,
skills.
these people are just listening to Mahler and fucking
Occasionally
Plague Doctor, man.
Fringy, I think.
Yeah, like they're listening to them, assuming in good faith that they're both telling the truth, the full truth, and nothing but the truth.
But yeah, you're not
they're
getting the full
blatantly
truth, that's for
false
sure.
on some things, very nitpicky on other things.
My thing,
They haven't said a single good thing about the episode.
not anything positive, zero anything. Just like, it was
can't even
shot
say,
well. It was,
they can't even
acted
say,
well.
"Oh, the time vortex looks kind of cool."
Yeah, nothing
Which it
about
fucking does.
like not
I
even
like the color of the TARDIS.
the
Ooh.
effects. Like, just anything. Just it's all negativity all the time, and it's like,
Yeah, I think the skull faces that Susan Twist and Harriet Arbinger.
great name.
Doctor Who is so fucking stupid. I love it. But like the skull masks that they're wearing are cool. Like anything, just say one positive thing so I know you're not just regurgitating opinions. Please, for the love of God.
Yeah, it's very
Because that's the thing. All of these are
We're just doing
opinions
that.
that I've heard before.
It's very easy. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like someone could have easily
That's
pieced
why-
this together just by reading tweets, basically.
That's why I can so readily fucking pull shit up to say no to it.
Yeah.
The only filter here is me being, oh god, I've been awake for 22 hours. Oh my god. I'm having an existential
I
crisis.
feel like this bar
Somebody
hasn't
bring me more
advanced at
soda.
all. Oh god.
Soda!
The other part of the thing was the whole like him
Oh,
doing his
God,
whole
no.
kind of like Dark Knight. Oh, I have to break my one rule thing as well. Remember that?
Yeah,
Can't rope dogs.
but the Doctor doesn't kill
Yeah, that's
people,
cool.
and he gets really
What's that, sir? The Doctor doesn't kill people? Oh, he doesn't. He's never. The Doctor has never killed a single person, guys. There's
I love all
definitely
people
not
mad
an.
about Doctor not doing
That's,
it.
There's
the thing. I think that's the
definitely-
point that they're going to make. That the entire point is that the Doctor doesn't want to kill people.
He doesn't want
his
to.
hand is sometimes forced.
He did, and he was very unhappy with the fact that he needed to, and it probably brought up a lot of trauma because he has had to kill many, many, many people. And he's had to, like,
Yeah, like-
genocide entire races.
They're like. Okay,
Where's the
so
War Doctor?
with the 50th anniversary special, they did make that change where the Doctor actually didn't end the Time War by killing everybody, and instead of having the Doctor change history, he just forgot about it. That's stupid. But if you assume that they do just change history, very slight headcanon twist, the man killed his entire species. Every single member besides him and the Master. And he didn't know where the Master was. The Master was a human at the end of the universe. I am so sorry I spoiled that for you.
Well, someone in chat says the 15th hasn't killed anyone. I guess so, but I mean,
So far.
No, well, he did condemn those bird people to like a shit ton of time and like being trapped like somewhere. I forget exactly. I had to rewatch that episode.
Yeah, we'll get over
to be
it.
fair, I didn't pay that much attention when Rogue came along. I was talking too much with people. I was like, "Ooh, this is good."
yeah.
Not paying attention to it.
Yeah.
Oh, I have to break my one rule thing as well. Remember that?
Yeah,
You can't rope dogs.
So the Doctor doesn't kill people, and he gets really sad because he's going to have to kill Death. And by doing that, all he does is drop him into the time vortex, which I was under the impression he'd already done that before.
Doesn't that just send you to a different time?
Well, he
I
vaporized.
was under the impression he already did that before. Well,
Furry, the furry is so fucking.
should've
You
watched the
can't
episode.
just. Okay. I don't want to be mad at Furry for like not having seen the show
That's Rags, by the way.
and assuming Rags. Okay, so I don't watch this stuff. All I have to go on is the images. But I don't want to harp on Rags if he hasn't seen the show. But like, that's not how the time vortex works in Doctor Who. If you're in there, you're trapped in there, and you're kind of fucked unless you can find a craft, which Sutek did, and it wasn't able to do this time.
Yeah.
But like, I don't know, just talking very confidently about how bad it is. Someone's telling you how bad it is, while having not seen the show and not knowing what the show is like and how things work inside the context of the universe. Man.
Yeah.
It really does suck.
I don't.
mean-
That's the thing, HJ Faiz. I don't want to. I'm too tired to be angry. I want to see the best in these people. Damn
Well,
it.
people have some issues with Rags because he apparently gets some feral porn done of his lifelike dog furry character. So it's like, so it's not like furry
That
porn
is
with an
weird,
anthro, but
admittedly.
it's like a drawn, like real
I'm gonna go
dog
drink
getting
some
fucked.
water.
Take it
Oh,
easy,
man.
guys.
I need a quick break.
Yeah, go to get a Sprite,
Yeah.
a Sprite cranberry.
Do you want to start again?
I wish. You kidding?
Should I? Yeah, should I start? I guess we
Yeah,
should
go ahead. I just have a fucking gallon jug of water here.
Okay,
We're currently playing
dead.
Dead
That's
Rising
sci-fi.
to stay awake right now. So.
Hell
Right, so
yeah.
like turns into nothing.
Have a fucking Kit Kat or something, Bane. What are you doing?
But I don't know why.
Because I would, if you drop anything into a time vortex, I just am led to believe that it doesn't kill you. It just sends you to another time, right?
Well, that's what Maul
No,
was
the
saying.
time
That was
vortex
apparently
is
what happened
deadly.
last time, so why would he die this time?
I have no
But he
clue.
does.
I don't know what. any of
Maybe
it
he was
means.
sent to a time when he was dead.
Well, the thing is, the reality is, he died until the next set of writers don't have any ideas, and then they'll bring him back again, I guess.
I mean, yeah, true.
Well, if you
It's been
know,
going on
True.
for years.
if you know that meta level, then why are we so upset about like this contradicts the audio drama? Well, they didn't say that. I think someone in chat said that.
Yeah,
but,
someone
like,
in chat did.
well, you know, this kind of like, oh my god, this is how silly and attached to the like, yeah. So Doctor Who is a silly fucking show with dumb shit. What are we talking about here? Come on.
And
It's
also,
so weird
that's
to-
the case. That's the case for every character. The
Yeah.
toy maker was defeated for. Well, actually, no.
It's-
They actually did tease the toy maker coming back. That's the one thing I'm wrong on. But
It's-
like the master,
Yeah.
the fucking Missy was supposed to die. And I'm sorry I'm spoiling this for you, but she was supposed to die. The other master shot her with his fucking laser screwdriver and said, regeneration's disabled. Bye-bye, bitch. That's
Well,
what
the-
you get for stabbing me, you fuck.
Well, the current
And then
theory.
Missy fucking died. Missy died. No regeneration. And then, like, a season and a half later, oh, look, I'm the spy master. I'm going to clap like an autistic
The
man.
current theory is the Spy Master might have been a previous incarnation.
See, that also introduces weird plot holes because the whole thing with the Spy Master is that he got so mad that upon learning about the Timeless Child that he destroyed Gallifrey. He destroyed it. He killed every single Time Lord. The Chris Chibnall era is very well written, but he killed
Wonder what's going
all
on
of the
there
Time
after that.
Lords because he was so mad that the Doctor was like exploited for regeneration. It doesn't make sense for any past any past master to have that information. Because
I mean-
Missy would be like, you're a wee little lad found below a portal. or like the sim master would be, I know something you don't. I can
Yeah.
scratching his face, being fucking weird, and, like tapping his
Somebody
fingers
would
4
know
times in a row.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't
Well,
make sense for the Spy Master to be anywhere except just after Missy. And in Expanded Universe, they actually do bridge the gap with like a sort of more neutral time lady. And then I don't know. I just
Well, I mean, this almost gets into
brain
when
bad, not
yeah,
work.
no, you're doing fine. You've got the fucking encyclopedia going. You're doing okay. You might not have any. You might not be able to like think about anything else, or I mean, make sure you're breathing manually. By the way, but like,
Fuck you! I was breathing fine automatically until you said something about it.
But you know, we border on when he starts saying like, oh well, he's just defeated until the next writer takes over. That's a criticism that's almost like, it's like every time a protagonist is ever in danger, you know they're not gonna die. Like,
Yeah,
he's not
or
just gonna
if they do
kill
die,
Sarah
it's-
Jane randomly at the end of a fucking, serial. That's not gonna happen.
Like,
Yeah, it's like-
especially nowadays, we know more about the production of these shows than ever. We saw Millie Gibson filming for Doctor Who season 2, which, by the way, that rebrand is stupid. It's always going to be Series 15 in my mind.
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm just saying the season 1 and 2 so people know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
But we've seen Millie Gibson filming. We know she wasn't going to die. You know? Like, production has spoiled us on a lot of things, and now stakes are just kind of lower in general because we know all of the stuff behind the scenes.
Yeah, back in the
What was-
day, I mean, you knew.
What was my point?
Well, I mean.
I'm slowly falling apart. Hour 22, that's where I break. Hell yeah.
Oh no.
If they keep making Doctor Who.
Well, hey, the one of
If they
Oh,
keep making
all right.
Doctor Who.
All right, so
It's over
I
forever.
remember what I was going to say.
Ooh.
But the fact that, the villain's defeated until another writer brings him back, that shit is ubiquitous inside of Doctor Who and out.
And fiction, yeah.
Yeah.
Any piece of like capitalist driven fiction where it's like, hey, you guys gotta bring back this ancient Batman villain so that people can pog and make YouTube videos talking about, remember this guy? No one talks about him.
Imagine if they
gonna
were
come.
imagine if they were critiquing JoJo. Well, actually, no, I should say a
Yeah,
damn thing.
Don't jinx.
But
Don't jinx it.
imagine if they were talking about let's see,
Yakuza.
you see, exactly, actually. Kiryu's dead until next time the writers want to bring him back. Like,
Yeah.
no shit. This shit happens all the time.
This is
Yeah,
just
all
Kiryu
of the
gets
time.
cancer until the next time he
it
gets
would be
cancer.
really great if these things were made exclusively for the love of making art, but they just aren't, and so you're gonna have that kind of thing happen where it's, hey, Kiryu's back again. Wow.
I can't wait until Yakuza like 18 and 2049, where Kiryu is just a single nodule. He's just like struggling to breathe. He's just like
He's reduced to, he's like 0 at the end of MGS4.
he looks like that fucking that Snark Tank merch shirt Brile. I'm gonna post that. I don't think y'all know.
Alright.
the thing that's worth mentioning is the reveal is super clever because we're talking about. You guys remember me mentioning Harriet Arbinger, right? Harriet.
How can I forget?
So Sutak is his name originally, and in this new one they have this lady just keeps popping up called Susan, and she runs Susan Technologies, and then you
Susan?
have,
Wait, what? Really?
and then at one point the
Well-
AN, or rather the SAN of Susan glitches out, as does the Knowledges of Technologies glitch out.
Oh, you're not fucking around. It's actually Susan Technologies. I thought that was just you couldn't remember what it was. You were just referring to the evil
No.
lady.
It's that, and they glitch together and it becomes Sutek.
What happened to Russell?
That was
I don't know.
Susan Triad
This is the man who wrote
Yeah, it's not Susan Technologies. It's Susan Triad Technologies.
What happened
You know what?
to Russell?
Points for trying.
What happened to him? Dude, this guy wrote the fucking Dobby Doctor episode. Shut up, cunt. You're stupid.
Yeah, he also wrote "It's a Sin," which is like incredibly highly regarded, and I'm not talking about in the derogatory way again.
He
He
wrote...
wrote.
He also wrote Waters of Mars, which was really good, and then
I love
completely
Waters. Actually,
dropped... entirely dropped the ball on egotistical fucking evil Dr. David Tennant. They fucked that up.
No, I don't think Did Russell write Waters of Mars? Hang on.
Well,
I'm actually opening the Doctor Who wiki on this one.
I'm not sure if he wrote it. Okay, but I think he wrote the finale that came after. So he dropped the ball. He pulled a Rise of Skywalker at the very least, and whatever was set up in Waters of Mars, he did not pay off, and it was unfortunate.
It was written by all right, Russell T. Davis and Phil Ford. So he doesn't get the full credit on it.
Okay, well, they set up some cool shit and they didn't pay it off at all. And
They paid it off like, oh god, what, 11 years later?
I guess.
And it was a marketing mess, and you had to buy like 18 different books and a t-shirt and
there was
like
an escape
7
room.
audio stories.
Yeah.
An escape room that you couldn't like get to unless you were in like a specific part of Britain. A VR game.
Oh goodness me. Yeah. That's the
Time Lord Victorious was a strange time. That's the thing. I followed like the keynotes of the story. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
It's just an absolute mess to keep up with.
Yeah, it seems very nightmarish. But yeah, no, I mean, to say what happened to Russell, because we're talking about, there were some really dumb, this is again the guy who made Love and Monsters, and say what you will about it, it's fun, but it is also very stupid. There is a lady who turns into a cobblestone who gives a man a blowjob because need to keep having their sex life. It's her boyfriend, so she's
the Moaning Myrtle blowjob slab.
The blowjob stone, yeah.
But I will say we're knocking on Russell a lot, and he writes some stupid shit, but he also does write some great shit. Like
like this
is
recent
the second best episode of Doctor Who.
Oh yeah, Midnight is fantastic.
This whole last recent season
is great. Yeah, exactly. I love him, and I love his overall stuff. Like, he saved the fucking show. I just think when he sometimes does finales, he's kind of shit, and some of the specifics of his plots are stupid. And he's got less of that now than ever, frankly. I mean, like, it's better than it's ever been. I don't know what the fuck this guy means. Like, what happened to you, Russell? What happened was you used to watch the show and have hopes and optimism and dreams, and now you're a weird, pessimistic adult who knows you're gonna die someday, and you're miserable about it, and now you don't like Doctor Who and fun things and joy. That's what happened. God damn it.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm lucky.
A lot of bitter cunts.
I'm lucky because I was already bitter when I saw Doctor Who the first time. So I mean, you know, hey,
but effectively, you're more optimistic than these people.
Apparently, that's what it seems like.
Midnight.
Most of the best Doctor Who episodes I've seen are him. So what happened?
Well, and telling me you got like this is the result of being inspired by TLJ is so fucking funny. Like,
That's
of course.
Did he say that?
Yeah.
Did he say that?
The primary arc of the whole season is based
How long has it been since The Last Jedi, and we can't stop milking it for
27
YouTube content?
7 years.
I was gonna say, wasn't it 2017?
7 fucking years.
YouTube content, Last Jedi, SEO, Last Jedi, Star Wars feminism, woke, forces female, Last Jedi, click here, click now.
after the TLJ.
Yeah.
Star Wars ruined. Star Wars has Doctor Who completely destroyed. Star Trek, Spider-Man completely destroyed. It's Monsters Inc. is completely destroyed. Ah, my head just exploded.
No, money down.
DEI, woke, politically correct.
No, money down.
Where's the fucking button?
Pronouns, there we go.
Pronouns. That's he shouldn't have said that. That was silly. That was a silly thing to say. I was really, because I didn't watch the whole season, I just caught a few episodes. I was pretty floored by like how comical the show is. It's like such a clown show.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's a goober clown show. It's just insane.
I do agree.
But
It's very
this
funny.
is one that has
Intentionally so, I would even
You
say.
ever watched? The dude made the blowjob stone episode. What's wrong with you?
He made the Moaning Myrtle blowjob slab.
Hey, where do you think we are, bro?
The show is, it's like such a clown show.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's a goober clown show. It's just insane. But apparently this is the one that has the highest budget that they've ever had for like a Doctor Who show.
Wait, are you saying that a really high budget didn't produce a great written TV show?
Oh,
What?
I just mean it had like clown qualities that even seemed to be like that it was kind of.
Okay, my friend, you stupid British retard who should know better because you're British. You should know this. There was a literal Doctor Who outfit where he looked like a clown. And you're telling me this is the clown show now. Are you really serious with that? You watched that Colin Baker episode where he's dressed like a clown man and he's choking a woman to death. And you tell me
Hell
Doctor
yeah.
Who is worse than it's ever been. Come on, man.
Of just this really sort of lame production.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. It just has like this quality of being so
He's
subpar. Like, it's
Australian. I can't tell them apart. They're all the same. It's fine.
really fascinating, just across the board.
Yeah, this is where Americans can be racist.
Wow.
Just-
See, the
To
Doctor
be
Who fans
fair,
reading well.
I did
Oh, like-
kind of get onto a guy's case because Bluey is Australian and not British. That's an L on my part
I mean,
Eh.
listen.
because I thought he was British too.
I'm also stupid, so it's fine.
Lord.
Same.
Wow.
Yeah.
See, the
yeah,
Doctor Who
I have
fans
my-
reading
I
well?
have my moments,
Oh, like
but
Star
that's
Wars
it.
fans.
But this was people are generally disappointed with the finale, right?
Yeah, so what I was struck by was that throughout the season, a lot of the episodes, the big hope was always just, this will make sense later because he's going to explain this, and he'll recontextualize this, blah, blah, blah. And so, you're thinking to yourself, like, well, maybe something will happen that will make it more bearable. Those people were very disappointed today because there was
It is-
nothing.
Man, it is crazy how consistently that's proven.
more bearable. I mean, like, it really does sound like if you don't get a full resolution to every plot thread at the end of an episode, they're having, like, an autistic spasm about it or something.
But Claw, you don't understand.
They
We
didn't
don't
fill
know
out
who
the-
Mrs. Flood is, and we'll never find out because we're all going to die in 10 seconds.
They didn't fill out the TARDIS wiki page. Yeah, no.
I can't believe it.
We fucked
God
up.
damn it.
We're all gonna die tomorrow. I belong to the Jehovah's Witnesses personally, and we're gonna die by next week. Actually, it's very unfortunate. You should all get into your bunkers. So
Yeah, we're
I'm never gonna
ascending.
find out. Yeah,
Hale Bop is passing by, so
I can just imagine. Like,
Oh,
it's
hell yeah.
legitimately. I'm sitting here and they're talking, and I'm just picturing the same conversation being had, but it's like 20 years ago, and they're talking about Lost. And they're just like, so I guess
Oh,
there's like a
God.
polar bear on the island, but like they're not even anywhere near where there's polar stuff, so like that's weird. It's like a summer sunny island, but there's like a polar bear. Whatever. The writers probably didn't even know. I'm so smart. I know polar bears don't belong there. I'm smart. It's like, man,
Fuck polar bears, man.
good for you, dude. You're right. They haven't explained every fucking mystery in the show in the beginning, in the second episode of it. Yeah, unfortunate. What would we have done if, genuinely, like, if they just wrapped all that up? That would have been so narratively disappointing. And they would have complained about that too. You know it. If they had all this mystery built up, and then like the second or third episode, they explain Ruby's mother and everything. It's like, why did we set that up? That just ended so quickly. What's the point of that? That was stupid. And
Yeah, that would actually kind of suck.
yeah, there's just no winning, I guess, unless you, I don't know, I don't know what would have made this better, because again, I feel like if it was some important woman that did something important, that was like, it turned out it was Rose or some shit. Like, you don't want that, right? So
I have a feeling it would probably make a lot of people happy, and I don't like that fact.
yeah, that's unfortunate. I mean, I think Rose.
Oh
is
my god,
probably gonna come
Rose
back
is
at some point.
back. Shut the fuck up.
They brought back Donna, and they should have brought back Donna. She was the best. They haven't brought back Martha yet, but
Yeah, I hope
Yeah,
they
need
do.
to.
it would be good. She's like
She
currently busy
deserved so much better.
fighting for freedom in the future or something. I don't know.
Fighting for food.
It's very unfortunate. She got paired up with Mickey just because they were both black. It was
Yeah, that
literal
was
racism.
Yeah, and that's awkward now because it turns out Noel Clark is not a great person.
Not a good person, no.
Allegedly. Is that alleged or is that a confirmed?
He got fired from a lot of things.
Strongly
Alleged?
alleged.
Alleged in the same way that before
Did
he admitted it, the doc stuff was alleged. You know what I mean?
A minor.
Oh, actually,
Yeah,
I should actually specify. Noel Clark wasn't doing shit with minors. He was like,
yeah, but
being sleazy with women.
Being a being a bit of a
Seems to be a problem
scumbag.
for these bad shows
Yeah.
that have been coming out recently. That when the season
Hold the fuck
starts
up.
and things
Pause.
don't make sense,
Wait, what's
Hold
that
the
was
fuck
about?
up.
What?
Fucking Ninja Spire Jump says RTD doesn't like black people, bro.
My
Bro, look
brother
at the new.
in Christ.
Bro, look at the current doctor, bro.
Russell
Bro.
T. Davies doesn't care about black people.
You know,
God damn it, Kanye. shut the fuck up, Christ!
You know,
Honestly,
For God's sake, I don't need
honestly,
this.
Hitler, if you think about it, I'm just
please,
saying.
no. Please,
it can
no.
get away with it because people expect, reasonably so, that they will get answers that will all lead to a satisfactory conclusion. That it's all going to make sense in the end. But then when it doesn't, it's like, oh shit, the whole, you look back and the whole thing starts to collapse. This is the reason why.
Does the whole thing really collapse? Because again, they're talking exclusively about this mystery with like Ruby's mom or whatever. And so, I mean, for one thing, the Sutekh stuff was they derided it and like downplayed what it was, but like I think it was pretty good. I mean, but even if you don't like the mom stuff, they're not talking about like the plots of any of the episodes or anything. They're not talking about like maybe you just wanted to tune in and get a really cool episode about like music and the god of music making all music terrible, so the Beatles sound like shit and they write stupid songs that are dopey about like dogs that don't have any fucking key or rhyme or rhythm and just end randomly. That's a really funny scene, and like that's there and you could watch that, but no, it's just all cringe and bad because it's her mom.
All right, Paul. I wrote a song. It's about my dog Sutekh.
It's a Typhonian
He's over
beast,
there,
dude.
attached to that police box.
Oh, there he is. He looks great.
Code available, is there?
Well, it's just, remember when Obi-Wan Kenobi was coming out, people loved that shit, and nobody likes it anymore. Well, maybe a handful of people do, but basically nobody likes it anymore.
Right,
Why is that? The story's complete. There's
You gotta calm down.
Who's coming?
What story was he just talking about?
We'll give you 30 minutes, buddy.
Who's going? What's happening?
Oh shit! I didn't mean to delete your whole ass history, Ninja. Bro, I'm actually sorry.
Yeah, that's kind of what happens whenever you time someone out. It's okay.
Yeah, you gotta take 30 minutes for that, buddy.
Damn. What's the? Why did we
I'll
It's just stupid chat shit. He's being weird about the doctor and the maestro.
Oh, I see. Well, I mean, opinions are allowed, but try to keep it civil, everybody.
or at least try to keep it normal.
Yeah. This is continued nitpicking.
That's a collapse. This is the reason why.
Was no more code available, is there?
Well, it's just, remember when Obi-Wan Kenobi was coming out, people loved that shit.
Talking about Obi-Wan Kenobi, I know you liked
okay.
Obi-Wan Kenobi there, Tristan. I know that's another
Yes, I did.
Spicy
It was an emotionally resonant story about a man who had lost all of his hope, learning to regain it back.
Well,
It was
I've heard
great.
A lot of people
I really
complain
enjoyed
about that show. I heard Mike
Yes,
and Jay claim that it was really quality schlock that was stupid, but they enjoyed it. So I mean, that's something.
It did get stupid in areas. I do think that it was a little bit long. It probably could have been condensed into a movie, but the story at large was pretty nice. I enjoyed it.
Well, don't watch the Ahsoka show because I don't know what you think about that one.
Yeah, I've heard things about it. I'm not enthusiastic about watching that. I still have to watch the rest of Andor though. I've been putting that off, but I got to get on it.
Yeah, me too.
And nobody
Same
likes it
here.
anymore. Well, maybe a handful of people do, but basically nobody likes it anymore. Why is that? The story's complete. There's nothing left to, that's it. You can look back on it from beginning to end and realize just how
Could be
messed up it was.
somewhat of a difference between the people who were like, there is nothing more to this. This is the story, and the people who were like, no, I have hope. It's gonna happen. You're gonna have egg on your face.
It's almost like worse in this situation
Well, so
because
you're actively going in. This is the thing where people say this, and I don't always think it's true, but like, I went in hoping that Doctor Who would be a good show, and I was, it wasn't perfect. There were some parts I didn't like in the season, but I was ultimately happy with the show that I wanted to be good. You went in actively wanting it to be negative. You just said that like, oh, they're all gonna see. They'll all see when it's bad. Like you need it to be bad. That's your problem.
Realize just how
I
messed up it
was
was.
gonna say, maybe don't judge them that harshly for it. Maybe they didn't want it to be bad, but they slowly lost all hope. But yeah, the way that they're talking about it does, at the very least, sound like the two people who actually fucking watched it. Did kind of want it to be a little bit bad, at least closer to the end there. So
Yeah, well, I mean, like, and I don't necessarily.
or at the very least, we're expecting it to be bad, which
I guess
so strange.
I mean, I guess, but it is like you have to question, like, is it for content a little bit? Like, yeah, your videos that are angry at funny bad thing is probably going to do better than
Give
like
them the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, no, I'm not suggesting. I'm just like
I mean,
psychologically.
we aren't doing well.
Yeah.
We might be doing this for content. I'm not sure about what the inner machinations of your brain, but I'm just sitting here stating my opinions.
That's what I'm saying. Is like, did I wake up this morning and see this video pop into my timeline and go, oh, that would be good to stream? Well, kind of, yes, but I mean, like,
it's less because yes, this will generate clicks.
I want to engage with it. I think it would be interesting, and it has been
fun.
Yeah, fun, and like yeah. So I mean, like, I don't know. I don't necessarily like. Everybody goes in and you got this channel that talks about like media, and a lot of the time, what am I going to click on? This is the new worst thing ever. This new show.
I'm going to say something. That a lot of people are going to dislike. These people don't seem to have much media literacy.
Oh, no.
Also, I just noticed something. I've been staring at this fucking like screen for so long. I guess I just pushed it out of my mind at first, but I'm just now noticing again. Why is the logo just there twice? The exact same thing. It's like the exact same.
I think the one at the top just displays that, and then this one displays a video if they're watching it. The main one.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I think so.
Somewhat of a difference between the people who were like, there is nothing more to this. This is the story, and the people who are like, no, I have hope. It's gonna happen. You're gonna have egg on your face.
Where are they?
It's almost like worse.
You're gonna have egg on your face, haha. You need it to be.
Well, that's good because I like eggs, bitch. They better be over medium.
This just sounds. It very much sounds like psychologically, like maybe you've convinced yourself, like, oh, this is what's going to make. Like, I don't think it's an active thing, like he's rubbing his hands together. Yes, I'm going to hate this show. Like, I just think it's like you've been somewhat programmed to be like, this is what's going to make the channel more successful. If I'm, yeah, I could go for some eggs. If you got a really incendiary title like Doctor Who has completely destroyed itself, then people like me are going to click on it, right? And it's like, it's clear, like, that's what is driving attention to your channel. So it's like you're not really incentivized, and I don't know if it's necessarily intentional, or if it is just like a subconscious thing of like, this is what you're now after, is specifically to dislike things more than anything. I mean, I don't know, maybe I don't know their metrics. Maybe their videos where they like things also do really well. I don't know. But, like, typically speaking, like, most channels that I know, if they talk positively about something, it's less well-received than the video where they make fun of something and call it the shittiest thing ever. That's the one that gets millions of views. So, like, I understand if that's kind of... The content brain has, like, influenced it a little bit, but, like...
Mr. Spoodersaurus in chat said earlier that there apparently is a very rarely positive takes on EFAP, so... Okay. I feel like that might play into that a little bit.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, I don't know, and, like, this is mostly their core guys. They've got Little Platoon here. He's a pretty frequent guest, but he's not really one of the main... I think the main guys are...
When are they gonna unshrink that fucking movie? I swear to God.
I think the main guys are Fringy and Mahler and Rags, and I'm not sure about this other fellow here, but this is, mostly just their general thing.
Oh,
and they have a lot
company Fringy and Mahler keep.
They have a lot of great people, that jump in, like Pronouns Guy or whatever, but this seems to be their, their general take on this, and I mean, like, I don't know, it's just, it generally comes off just very bitter and, like, you wanted it to be bad. I don't know, I mean, to be fair, it's not like I'm unbiased. I went in wanting it to be good, but it is just that, like, glass half full, glass half empty mentality. I wound up being... not everything was great, but I was mostly pretty happy. It exceeded my expectations. I thought it was going to be a woke, eye-rolling nightmare. After that first fucking... You have no idea. After that first fucking special, I was like, oh god. And then they did the thing with Davros, where they made him, like, no longer in a wheelchair, because that's offensive to wheelchair people.
Like... fucking just talk about that. That's actually stupid.
That was some of the stupid shit they did, and I was like, this is gonna be an eye-rolling... I was legitimately ready to be like, not... Like, they haven't done it. I was ready to be like the one who's like, they really wokeified Doctor Who. This is bullshit. They didn't. They ended it there, and it's been fine since. Like, gay kiss, but it works in the context, Like,
I know a single person who does not think that the Davros wheelchair thing... Well, I know of a single person who does not think the Davros wheelchair thing is extremely stupid. And to be fair, it's theories. He is in a wheelchair. I think he gets to have that opinion,
Yeah, I guess sure.
It's very understandable that he's like, ah, man.
I mean,
this guy in Doctor Who, he's a villain, and he's kind of like me. That sucks.
I gotta be honest. I just watched.
Man,
I just watched Brain of Morbius. They have the big, stupid, like retarded caveman guy, like with a hook hand, and I was just cheering for him. I was like, "Yeah, Kondo, my man, Kondo, yeah." So, like, I don't know. I'm Hookhand Johnson, and I see that, and that's representation for me. I don't care that he's like a giant, stupid caveman. It doesn't bother me none. But I get it. If you're in a wheelchair or something, you're gonna have a different opinion. That's fine. I'm just saying, like that's a case. If the whole season had been weird retcons like that and binary, non-binary, and moments like that, it would have been one thing. But it really wasn't. It pulled back so quickly from being like weird woke shit, and in terms of just like general writing, I mean, again, you'd have to just you really have to be like nitpicking like this.
Wild Blue Yonder is genuinely a fantastic episode. The giggle's really good. Church on Ruby Road's pretty nice. Space Babies is okay. The Devil's Chord's pretty good.
I love Devil's
Boom, which is really good. You have 73 yards, fucking phenomenal. Dot and Bubble, I think, is probably going to be a new classic.
It's insane to me. These are some of the best new Doctor Who episodes. I mean, 73 Yards is like Blink. It's like a new timeless classic. Everyone should see that episode. Even outside of the fact that it's related to the whole series plotline with the fucking 73 Yards from the TARDIS thing. That's been a whole thing throughout the whole show, and they kept it going, and it's great.
And
but you just watch that one episode as a one-off, and it works perfectly well on its own. It's brilliant.
Because like that's how all of us viewed it before the finale aired, because we didn't know that it was actually like fully connected, but it was. And I think it's really funny that everyone was like, criticizing the episode, like, how does the Doctor know about Roger Ep William when it was an aborted timeline?
She knew about him before that happened. He referenced him at the
he was part of
episode.
he was part of his downfall before that episode, and then the Doctor accidentally stepped on some fucking string. It makes sense in context, and then like
fairy bullshit
it completely fucking vanishes from history.
Yeah. Then you have an episode
and then
that's basically no Doctor in this 8 episodes of Doctor Who.
So good. Yeah, to be fair, they did one too many, I think. I think Dot and Bubble, they should have had a little bit more Doctor presence.
It's still better than with Blink, where Blink is just some random fucking person. And people were like, is Carey Mulligan going to come back as a companion at some point?
Yeah, people actually thought that.
And then it never happened.
It would have been cool.
Yeah, I mean, there was precedent with Donna, so it made sense, but like people thought that might have happened.
I really liked Carey Mulligan. I really liked Sally Sparrow.
And this is way better because it's a character piece for your protagonist and how like basically co-protagonist, for that season.
Yeah, I would say she's the audience like insert.
Yeah, she's the Rose, whatever. That's the companion role generally. So,
the person who doesn't know much, who's there so that the people who know much can explain it for the audience, essentially.
Yeah.
The audience surrogate, that's what it's called.
Yeah.
In this situation, because at least with something like Obi-Wan, if you were paying attention to it, that you could say pretty much from the off, this story sucks, it's doing the wrong things, the story makes no sense. Whereas with something like Doctor Who and The Acolyte as well, they're both presenting themselves as mysteries. So you can theoretically find yourself sitting there saying, no, trust me, when all the pieces are in play and once you've got all the evidence, then it will make sense. You're actually stringing people along more by telling them it's a mystery arc than you would be if you were just overtly incompetent like they were with Obi-Wan.
Well, it reminds me of something else that came out semi-recently. The Fallout show. It's like, wait until you get to the end before judging the big old mystery at the beginning. And it's like, sure.
Wait, was he also anti-Fallout show? Oh, God.
Shit, maybe the smaller guy isn't so bad.
No, the Fallout show.
Yeah, it was a good show. I'm just like, it's a little weird with some of the
There's some dumb changes, but I think that'll get corrected in season.
It's still a very good show.
I mean, I guess Mahler seems like the type as he autistically talks for 10 minutes about one single nitpick. Like, I guess
we've been going for 4 hours on a 30-minute video, Claw.
We don't actually see how Walter gagging on cock. We actually don't see how he becomes evil because he used to be good in the past.
What if his name instead of Walter Goggins was Walter Gaggins?
Walter.
And he choked on cock all day long.
That's what happened to his voice. Yeah.
Turns out it's, I guess, not easy to nail those sorts of things. I don't
And
know.
basically, episode 8 was Indy chopping up that bridge, basically, while you were just sitting there. Why? Why are you doing this?
But yeah, that's Doctor Who season done. That's
Someone in their chat says Clara was neat and Jenna Coleman is pregnant now, surprisingly.
How's that
Ooh,
surprising?
Why is that
How
a
is Babby
surprise?
form?
Why?
How
Yeah.
is Babby
Yeah,
form?
she. I'm pretty sure she's married.
I think she's a biological female who can have children.
If she isn't married, she's absolutely in a relationship.
you know, that seems
I mean,
about that. She
If
seems
she
like
wasn't,
old enough to have kids.
I have a job
you
to
know,
do.
You know,
Yes.
yeah, all makes sense.
the new
Jenna
rebooted
Coleman, my
Disney
number is
Money
3.
season, and from what I'm gathering,
Disney Money season.
many people who are very in favor of Doctor Who generally anyway have been very disappointed, and the ratings are catastrophically low.
This is catastrophically low. So there was a thing that.
oh, I didn't get to talk about the ratings earlier. Go ahead and finish up, and then I'm going to talk about the ratings because
Well, I was just about to talk about the ratings actually.
Oh
'cause
hell yeah!
I know Gabe yesterday posted something. I think it was yesterday.
I can go and pull it up if
I
I
know.
need to see.
Yeah, if you've got it there, I'm trying to track it down myself.
Yesterday.
I see people molding. I
Yesterday.
see One Piece. I see Batman, Bamham. A lot of people have been complaining about this.
Oh,
yeah.
there's Boogie.
Harbo Holmes complaining about it. Okay, so here it is. I got it. It's from TV Zone UK on
Thank you,
X.
TV Zone UK. Unless you're stupid, and then I hate you.
Well, they have the headline here, and I don't know how true it is. We're just going off the headline, but this is from TV Zone UK, and this says, new BBC
Yeah.
revealed Doctor Who is the most watched BBC drama amongst young people under 35 this year, and one of the best performing for that demographic across all broadcasters and streamers this year. All episodes continue to increase in viewership, with Space Babies now nearing 6 million. And
See,
Hell yeah.
that's the issue
Let's
with
fucking
all of these
go.
people pointing towards TV
I
ratings.
suppose it might
First
not
of
be
all-
true. It could be false, but it's, I mean, probably.
I mean, that's the
It
thing. It
could
says
be,
BBC's
but-
revealed it, so I'm guessing there's a very credible source that you can just go and find.
probably.
You know,
yeah.
TV Zone's kind of a large outlet. I don't think they would just like post a
Yeah,
lie like
I've
that.
never heard
That
of
can
them,
very
but
easily
sure.
be proven.
Yeah.
But the
Seen
the
'em,
thing
but-
is, people are pointing at the relatively ho hum ratings and saying, Doctor Who is dying. Nobody. Television is dying.
Yeah, people
Yeah.
can watch
Less and
free
less
content.
people watch TV nowadays.
Yeah.
What you need to be looking at is the audience share, and Doctor Who is consistently topped that.
Yeah, Doctor Who's been
Oh, yeah.
doing really good, especially considering the ratings were really low during the Jodie era and the Capaldi era, and they were dipping in the Matt Smith era even. It kind of peaked with, what was it, Day of the Doctor, and then ever since then it's been... What's the matter?
What?
Oh, so, all right. My mic cut out, but it's back now. Hell
Ah,
yeah!
okay.
Thank you, microphone.
I
Why
got
is it
worried.
doing this?
I got
It does
worried.
this so often.
Very concerning.
Alright. So how long we got left of the video?
Yeah, let's.
Well, we're still
Oh,
going
I think they had a record low for one of these episodes.
Ooh, a record low.
Oh, I'm pretty sure, yeah, like it's lower than anything even in the Jodie Whittaker era.
Damn, and this is the most expensive one. That's what are the chances of Doctor Who actually like surviving as a series?
I
Well,
guess
if they bought it and they tried to save it with those ratings, I imagine these new ones will be.
I don't think it was that they bought it. It was like a licensing deal because it's on.
Oh, okay.
Disney+,
Yeah.
At least like internationally.
but like it's it needs to stop. I think if you can't
It's
save
a
it by
humiliation ritual, honestly.
bringing back one of the most beloved actors to play the Doctor
Yes,
and one of the
of
most beloved showrunners to write, and neither of them are. I mean, you're bringing in the numbers. Not that I'm
Well,
surprised.
if you just smear the show and lie about it and like not tell the truth about it, then yeah, I guess you're probably any era of the Doctor could be the worst era ever. Like they could have done anything. They could have had fucking all of the Doctors do a fucking dance number, and it wouldn't have been enough to impress some people. Like I don't
At this
know.
point, of course, then I don't know. Like, what's left? You've done everything now. It's
I want
time
to
to
see
say
Tom
goodbye.
What's
Baker,
next is
96 years old, trying to dance, and he's holding his back. He's clutching it. He's like, "Help me!"
That would be what kills him. You don't need that.
Put me down.
Write better. But
We
They can't do that.
Tom
Bring us on an
Baker just dies.
I thought it was really embarrassing because I watched the first episode of this new run and started doing a video on it, which I sort of ran out of time, so it's sort of sitting there mostly made but not released. But like, it wasn't just say like bringing Tennant back for the specials, and he's still around, isn't he? So if they do get really desperate, they can bring him back yet again, which they probably will try and do. But the way episode 1 just played on basically the same exact beats all the way through as I think it was episode 2 of RTD's first run, the one with Christopher Eccleston. It's like arrive on spaceship, conversation about where Doctor comes from, argument with the distraught sidekick who worries about her mother, phone your mum, fixed your phone, now you can do it. It's like everything it's basically the same, just so much worse and more shallow. So it's not even like he's just bringing back popular people. He's
worse and more shallow, Tristan.
Worse and more
It's the
shallow?
same as it's like it's like Resident Evil 4 remake. It's just soulless, you know. It's terrible.
I feel every pain I've ever felt in my life in this moment.
I mean, having callbacks to how your era started kind of fucking makes sense, right? Like,
Yeah, it's.
Usually, yeah. That's typically what
Also,
What
I
happens?
I don't understand it.
Is he comparing? So that's the end of the world or whatever, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, and I don't.
and yeah,
I-
it does go over a lot of the same beats, but
I don't think it reminds me. Like, I haven't seen it in a while, but when I watched the fucking, he's talking Wild Blue Yonder, I think.
no, he's talking Space Babies.
Oh, that one.
Yeah, Space Babies hits a few of the
Well, he
same
said the
notes, but then it's a
second-
completely different thing after the first couple minutes.
Okay. I guess if he's talking about Space Babies, sure. Yeah. It's not this. I mean, you can look at any Doctor Who episode where they like land on a space station and some shit happens and say that's basically the arc in space is basically, that episode. I mean, any episode where what's going on this weird space station? Let's look at the fucking thing, whatever. I guess it's similar. It's probably meant to be similar because it's like, hey, new Doctor, same old showrunner, It's like a callback or something. I mean, like, when you do something old, it's a problem. When you do something new, it's a problem. If you try to do something different, problem. It's all just bad. It's just all bad, I guess. That's what we've learned. If you do callbacks, it's bad. If you do new things, it's bad. It's all bad. You shouldn't even try. They should just stop. I mean, they should just stop making Doctor Who because this podcast says so. That's what I've learned.
kind of redoing stuff he's already done, which worked before, but he seems to have completely forgotten why it worked before and how to make it work now. Because there's no character involved in these new ones. There's no actual proper conversations. There's no proper relationship dynamic. There's no real conflict or tension. There's no discovery. The Doctor is insufferably cheerful, certainly in that first episode. I don't know how he sort of gets. I gather he cries a lot later on.
Yeah, he's he's cheerful.
Yes, Doctor Who, a character who never cries.
A character who's no, I think he's saying that's a better thing, that he's like a little more morose, like he's too cheerful.
Who the fuck is Madvocate?
Some YouTube channel. I think I've watched some of them. Why?
Okay, I'm just wondering.
Chat message.
They're in chat.
Oh,
I see a check mark and I'm like, who the hell?
I see. EFAP is a
I don't know.
masterpiece. Well, what would the live-action CW EFAP show be? I mean, it wouldn't be worse than The Flash, I guess. It couldn't be
It would
worse than
be-
Legends of Tomorrow.
It would be 5 hours long and it would be a man smugly explaining to you why he's right and then very casually just missing every single detail that's actually important.
Oh, I see.
There's nothing wrong with Flash.
Shut up, baby.
He also
Completely
has
with that
to,
record
he has,
of crime.
he has to be British or Australian.
Right. It's literally, it's 3 out of, I guess it's 3 out of 5 on here are British or Australian, yeah. There's 2 Americanadians.
And in the last episode, I think I was up to like 9 in terms of noticing tears. 9 separate instances of crying in the final episode.
Yeah, I was about to ask separate instances, or just he was crying for 9 minutes or something like that.
No, lots of crying. It's just when you spam
So
it,
he's emotional, that's your problem?
like,
Yeah,
at
I
that point,
guess
you just,
it's a bad
that's what he
thing.
just does. He cries when he's
Famously
making his teeth
never
watered.
cries.
Men shouldn't have emotions.
It doesn't really, whatever. Apparently, Russell has said he has a 2-year plan for Doctor Who, as the 2 seasons they've already filmed is year 1, and year 2 will be the 3rd that hasn't even been commissioned yet. And he says
Man
that once
doesn't
you
have
see,
a 1 episode plan.
Convenient.
he says once you see season 3,
Dude,
you'll.
he planned the finale for 50 years. You are
This-
a retard. This
This
user.
motherfucker, he doesn't even have a 1 episode plan. Shut the
Christ.
fuck up.
You'll be saving
Shut
yourself
the
out,
fuck
eh?
Whatever
up. You
happened
haven't
to
even
Russell
fucking
T.
watched
Davies?
the show,
He's
dude.
so
You
bad.
haven't even fucking watched the show, dude.
No,
you
dude.
can't be saying shit like
He
this.
used to be great. He used to Russell T. You guys remember, like, Idiot's Lantern, that era? That was good Russell T. Davies era. Now it's garbage. You know, he can't run a show for shit. You know, Love and Monsters, the peak of Doctor Who. He made it work. You know, but
Honestly,
now garbage.
Everyone hates on Love and Monsters. Fear Her is like
Did he do
god
Fear Her?
awful. I don't know who wrote Fear Her. I
Yeah, I
forget
know
if it was
he
Russell
did-
or someone else.
I don't think it was him. He did Love and Monsters. That was him. That was the
Yeah.
creator of the new Doctor Who and the current new Doctor Who. The old new and the current new. And he brought the show back from the dead and he made fucking the Blowjob Stone episode. And you're telling me, oh, yeah, he really
The
fell
blowjob
off.
stone.
Writer Matthew Graham. Fuck you, Matthew Graham. You wrote a boring ass story.
I hope you get
Much-
Ebola.
Much love though. I hope you come back and write something better.
Yeah, I'm sure it was
For
a
real.
one-off. Yeah.
Go. It was all heading there.
Oh, okay.
Sure, man.
Oh, what they'll find some other goofy, weird character that's a concept that's anthropomorphic, like time or death, and it'll be like, oh yeah, that was me all along, and then that'll be it.
I just
Would it
isn't
be
funny, though,
better
that
if
you
it
get a
was
whole
on four
season-
legs, buddy? Would it be better if it was on 4 legs instead of 2? Huh?
Yeah, if only Doctor Who brought back K9, the season would have been a 10 out of 10, you know? That's the real problem.
K9 would have killed Sutek himself.
That's true. K9 is a murderous
Just would have used
war
his little
machine.
fucking. Well, use his fucking nose laser, and problem will be solved before the first episode could even end.
Well, then he'd get laryngitis and he'd need to slow down, you know? So, I don't know.
Yeah.
And you're sitting there saying, not only, wait, give me another season, I'll fix it. It's give me another 2, and then you'll see where I was going with all of it. Yeah, how about no, man? How about someone
Who
else,
the
maybe?
Why do they keep giving this guy the ability to write this TV show?
He's
Well, as I
got
understand
the
it,
biggest
I don't
pedigree.
know, maybe because he brought it back from the
It's been
grave and he did what no one said was possible, what everyone thought was... He took a show that no one cared about, that everyone thought was some goofy nerd shit for children, and made it one of the most popular shows in the fucking world. Maybe that's why. I don't know. There's some reasons for it, I think. Maybe if you
Y'all-
had some idea of what you were fucking talking about, you know, that might be...
Y'all know that scene in Time of Angels where Amy like looked into the fucking eyes of a weeping angel and she's like turning into one, and she rubs her eyes and it's like stone and there's stone dust falling from her eye. I feel like that right now. Like I'm rubbing my eyes and I'm just slowly withering away as I do it.
You know, I'm turning into Elf Dobby Doctor right now. We're almost
He's
done.
resume.
He's the favorite showrunner of
He's
Doctor
the one that
Who.
resurrected
Oh,
Doctor Who
God.
in 2005, but at this point, a lot of people are wondering what the...
That was 20 years ago.
You know, it reminds me of... I have friends who don't get it. They're like, what happened to this man? How is this possible? And he's not the only one. You got people with Dave
Yeah,
Filoni being like, how is this possible? You got people with, obviously, the Ridley Scotts, James Camerons of the world who just... They just ain't what they used to be. That's just how it goes, I guess.
He's
Was-
better than he used to be, you fuck.
Some people.
Oh,
Yeah, I think
I wouldn't
most
say
people
that.
get
He's
worse.
about the same.
I mean, I'd say consistency-wise, better. There's no huge flubs in this season. The
True.
finale is a lot better put together than, like, a bunch of what he did. I don't know. I'd say he's overall average. On average, he's improved. Like, I don't understand this concept.
So real quick before you continue, $5 from DMP Stupid saying any 4-legged jokes made about rags is the best kind of joke with how insane this guy is. Thank you. I just learned about it and I'm already using the jokes.
I don't know much about him, but, you know, if people don't seem to care for the the furry business, I don't know, but that's all he seems to be very incredibly dismissive and derisive toward Doctor Who without really seeming to know what he's talking about at all, so that's a little bit annoying. But so is this guy, the American. The two non-Britoid or Australoid folks they're not sending their best. I don't know.
What they do, and sometimes people get better as well.
I
Frankly,
don't even
none of them
remember
are sending
anything
their
that
best.
the Hammer guy's been saying. I think he's just been quiet for most of this
No,
time.
he was the one who was like, what happened to you, RTD? You used to be great.
Oh God.
He was that one, so...
Um,
Some people have to get better.
Yeah,
Go
like
from an
you
incredibly low
guys.
base, you'd hope they all do, but they always find new ways to be worse. That's like the only imaginative thing about them.
One day it'll happen.
And I guess like with RTD, you could say like
We
some
just
of the
have to
germs
pray.
of his current problems were present from the beginning, because like I looked it up a while ago, sort of in service of this unfinished video. But like if you go back to some of the episodes that he wrote during that revival run, like they were quite expressly political, and he was kind of lecturing and hectoring. It was just that it was a much more sort of broad-based universalist kind of theme. It was like warmongering politicians at the time of the
Like
Iraq
Star-
War.
The different, yeah, warmongering politicians like fucking Roger Ap Gwilliam, who now everyone is more sensitive to, so now they see the same type of thing happening, and they just whine and bitch about it like they're being personally attacked, like Russell is fucking showing up in their house and shitting in their fucking cereal.
All right, so real quick,
So real quick, we're nearly
I
done.
want you to put this on screen really quick.
Oh,
I keep updating my feeling.
okay.
It'll be in the war room. You can get a good look at Brile there. I just want you to put this on screen.
Okay. This is how this is a live Tristan cam right now. He's feeling pretty bad. It's not doing so good. Are you in the bargaining phase of grief right now? Is that where you are?
Dear Jesus, please, all 5 of them, please.
Nothing specific, but you know.
Put them in a clown car together. You know that you can do the rest. All right. Also, go back like 5 seconds.
All right, go back 10.
Like if you go back to some of the episodes that he wrote during that revival run, like they were quite expressly political, and he was kind of lecturing and hectoring. It was just that it was a much more sort of broad-based universalist kind of theme. It was like warmongering politics.
All right, so I momentarily forgot because I wanted to make the funny Eddie Brock meme, but these are the points that Russell T. Davis make aren't broad, buddy. They are insinuating that 9/11 was an excuse to gather resources in the Middle East. That's the theme behind Aliens of London and World War III.
Well,
They just
forget
used the
Harriet-
farting zombies, aliens.
Farting aliens, Jesus Christ! Don't forget
uh,
Harriet Jones telling like the American president, like, you are not our fucking boss. Shut up. We'll take care of it.
Yeah,
our
though
problems
that is one of the more general ones. But then you also have the long game, which is literally about doctored news. Which, wow, that is increasingly prevalent, and also not a very general thing, especially back in the day. I could go on, but we're like 4 hours in, so
Yeah,
I would like to get this done as soon as possible so we can laugh at old people.
This suggestion that I thought you were gonna pass out for that, Tristan. I'm happy you'll be there for it. That'll be good.
Listen, I'm always down for laughing at the octogenarians.
Hell yeah!
Someone needs
to
to take them down a peg. They ruined our fucking country.
We're gonna keep Tristan awake for 17 more hours. That's gonna be great.
Oh no!
But I one of the best doctors, Peter Capaldi, he had
The best.
perhaps he had an episode that I didn't really, super care for, but it was Eaters of Light, and it was one of his last ones. And there's a scene in that, and I mentioned this on the podcast recently too, I think. There's a scene in that where they're very overtly, it's Bill, a lesbian, talking to a bunch of Roman soldiers or whatever, and just being like, yeah, I don't like men, and they're all okay with it, and they point to another soldier who's a black Roman or something, I think, and they're just like, yeah, you're just like him, he also doesn't like women, it's great. And so, like, this has been happening for a while. If you want to argue it's gotten worse, whatever, but if you're claiming that, like, it's suddenly woke now or whatever, because now we are getting into the slightly political element of, like, these agendas that RTD is pushing, that, like, he never did that before. It used to be more general or something, and it's like, I don't know, man. Doctor Who, we talked about it before, like, Vengeance on Varos back in the fucking 80s was pretty overt. I gotta watch, Happiness Patrol. That one's the classic, the classic one that's just about Margaret Thatcher and how much
it's a bit less. Yeah, it's a bit less overt than Vengeance on Varos, but it is still like quite obvious given the the time.
Yeah, and so when people say like it's always been woke, this is what I assume they usually mean, and I'm always like, well, yeah, but like 80s X-Men being political is different than now, where it's written by like a person from Twitter, and it seems like shit, But like, I don't know, yeah, 80s Doctor Who was at least politically minded and talking about relevant things, and it was pretty overt with what it was saying and how it was saying it. And so was RTD Doctor Who. Frankly, so was the fucking Kill the Moon abortion episode. You know?
That one was kind of rough.
Like when Doctor Who
still
has
like
a
that
political.
episode, but...
Yeah, it's not a bad one necessarily.
Yeah, I like it specifically because of the character dynamics. The moon being an egg is fucking stupid.
I like the
And
concept.
not really in a it's stupid, not really in a fun way. It could have been done really, really well, though.
I like the idea, but yeah, I do remember being let down by like, oh, that sounds cool, and it wasn't really that cool. But yeah, no, I mean Doctor Who, when it does a political thing, it's usually pretty fucking overt about it, and it's as much as they can do to not just turn to the camera and say it. Which the Doctor is a fucking meta-dimensional being who knows that he's in fiction, by the way. I mean, never forget that there's been fourth wall nods as early as the first Doctor, which I'm sure they weren't thinking of when they had him turn to the stream.
Happy Christmas to all of you at home.
Yeah, they probably weren't thinking he, they didn't know about the fourth wall in the 60s, probably, but...
Yeah, like I think the first Doctor and I think the second Doctor broke it, and then the fourth Doctor did it a lot.
Did he? I don't remember that.
Yes.
Necessarily.
Oh my God, yes.
Oh, I might have seen it and not thought about it, but yeah, no, that's.
In fact, I think like there's an article on TARDIS Wiki about it. Hang on.
Wow. Yeah, I like Doctor Who. The Doctor is basically like Mr. Mxyzptlk from Superman, but like a little bit different. He's also basically like Superman. He's like a better Superman. He's like Superman if he wasn't Punch McMuscle. He was like, if you made the Doctor evil, you're fucked. You're so fucked, dude. The world is over.
At the time of the Iraq War, and it's like kind of like that. And it also works in the context of the universe as well. So like he's not obviously preaching at you from within. So it's a more like universally recognized popular premise. Warmongering, corrupt politicians are evil, and it's set up within the context of the story.
That's the fucking premise of Roger Ap William, but you got a problem with that too.
It never feels like you are being lectured. Whereas like my impression from like this new run is it's very much like it is using this new story to tell you a specific point. You sitting there in the audience, here is how you should use the correct pronouns to address whatever this fucking new villain happens to be.
Hang on, I'm pulling it up.
We are bringing up
pronouns.
He said the word. I have to do it a lot.
I took it out of the.
Alright, I couldn't resist one more.
I took it out of the title, calling it Culture War Apocalypse Nightmare of Death.
He brought it in. Bringing it in clutch in the last 2 minutes.
Bring it back.
God bless him.
Yeah, I mean, it's a minor little joke about the person. It's like an interdimensional god of fucking music or whatever. So I mean, gender is one thing, but also it's a very quick throwaway. This is what I mean. It's like you've not even mentioned really the Devil's Court episode in this whole thing. Again, maybe they have other videos talking about it as well in like previous episodes, but in the whole time that you've mentioned that episode, the only thing you've mentioned is like this pronoun thing that's like 2 seconds at the beginning of the thing, and that's it.
Pronouns!
And like Dot and Bubble is maybe another one where they're lecturing you, and by lecturing they mean not wanting to have your life saved by a black man is kind of cringe. That's a lecture.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's only like in the very it's like the Doctor doesn't turn the camera and say, "Hello, did you know that racism is bad?"
Yeah,
he gets racismed against, and then he's like, "Oh, okay, all right, that sucks," and then he leaves.
Yeah, because he's the first ever black Doctor. So, well, I guess he's not actually. There was the fucking fugitive.
Yeah, there's the fugitive Doctor, but whatever. Who gives a shit? The first mainline black. The first one that we know the placing of.
The only thing that's canon is what you give a shit about. That's how who cares?
Yeah, welcome to Doctor Who.
Forget the fugitive Doctor, but. you know, he's the first Black Doctor, so it's the first time he would have had to deal with that sort of thing, and like it's unfortunate that the Jodie Whittaker didn't have any sort of situation like that, you know, where she's like, wow, I'm a woman now. This is a little different. I'm screaming about managers and stuff. This is horrible. You know, they didn't have anything like that really with her, from my understanding at least. I'm doing an EFAP now. I don't understand. I haven't watched the fucking show. So you know, I didn't see her run, but like from my understanding, they didn't do too much with her being a woman for the first time ever. So
Not too much, yeah.
Them doing something with him being black for the first time, asterisk, is good. It's just good. And they set it up well in the episode where according to Tristan, he didn't see it coming. I saw it a little bit coming, and I was surprised when it turned out the plot twist was that they were racist. I was like, wow, I thought that was just me thinking too much into it, but they were actually setting up the fucking seeds for that. That's great.
Yeah, I don't like how they kind of went, well, if you didn't notice that everyone was white, that's on you. Like,
oh, did they do
bro,
that?
buddy, Russell said that in the Doctor Who Unleashed, but like, buddy, I was blitzed out of my mind watching that shit. I was having a great time, but like, I wasn't paying attention to the casting decisions, buddy.
Oh, I did notice. I was like, it's weird. This whole planet is like a fucking old Navy.
Well, yeah, but you were actively looking for woke.
That's
though,
true.
To be
I
fair,
was specific. Yeah. That's the thing. I want everyone who's like a EFAP fan or whatever to, you know, I don't know. I'm sure not many people like that are really watching this probably, but anybody, you know, who thinks otherwise, I was specifically going out of my way looking for these like agendas and lecture messages or whatever. And it doesn't seem like he's Little Platoon here. He's saying that he hasn't watched it. He's saying like, oh, from what it sounds like, blah blah blah, and that's fair. From what it sounds like from your stupid fucking idiot friend Mahler who just lied to you about it, yeah, I guess you probably got that impression. But if you actually watch it and you're not just specifically looking for things to be upset about, essentially, I really find it difficult. Unless you are just, and I mean, like, I know, controversial opinion, it's okay if you are, well, he's gay, actually, so he can't be homophobic. He can't be he can't have a problem with the gay kiss. So I don't think that's going to be an issue. But, like, if you got a problem with, like, I don't know, whatever, like he's black or whatever, like, whatever, you could be racist if that's the issue. If it is just ultimately that. And I'm not suggesting that that's what it is. But to me, it's just like, I don't know, whatever the problem is with it being, like, driving home a message and it's like, oh, they're forcing you to think this is the right thing to think or yada yada. It's like, not really. Really not. I was trying so hard to be negative. I really was. I say I was going in positively, but not entirely. I'm cynical. So some part of me wanted to relish in hate, too. And I wanted to be like, yeah, this sucks ass. Oh, Doctor Who's bad. Oh, yeah.
Shit, man.
I wanted to have the suck juice, and it didn't happen. It just didn't happen. We are nearly done with this thing.
I am so sorry, Bane, to make you wait a little bit longer. But I know I patiently waited through Claw saying that just now because I need to relish in this for a second.
Go for it.
Ninja Spire Jump in Chat, who has previously been timed out for being kind of weird, is now saying that he doesn't like Russell T Davies because he made Captain Jack Harkness say a transphobic line in Torchwood Series 2. I'm going to now go through Torchwood Series 2 episode by episode and list off the writers. Torchwood Series 2, Episode 1, Kiss Kiss Bang Bang, writer Chris Chibnall. Episode 2, Sleeper, writer James Moran. Episode 3, To the Last Man, Helen Raynor. Episode 4, Meat. Episode 5, Adam, both by Catherine Tregenna. Episode 6, Reset, by J.C. Wilshire. Episode 7, Dead Man Walking. Doesn't have a TARDIS wiki page, by the way. That's kind of weird. By Matt Jones. Episode 8, A Day in the Death. Cool title. Writer, Joseph Lidster. Episode 9, Something Borrowed, by Phil Ford. Episode 10, From Out of the Rain, by Peter J. Hammond. And episodes 11, 12, and 13, Adrift, Fragments, and Exit Wounds, all by Chris Chibnall. Shut the fuck up, buddy. Holy shit.
He might be slightly off. He might mean season 3 or something. I mean, maybe he's just off a little, but he did say season 2. You wouldn't go out of your way to specify season 2 unless you... Well, maybe there was a line.
I was just waiting for him, like, oh, okay, is he going to specify an episode? Because a lot of episodes from Torchwood were not written by Russell T. Davis.
There might have been a transphobic line in there, maybe, but...
yeah, and that's not a good thing.
That might have been a Chris Chibnall invention. I bet that was a Chris Chibnall one. I'm going to go with that.
I'm not gonna put the blame on somebody for that, you know? I don't know what episode he's talking about.
I don't know, but yeah.
Actually, Unknown 289, who I've also previously called stupid. Wow, they're really coming out. Technically, Russell T. Davis did make fun of trans people with Cassandra. No.
Really?
The only trans bit of Cassandra is, she used to be a little boy on Earth. Russell wasn't making fun of trans people. That's just a small detail about her character. Holy shit.
Yeah,
I'm going insane. Maybe I need to stop looking at chat. All right, we should get through with this bullshit.
We are so close to the octogenarians. It's going to be so great. I haven't been
the light at the end of the tunnel. It's growing steadily brighter.
It's going to be so good.
For example, which is already way more particular and less substantiated by the story and less forgivable. But it is kind of a development of something that he used to do. It's more that he's just become less subtle about it. I guess he cares less about the story he's telling more about.
There's something to that for sure. That he's been given full reign, complete freedom, and it's meant that he hasn't had to try anywhere near as hard. He's just gotten exactly to the point of anything that he particularly thinks or feels at the time. The thing I find fascinating is this 3-season thing combined with a lot of people saying they don't really get the Doctor yet, the new one, and the companion. She's already out, and nobody even learned anything about her. It was just she's a generic person that sort of has values.
She's not generic. Did you even watch the fucking 73 Yards episode?
I'm just not gonna say anything. These people have very clearly. They have very clearly proven that they really haven't been paying attention.
Well,
so I'm just gonna leave it.
Well, I'll say, I mean, if
you can believe that if you want to, buddy.
They haven't paid any attention, I guess, to the external part of the show where she's not gone. She's still in the show. She's gonna be back. We know she's coming back.
She's coming back for spoilers. I didn't say spoilers last time, and I'm not sure if people got mad, but I realized this is probably spoilers, so spoilers for Doctor Who season 2 / series 15. She's in the last 4 episodes of that season. Actually, I think the last 5. I'm not sure if she's in 4 or if she's in the last 4.
Yeah, she comes back, and there's already there's not just set photos. There's clips of the season actually.
Yeah, there was a clip from Doctor Who Unleashed, I think.
Yeah, I'm not sure where. I saw it on Twitter of her telling some guy to fuck off. Basically, she's a fine companion. I mean, I like this suggestion too.
Thing combined with
I murder Bane every time I back.
All right, I'm so sorry, but I'm gonna piggyback off of this pause. Unknown 289. Goodbye, Judge.
What did he do?
He said, calm down, man, children. It's just a dead show you used to like once, and I'm just tired enough to be petty about that shit. See ya, buddy.
Fair.
Yeah, that works for me.
Goodbye.
Man, children.
Come complain about it on our podcast. We'll ban you from there too.
Well, children, I'm not gonna argue. I love my Doctor Who show, and I know it's for babies. That's fine. But the dead show, you can say whatever you want about me, but the show is still popping. I mean, people are still watching it. I don't know. These guys are lying about it just not being. There seems to be. It's weird. It's like Gamergate all over again, where there was this concerted effort to push some narrative about gamers being dead, and now it's every new thing that comes out there's the fucking the memo goes out in the Discord that's all right, everybody, make your videos about how it's woke and how it's a cultural display of whatever, and how it hates you, and how the writer hates you, and the writers all hate you, and they all want you to die, and they're all coming for you, and they all hate you. And it's every new thing that comes out, they're all fucking, they all have it ready. They're all just fucking, they've got it ready in the pipeline. It's right there. Every time.
People saying they don't really get the Doctor yet, the new one, and the companion. She's already out, and nobody even learned anything about her.
They don't even know anything they're talking about. Why are they talking about it? They didn't do any research about this. She's
a generic person that sort of has values.
She's a generic person. Oh yeah, she's just a generic person. Like all of
Just
the
like
best,
Rose Tyler.
like the best companions have been people that aren't. The whole show hinges on them and their existence. Like, no one wants another Amy and Clara. Even if you like them, you kind of were done with that. It's fine. Give us just a normal person, please. Thank you. Yes. That's good. I prefer normal person. That's much better.
Yeah, okay, cool. Then
Oh,
she's already
man.
done. So
Rest
compared
in
obviously
peace,
to
Boogie
season 1,
298.
Oh,
or I guess
no.
the first season of the
Effing
reboot,
crap.
where Christopher Eccleston's Doctor is
Rip.
considered by many to be one of the
Yeah.
best Doctors of all time. Just one season. It's hard to sort of say what the fuck happened.
Why is he complaining about Christopher Eccleston? Maybe the BBC shouldn't have fucked him over, I guess. You know,
Yeah.
it would have been nice to have more of him. Although, if we had more of him, we might never have had Tennant, so, I mean, everything would have been different. I like Tennant,
Well,
so, I mean...
we probably would have had Tennant just a little bit later.
It's possible.
Because like Russell worked with him on Casanova. And,
That's true.
You know, all of that. Like Moffat was like, "Hey, 10th Doctor right here." You know,
Yeah,
hey.
everything would have been a little different, but yeah, no, I mean, it would have been nice to have more. And no one's arguing against more Eccleston. I don't think it was Russell. Are they suggesting that Davies got rid of Eccleston? This is
I'm not
bizarre.
sure.
I don't know, man. We'll check it with Doctor Who again in what, like a year's time. We'll see how it's doing. Still have its
It's alive.
next season.
Yeah,
but,
your surface
much like
level shit will probably
several other
be
franchises,
even
it feels
more
it needs to be
surface
put on
level.
ice. Needs to just go away for a long time.
Needs to go away for a long time. I mean, these guys are trying to do the thing that they did in the 80s. Like, you know, it would be terrible if that worked, too, because, like, you remember in the 80s, they had fucking Sylvester McCoy show up, and he had, like, 3 seasons, and it was just starting to turn around. Like, the last couple seasons, we're getting really into the stride again. And then they fucking they cut it right there. If they fucking pull... This is like time repeating on itself, isn't it? Because Matt Smith, youngest Doctor ever, replaced by... Okay, well, then there was Peter Capaldi, but whatever. But then you got... then you got fucking Jodie, who's like... just been fucking given the shortest end of the stick possible by Chris Chibnall, basically. She's like the Colin Baker.
Chris Chibnall is holding 99.9999% of that stick.
Yeah.
Poor Jodie.
She comes in, she's fucked over by Chris Chibnall, by the showrunner, just like Colin Baker, and now Ncuti is the Sylvester McCoy. He comes in, they cancel the show in like a year or something because of dumb retards like this. Just lying to people that it's bad, and so people don't go watch it. I mean, supposedly it is doing well, but, like, it would be horrible to me if they do wind up canceling it, because there is just this false narrative that it's bad, so people don't watch it, because, like, they're
I hope Mahler doesn't become BBC controller. You know?
Hopefully
we don't need another. We don't need another Michael Grade. You know.
Figure out what the fuck you're doing.
Not at all.
I just can't believe how much fun.
Remember when they brought back Doctor Who? He was apparently like super... Oh, Doctor Who's great again. I love it. It's so good. I'm so happy it's back. Yay. Like, now that it's profitable and people like it again, he's on its side.
I just think a lot of these things are. It's become kind of crazy.
There is precedent for that working for Doctor Who.
Yeah, there is. A lot of people think that could be it, but I worry it might become a it'll be like Simpsons, but it won't make any money at all. I assume Simpsons makes money still, you know.
Hello, you just listened to a...
Oh, that was such great content. That was such epic content. All right, boys. We get
I
on to
want something.
octogenarians.
I want something very, very fast and very hard going through my brain right now, and I'm not talking about
Please, Jesus, all 5 of them. Let me see here. Live equals
Dear
funny.
Jesus, all 5, please.
What do we call the debate segment? What do I title it?
Laughing at old people.
Senior Citizen Watch.
Elder abuse hour.
Elder abuse debate. React. Adventure. There you go. We're through the nightmare of death, and now we're into the elder abuse debate. There you go. So welcome everybody.
Is it too late to accept Sutek's gift of death?
I think it would be agreeable for us all. So we
Good,
are
I
now
wanna become sand.
nearly 5 hours into the stream. Hello, everybody.
Hi, folks.
Let people know.
I
And
want to die.
can one of you ping the Discord and just be like, "Hey, we're looking at the fucking old people debate now." So
Yeah,
I got
Tristan,
it.
if you could do that, thank you.
I got it.
I'm Canadian. I haven't really been following because also, I mean, like, it is just going to come down to prison president versus Sleepy Joe, and, like, there is just no winner here. So, you know, not a fan. Not really looking forward to the later part of this year. There's no there's no good option there. But you know, even last night I was streaming. Apparently there was a debate happening. We were busy watching some fucking bonko shit, and it was great. But people were like, "Hey, there's a debate going on. There's the Trump and Biden debate. It's happening." And I was like, "Wow, really?" And I looked at the chat later, and apparently it is just what is it? It's basically like you know, Trump repeating the same 3 catchphrases over and over again, and Joe Biden falling asleep. He's taking a nap.
Essentially, yeah.
Yeah. So that's the scenario with the debate. I'm wondering how. I mean, I don't know. Presidential.
There's like there's an Associated Press one. There's like a CNN one.
Yeah, here I can link you. I can link
All
you
right.
the whole thing.
I got the Wall Street Journal.
Don't start till I come back. I'm gonna
Yeah, it's
use the bathroom really quick and grab a drink.
All right. Well, if we're
Yeah,
doing
actually,
that,
we should
Yeah,
get drinks,
I'm
folks.
stewing here. I need to get up and walk.
You know what? What we'll do? You guys go ahead, take a break. I'll read some super chats, and
Hell yeah.
and then I'll take a little break when you guys get back, and then
All
we'll
right,
start.
thank you, chat, for enduring my Doctor Who tism.
Thank you, everybody, for stopping by for our Doctor Who Nightmare of Death. And,
Now we're
now
into
we're into the
take
reality.
a look at our real nightmare of death.
If only we had Roger Ap Gwilliam to blow us all up. $5 from.
I wish. Be right back, boys.
Okay, $5 from HG McCartoons. As someone who has never seen Doctor Who, hang on, let me get some music queued up here.
As someone who has never seen Doctor Who, this is the worst thing to have ever happened to Doctor Who since insert minority here. You know, and we can all get behind that. Personally, for me, it was the Indians. I think they got uppity, frankly. $5 from Kate. Pronoun jump scare! Indeed. I don't have access to the... Well, I do. I'm just lazy. I'm not going to press it. And the boys are busy. $10 from Violet. I used to watch these guys despite disliking a majority of the guests, but it really started coming across that they thought any opinion that wasn't theirs was incorrect, and it was a big turn-off. Yeah, I've seen some of their stuff before, and it's pretty good. I mean, like, some of the stuff that I've watched. I watched them talk about Cinematic Venom and his insane Lord of the Rings video. And I enjoyed that. I enjoyed what I was watching of it, but it was very long, you know, obviously by their nature. It was a very long stream. I think I only watched about half of it, but it was enjoyable. And like I do think they have some questionable guests. They have some very good guests too, though. They have like, again, I like Aiden Paladin. I like Weekend Warrior and some of the other people that they have on there. That, you know, they got broad variety of individuals on there, you know, and that's I can respect that. You know, but I do question where it's like you got some people on here that are pretty provably just like dumb screeching autistic retards, and it doesn't make you like I don't know. If I don't know. I guess just I would say like don't look to EFAP for like media criticism as much as just entertainment. At least at the very least, it might be entertaining. If you watch Doctor Who and you don't like it, go watch that video. Maybe you'll find it'll be a funny thing that reinforces some of your beliefs. You know, and that's fine. You're allowed to not like it. But I just feel like it's unfortunate for some people because I know for me personally, I love Doctor Who. I know did the check clear? Do I like it? Yeah, I like it. It's great. For me personally, I know that I'm in the demographic of people that would have watched that video or a video like it that basically just, oh, what's going on with the new Doctor Who? Oh, it's cringe and stupid and bad. And it just takes a bunch of stuff out of context and doesn't explain half of the things that are, it doesn't explain anything good about it. It's like, it's an unfortunate, to imagine somebody like me if I didn't know better. And it's just a reminder to whenever you look at media, whenever you're looking at, a new piece of media or something. I mean,
watch it. At least watch multiple people talk about it. You know, people that are unrelated to one another, different types of reviews, whatever. Watch some different perspectives at least, because you never know. Some people might just be not even like, you know. Again, I'm not saying they're doing this out of fucking like malice or something. It's just like, you know, this is. I think psychologically, as a YouTuber, I've been conditioned to see a video, and it's like that movie Nightcrawler, like a house is on fire, and I'm like, ooh, that's good for me. You know, yeah, you see some shit happen, and you're like, I can stream this. So it's like, you know, I understand if you see a new piece of media and you're just like, you know, the best performing videos on your channel happen to be the ones probably that are like pretty negative. So it's like, it makes sense that you're going to go into things kind of hoping to, on some level, hoping to not like it. I mean, you know, you're probably not unwilling to be convinced necessarily, but like, I don't know. I just think it's you know, just be careful. Just don't take one YouTuber's opinion for anything at any point in time.
Okay,
you know.
I am back.
Welcome back. We're just talking about EFAP a little bit here. The moral of the stream. And now that you're back, we can remove the sad Yakuza music and we can switch to this one. There you go. This is more fitting. Well, welcome back. We got the RE basement trumpet farts now, Bane. $2 from Just Larm. Keep that Penix music flowing, homies. Well, this is pretty Penixy, I would say. That was a well-timed one. $5 from Valorous Owl. I really like this episode, Claw. It reminds me of when the Whovians were making a weekly podcast until it all fell apart. Well, I'm not familiar with...
What fell apart? Sorry?
The Whovians? I'm not familiar with the Whovians. Apparently they made a weekly podcast and it all fell apart, and this is similar to that.
Damn.
I have no idea, but I mean, maybe it's related to. It's you know who really fell apart was Vote Saxon 07. Unfortunate.
Man, I can't wait till September.
Vote for Harold Saxon,
boys.
You know, voting for Harold.
Vote that Saxon.
That's okay. Welcome back, Tristan.
Let's not vote. Let's not vote that Saxon. Actually,
let's not vote that Saxon. Although I would probably vote for Harold Saxon over Trump or Biden. Honestly.
Yeah, I'll vote literally any other Saxon.
Yeah.
Just not that one.
Well, no, I would vote for Harold Saxon. I wouldn't vote for Vote Saxon 07.
Yeah.
But
would not vote for him.
He was, you know, John Sim, very charismatic individual.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
I'd love John Sim to be our president. He just like probably just be nice.
You'd have to just pretend to be born
dude.
in America, you know. Yeah. $5 from the Great Zamboni. Thank you for looking at Dorbies. I can die in peace. Well, don't do it. Don't do it soon. But you're welcome. $5 from Valorous Owl. With regards to the snow thing, doesn't that imply we're watching through the time window? Like, in a sense, aren't all episodes the Doctor's memories?
Ooh. I like that.
Well, there's definitely a meta-textual narrative to it. I mean, absolutely. Like, the Sutek desire to know the mom's identity is supposed to be our desire to know the mom's identity. Sorry, I know that's media literacy or whatever, but, you know, I think that seems to be pretty... Yeah, that seems pretty intended. So I would give that sounds about... Yeah, I could go with that, sure.
Well, by the way, it's funny, earlier in the stream, you mentioned Kit Kats to Bane.
Yeah.
I've come into the possession of several Kit Kats, and I will now be eating them.
Very nice. I've got half a Kit Kat here, but I think it's gone stale at this point. Unfortunate.
I got milk chocolate.
I got
chocolate,
half a
dark
bucket
chocolate.
of popcorn from going to go see. Hey, quick review, folks. A Quiet Place Day 1. Not bad.
Oh,
not bad.
Well, that's
I
a
know
Bane
they made another
review.
one.
You know, Bane is an important person. You need to do more reviews, because whatever I say about your opinions, it's like you are an interesting metric for reviewers. Yeah. Like, you are someone where it's like, all right, you might have some interesting takes about, like, Avengers game or whatever, but, like, you know, you can stand by, like, Bane's gonna think this, probably, and, like, if you don't, like, if a fucking, what do they call the extraction shooter, if that comes out and it's bad and you don't like it, then I know that it's bad. Right.
Oh yeah.
Like, you are gonna fucking co-sign most garbage. So like,
are you gonna play the Midnight Society game when it comes out?
I've already had access for a while.
Oh.
Someone got me. Well, it's been in like an alpha thing. Somebody got me access to it early, not an NFT. I did not pay for the NFT.
Is this the Dr. Disrespect one?
It was.
Yeah,
it was. Right.
Literally, it was.
Let me see
Oh,
here.
okay. So Celestial Fish on the in the Discord
Mhm.
says, make sure if you're doing the debate, Claw doesn't show it. Or if he does, he heavily covers it with images, 2Ms, of memes, so CNN doesn't take the stream down.
Well,
You know,
that's annoying.
let's bleed a little bit of the podcast into this actually, because I have something to say about this involving Elon Musk. Elon Musk actually thinks that copyright law should not apply to a fucking presidential debate, and it's an exceedingly rare Elon Musk W.
Yeah, I was
Like,
gonna
it's
say, am I
wild
supposed
how
to?
infrequent those shits are.
Am I supposed to disagree with that? And no, that does sound. Yeah, I mean,
exceedingly rare.
it's the same thing. Everyone cheers when copyright doesn't apply to things. It's great. People cheered. People were so happy. Why did Kendrick beat Drake? In no small part because he took the copyright away from those fucking songs, and anyone could do
we can play
anything
this
with
shit as
them.
much as we want.
We could fucking
Yeah.
pop A minor at any fucking time, bitches. Don't take that one
Kendrick's
out of
pretty
context.
base for that.
Yeah, that was great. Drake didn't do that, and so that was an issue. And yeah,
we can't listen to the Heart Part 6 no more because he took her down.
took that shit down. Yeah, so if presidential
Seems
debate,
like somebody
especially,
lost.
something like that deserves to be public domain. We got a couple more here. $5 from Dinty from DM Beef Stew. Yeah, any four-legged jokes made about Rags, the best kind of joke with how insane the guy is. I don't know too much about the insanity claims. I don't know. I've heard some things, but I just know the stuff about the dog character is a little I don't know. $5 from Flatworm Steve. EFAP's peak content is them watching CW's Batwoman. Other than that, it's hit or miss. Well, CW's Batwoman is a pretty good one to go after, I would say. Everyone can get behind that, right?
Yeah.
It's like making fun of the Chris Chibnall era. It doesn't take a genius to do it, and it's fun.
Like
it's fun whoever does
it. Hoops.
Exactly.
Every time I see a woman in any media now, my head immediately starts. I hear it in my brain. I hear the "I'm a woman," the song that they play for Batwoman when she shows up. It's just like this feminist anthem. Every time I see a female on screen, I just hear "I'm a woman." It's great. It's like the Venus Fire song, So that's all the super chats. Thank you, everybody. We're about to get into the presidential debate. I guess I will have to obfuscate it. I don't know. I guess I could put it up with some. I could just put our faces over it, maybe. Our images. That might work.
If it's actual faces, nah.
Yeah, we don't.
I cannot do cams right now. I look rough.
Yeah, my room's a mess. I don't need that. Wall Street,
just like Rags.
Wall Street Journal has one. Megyn Kelly's streamed about it. 11 Alive has one here.
Is there one from the Associated Press? Because I'm pretty sure they're like not awful when it comes to copyright.
I'm looking. I see there's some small channels. The thing is, I think it's owned by CNN either way, so they can kind of do what they want with it. But I'll look. Associated Press. Pop one of
Wow,
those.
Jon Stewart with that fucking title.
Wait, what was the title?
Fucking Trump's blatant lies and Biden's senior moments.
Yeah. So this is.
We're all screwed.
Yep. We're cooked.
No, I don't think there's an AP version of this, but I'm gonna pick this one from down here. That's like.
Yeah, just pop the fair use faces on it.
Right, the fair use gentleman. There's one that was down. Oh, it's here. 11.
Shit, do you want to put a loud equals funny logo over that? Because I can just send one.
Yeah, you can.
This is officially owned by us. Loud equals funny.
This is.
All right, I'll pop. Which one should I use? Oh, you know what? Fuck. Hang on. Do I still have the PDN from the State of the Podcast episode? I do. All right, give me 1 sec. I'm gonna cut this. Make a new image. I have Jack's Films Super America flag based.
Super America. I like that.
Start a new thing. All right. Save as left USA. Save. Okay.
All right, we're almost ready, boys.
Close. And send.
For those that have just joined, we can't display the
Lefusa.
debate apparently, because if we display the debate, that they have a problem with that. I was about to say
Alright.
the BBC, the CNN, the other one.
All right, pop that on the screen. I just sent it in the chat.
I like Super America. That's good. Let me save this, and I will do that thusly. Lefusa, and that one goes in here. And so, there we go. We are into it, ladies and gentlemen. Here's this fucking loser. Let me get this going. Lefusa. Put this one over the thing. Can't show the debate, but I guess we can fucking... You can hear it? I don't know. We'll see. If the stream gets gunted, you know what's going on. But other people...
Yeah, blame the government. and
Other
CNN.
people have talked about it, so it should be fine. You should do a version of this, Tristan, at some point that's like copyright equals funny. Because, I don't know, we might need to use this again. Copyright does not equal very funny, but let's get into it.
Yes.
Elderlies.
Funny enough, I have to pee, but I'm so close to my bathroom I can just listen. Fuck it.
Hell yeah.
Well, actually, you know
I'm
what?
not getting any audio.
Yeah, I'm not either. There's no audio yet. You know what? I need to go get a drink and stuff, so,
All right, Tristan, entertain for 1 second. I'm gonna pee.
Oh no.
Tristan, the entire stream is on your back. You better whip out the props.
No.
Time for audio drama, Tristan.
Cameras. We don't have cameras. I can't pull out.
Well, you better pull out the musical props, then, loser. What's the matter?
Okay. All right. You thought I didn't have none of those. All right, guys. I'm gonna very poorly play on a song. Yeah. Yeah. I'm a streamer. All right. Hello, chat. Now that it's just us alone, did you know that the three of us have a podcast? And it's called Loud Equals Funny. And we recently had our 50th numbered episode. We do a side series called Loud Equals Funny Hyperfixations. Those don't count towards our real episodes. But yeah, we recently celebrated our 50th episode with Cat Icarus, a famous YouTuber who is really cool and actually like genuinely a really cool person. If you're watching Catty, I didn't say this. Shut up. Shit, I forgot. Because Bane, I don't think has posted about the episode yet. And if he doesn't do that, I can. Excuse me, I drank a little bit of soda.
Okay,
now.
return. How's the humiliation ritual going?
Slim, you're wrong. Shut the fuck up, Slim.
Oh, hell yeah. Fuck that guy. What did he
I'm
say?
the warm one.
The what?
I'm the warm one. I'm fucking sweltering in this room. I'm washing all my clothes, so all I have is a long sleeve shirt.
2020. Yeah. Why is this 2020?
One
day ago.
What? Hang on.
Yeah. What the fuck is that? That's upsetting. That's obscene.
Oh, they're probably doing like some SEO bullshit. Just be like, oh, hey, watch this.
Good
first.
evening. I'm Dana Bash.
All right. I think this
Shut the
is
fuck
the
up,
one.
Dana.
Fuck off, Dana. All right. Where are we? Okay. I think this is it. We're getting into it. I'm just starting where the boys show up. Here they are.
Real quick, Bane, have you posted about the episode yet on the
I have not on Twitter.
All right, I will do it. Give me an adjective for Caddy that doesn't sound slightly homo.
Oh, that's hard. Also remember to put the link of a second post, otherwise Twitter won't share it properly. I'm bad at adjectives. I'm gonna be honest. I'm also a little high and tired.
The superlative Cat Icarus.
That works.
Yes.
Oh, I guess that works.
This one else said natty.
Nade Kade. We are here with the debate, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for catching that it wasn't the right thing. I guess I'll go full screen here. And I will bring this back. Hang on. Where's the Lefusa? Let's grow that bad boy. There you go. Yeah, perfect. This stream is now our content. We made this. Yeah. So anyways, yeah, everybody check out, if you're interested in more fun times, check out the... we got gypped on Culture War today. I mean, we got a little bit of it. There was a little bit at the end there. But we're going to get some here, probably. There might be some Culture War in this debate, maybe. You know, but go check out the new episode. If you want some good Culture War, check out the new episode of Loud Equals Funny. It's not just Culture War. Definitely more than that. But we got Kid Icarus. We're all complaining about stupid people. And it's going to be great. It's going to be great. It was definitely a very fun episode, so check it out. It's now live on the @LoudEqualsFunny channel on YouTube.
Yep. And if you'll give me just a moment, you can go to our Twitter @LoudFunnyPod.
That's right.
To get the link direct, which
I can retweet that.
I will copy the link.
Loud Funny Pod is
Paste
my
that.
favorite account that I follow on Twitter, truly. You should all follow it as well.
All right.
There you go.
All right, just posted it.
Yay, it's live.
Switch back to my account.
Hell yeah.
All right, now let me get off of.
Let's
the
get off of
video
that and
talk.
let's get off on this now. Let's go. Let's.
Oh, all right. So it's this kind of
Now, please welcome the 46th President of the United States, Joe Biden.
Oh, look at him shuffle out.
Oh my god.
Hey, how you doing?
He's mumbling something.
He literally looks like a zombie. Holy shit.
He looks like there's a rod down his back.
He
you know.
looks like a Redead from Zelda. It's like his skin is like he looks like he's wearing the fucking real skin mask that everybody has when they rip off their their face mask and it's someone else underneath in like Scooby-Doo. That's what he's wearing.
Yeah,
right now.
he's like one of those skin stealer skeletons from Kenshi.
By the way, is it showing up on screen? Like,
It's showing up for me.
Well, you guys
okay,
aren't seeing it because of the Loud Equals Funny. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
he looks like
good.
a fucking.
I didn't have stream live.
Yeah. No,
You can probably decrease the size of that Loud Equals Funny.
No. What you can do is turn the opacity.
Yeah, I can probably
maybe
80% filters or something. How do I?
I'd put it at like 50.
I'm almost certain it's like filters or. I don't know. I'm bad with OBS. I'm very dumb.
Add filter. Is it?
Yeah, just like just crunch the contrast.
I don't know, man. I think it's like chroma key. Maybe that'll do it. Hang on.
I really hope that whoever said that was actually telling the truth, and we're not just just doing all of this bullshit for nothing.
Yeah, that would be annoying.
Image mask and blend.
Okay, all right.
No, image mask and blend. I think.
Image mask and okay.
Yeah, that sounds like it would be it.
Yeah, because it's got opacity at the bottom.
Okay.
If you get the opportunity to do like a blend mode and you get something like hard light, I would recommend that.
Okay.
Or maybe soft light. Overlay's kind of basic.
The fucking
color burn would
opacity
probably look like ass.
The opacity thing's not working.
Okay,
This is AIDS. All right. Well, you know what we're gonna do.
I'll figure it out and I'll tell you after you're good.
It's fine. We'll just put this down here. Loud equals, and it's just loud equals Skibbity Biden. There you go. You'll see most of it probably. I mean, maybe it'll cut off someone's face or something. I don't know. I wish we could have like a DVD logo thing where it bounces
color
around the
correction.
screen.
Color correction.
I'll try that. If I can't figure out why, I don't know. It has opacity.
That's the one that works.
Color correction. All right.
Wait, fuck! I just realized I could put the fucking opacity down.
Oh, we're good.
We're
good.
Yeah. If that doesn't work, then I'll do it.
If we get Skibbity fucking copyright fucked, then I think that
beautiful.
This should help, but hopefully we don't have an issue. So he's shuffling out.
Everyone go watch Loud Equals Funny.
He's shuffling out. He looks like a fucking zombie.
I don't know. Zombies look a little bit more animated.
Okay,
than that.
he said, "Folks, how are you?" And
It's the most muffled thing.
This one's actually like an empty one of just the like moderators,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
well, okay, I guess, and the film crew, people behind the camera. So okay, actually, you know what? I've circled around.
There's no crowd.
We're done with Doctor Who, but there is a scene from one of the finales where it's Susan Triad like waving and laughing to the fake crowd that isn't there while she gives a speech to like a fucking camera, and they just pipe in the like applause. I guess there's no applause here. There is no. It's weird.
There's no audience, so they.
Why is there no audience? We're in a post-COVID world. What are we doing here?
I don't know. They had a lot of stipulations for this thing.
I guess Trump is a criminal now, so like maybe he's not allowed. I don't know.
Yeah, true. Either that or like someone might, pull some bullshit. You can keep playing.
He is so shuffling.
Oh yeah.
Speak up,
Please
buddy.
welcome the 45th president of the United States, Donald Trump.
He just looks sad.
He does look upset that he's here.
I don't want to be here. I just want to go play golf.
They aren't even
much like most of my presidency.
They aren't even like shaking hands or anything. That's
Gentlemen, thanks so much for being here. Let's begin the debate, and let's start with the issue that voters consistently say is their top concern: the economy. President Biden, inflation has slowed, but prices remain high. Since you took office, the price of
only all about sonic inflation there,
essentials has increased. For example, a basket of groceries that cost $100 then now costs more than $120. And typical home prices have jumped more than 30%. What do you say to voters who feel they are worse off under your presidency than they were under...
Oh my god, he looks terrified.
He looks so lost and confused.
Jesus Christ.
Help him. Somebody help this man.
Listen, I'm no Joe Biden fan, but poor man, Jesus Christ. I'm lowering the opacity a little bit more.
Keep it paused for just a second. Oh, god damn it! I accidentally opened up my settings. Keep it paused for just a moment longer.
What a
region.
Where's my applesauce? Yeah, where am I?
You're good. You're good whenever you want.
Okay.
those in the server repeat the announcements.
So he just gotta, what are you gonna do to fix the economy, basically? I mean, so Biden's got a simple presidential debate. Good first question. What economy? Always fucked. What are you gonna do?
Voters who feel they are worse off under your presidency than they were under President Trump.
We got to take a look at what I was left with.
Biden's lost. Biden lost already.
Oh god.
In this moment, he lost.
Just like he starts.
Joe, one thing you want to say is you can get the. Come on, man.
This is embarrassing.
What Mr. Trump left me. We had an economy that was in free fall. The pandemic was so badly handled. Many people were dying. All he said was,
well, I expect Trump to laugh at him, but like,
just inject a bleach into your arm. You'll be all right. The economy collapsed. There were no jobs.
He has been coached so thoroughly on what to say. It's just a script. He's like an automaton. This is
I'm surprised he can remember all of it.
Good for him. I mean, he's probably to be fair, it looks like he's got a teleprompter. It looks like he's struggling to read something, so he might not be remembering all of it.
Unemployment rate rose to 15%. It was terrible. And so what we had to do is try to put things back together again. And that's exactly what we began to do.
Yeah, he sounds very hoarse now. I know he's old, but like Joe Biden at least used to have like a nice voice. He sounded like a nice grandpa. Now he sounds like Kay sounds when she's like fucking happy. She sounds so frail. It's unfortunate.
Joe, buddy, just get yourself a fucking lozenge, dude. Get yourself one of those, like, tropical breezes or whatever, the ones that are like really good.
Yeah.
Just put that in your mouth for a little while.
Yeah, that'll help. Get a Halls, fisherman's friend. That'll be your friend too.
8,000 new jobs. We brought out the position where we have 800,000 new manufacturing jobs. But there's more. We brought out the position where we have 800,000 new manufacturing jobs. But there's more to be done. There's more to be done. Working class people are still in trouble. I come from Scranton, Pennsylvania. I come of a household where the kitchen table, if the things weren't able to be met during the month.
Oh my god, he. This is like watching Barbara. Like, this is Barb.
I remember. I actually remember from last night, which is a shocker because I haven't slept since then. But he kept talking about kitchen tables for like a full minute.
Oh, really? That's great. I'm glad he's excited about the new Zelda. I am too.
I've seen the golf clip. That's it.
Oh God.
Yeah. He is struggling. This reminds me of Barb though. Like when in that one video where Chris is like coaching her, basically on like the lines to say so that they can get donations, and it's just like, please send us money so we can buy food. And then you can hear Chris like muttering like instructions to her from off the camera. This is basically that, but slightly more put together. This is a travesty to watch.
It was
instead of Chris,
the
it's
price of
Kamala.
eggs, the price of gas, the price of housing, the price of a whole range of things. That's why I'm working so hard to make sure I deal with those problems. And we're going to make sure that we reduce the price of housing.
Imagine Kamala if he like survives the whole presidency. He wins again. She doesn't get president the whole time. Unfortunate for her. She probably assumed that was a slam dunk sure thing. He's gonna keel over the first fucking year he's in office. No, he managed to make it through COVID, this bugger. Good for him. She's probably
They're pumping
pissed.
this man with so much orange Gatorade.
Yeah, he's gonna have his magical elixir.
We're going to make sure we build 2 million new units. We're going to make sure we cap rents so corporate greed can't take over. The combination, what I was left with in corporate greed, is the reason why we're in this problem right now. In addition to that, we're in a situation where if you take a look at all that was done in his administration, he didn't do much at all. By the time he left, things were in chaos. Literally chaos. And so we put things back together. We created, I said, those jobs. We make sure we had a situation where...
I like that Trump knows he's won already. He doesn't even need to do anything.
Well, we'll get to that.
Well, yeah.
Well, yeah, I guess he could totally fumble it, but he's very confident right now that he's like, man...
I've pre-watched this.
That's true. You, I think, and Gabe watched it last night. I don't know.
I have the foreknowledge.
Yeah.
We brought down the price of prescription drugs, which is a major issue for many people, to $15 for a insulin shot as opposed to $400. No senior has to pay more than $200 for any drug, all the drugs they conclude beginning next year. And the situation is and we're going to make that available to everybody, to all Americans. So we're working to bring down the price around the kitchen table, and that's what
he said it again.
Thank you, President Trump.
We had the greatest economy in the history of our country.
We had the greatest. Our economy is so great.
We have never done so well. Everybody was.
Where was the economy the greatest? Was it when he was in office? Because I don't think that was true.
Is by other countries were copying us. We got hit with COVID, and when we did, we spent the money necessary so we wouldn't end up in a Great Depression, the likes of which we had in 1929. By the time we finished, so we did a great job. We got a lot of credit for the economy, a lot of credit for the military, and no wars, and so many other things.
I mean, like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He could say anything. He's at least an animate individual who sounds like he's awake. Joe is unbelievably sleepy. This is a joke. I mean, this is like
everything was rocking
somehow Joe is sleepier than I am.
And we should
fucking
wild.
Trump is going to be the prison president. This is unbelievable. This is
we're cooked.
This is great.
Either way, we're cooked.
COVID mess. He created mandates that was a disaster for our country. But other than that, we had given them back a country where the stock market actually was higher than pre-COVID, and nobody thought that was even possible. The only jobs he created are for illegal.
Biden, stop drawing little doodles and get back to the job.
Listen, he's depicting Trump as a soy jack.
It's the only hope he has.
It's a bounce back from the COVID. He has not done a good job. He's done a poor job, and inflation's killing our country. It is absolutely killing us.
Thank you, President Biden.
Well, look, the greatest economy in the world. He's the only one who thinks that, I think. I don't know anybody else who thinks he had the greatest economy in the world. And, you know, the fact of the matter is that
oh my God.
We find ourselves in a situation where his economy, he rewarded the wealthy. He had the largest tax cut in American history, $2 trillion. He raised a deficit larger than
Someone asks if Joe is shitting himself. I assume you mean Joe. You might have meant Trump. I mean,
no,
I think they could both be shitting themselves.
Yeah. Both
they're
these
not-
men are in diapers.
Okay, so Trump, he's got a little bit of leakage going on, but he's mostly fine. Biden has a tube.
I gotta be honest, there's probably a lot of, like, Americans right now who are legitimately... There's a lot of, like, probably leftist Americans who are just like, man, I hope someone takes him out before the election, because this can't
I hope
happen.
someone takes both of them out.
Pull up the Eddie Brock image again.
Takes them out for dinner, that is.
Yeah,
guys.
just listen. Jesus, please. Jesus. I'm begging you. just the two of them. That's all I'm saying. I need this to happen, Jesus, please.
Has in any one term. He's the only president other than Herbert Hoover who's
Because the worst thing, too, is that even if, like, something happens and Biden falls in a well or something and he dies, then you're stuck with Kamala. It's not much better. It's not a better out. It's a slightly better outcome.
Well, that's the thing, though. We're stuck with Kamala at the very least, until the election.
Well, I guess. I suppose.
Which isn't that long.
Began, since Herbert Hoover. The idea that he did something that was significant, and the military.
Herbert Hoover. That was when you were.
When he was president, there were still
26, right?
In Afghanistan. He didn't do anything about that. When he was president, we were still finding ourselves in a position where you had a notion that we were this safe country. The truth is, I'm the only president this century that doesn't have this decade, that doesn't have any troops dying anywhere in the world like he did.
President,
Bro, we're talking about the fucking economy. What do you mean?
And Trump, I want to follow up if I can.
Am I allowed to respond to him?
Well, I'm going to ask you a follow-up. You can do whatever you want with the minute that we give you. I want to follow up. You want to impose a 10% tariff on all goods coming into the U.S. How will you ensure that that doesn't drive prices even higher?
It's not going to drive them higher. It's just going to cause countries that have been ripping us off for years, like China and many others, in all fairness to China. It's going to just force them.
I like, he's hitting all the this is like you go to a concert and you expect to see the hits, right?
Yeah, he pops a huge.
Yeah, you get a huge, you get a Gina. It's great. I mean, this is wonderful.
To pay us a lot of money, reduce our deficit tremendously, and give us a lot of power for other things. But he made a statement. The only thing he was right about is I gave you the largest tax cut in history. I also gave you the largest regulation cut in history. That's why we had all the jobs. And the jobs went down, and then they bounced back, and he's taking credit for bounce back jobs. You can't do that. He also said he inherited 9% inflation. No, he inherited almost no inflation, and it stayed that way for 14 months. And then it blew up.
Can I get a source on that, buddy?
They spent money like a bunch of.
I'm sure Trump stopped the fucking budget crisis, and it all just came right back, and people will just believe that without any question. They'll just be like, yeah, the budget was perfect and it was great, and then Trump left office, and now it's bad again.
The best part about this debate is that it's literally just Trump very confidently saying like 90% lies. Like full-on lies that are pretty easy to disprove, and then Biden's sitting here like, it doesn't make no sense, man.
Yeah, it's a bit of an issue.
He's saying some correct things every so often between the garbled nonsense.
But it also doesn't matter. It's all about presentation. It's like anyone can recite the fucking lines that their 17 speechwriters wrote for them. He's just asleep at the fucking wheel. And I mean, Trump is like the same age, but at least he looks awake. He looks like he's alive still. I mean, Joe looks like a fucking corpse. He looks like he's already dead. Unbelievable. And both of them look like they have fake skin. But I mean, at least...
well, give Trump 2 more years, 3 months, and 6 days.
Oh dear. That's not a threat. I don't endorse this at all. I don't know what's going on.
Didn't know what they were doing, and they don't know what they were doing.
I'm a big fan of the time travel show.
Administration in history. There's never been. And as far as Afghanistan is concerned, I was getting out of Afghanistan, but we were getting out with dignity, with strength.
Can I get a source on that, buddy?
He got out. It was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country's life.
President Trump, over the last 8 years, under both of your administrations, the national debt soared to record highs. And according to a new
Biden just casually having a PTSD flashback.
Biden right now, I don't know, can chat see Biden's face? Yeah, you can kind of see it behind the bear. He looks
flabbergasted.
He looks like he can't believe something that just happened.
All right, wait. Keep it paused for like a couple more seconds.
He looks terrified.
All right, you're good.
Gormless president.
Just pop that right there.
He is.
Wait, what did you
sheer
post?
gormlessness.
Where did you post it?
And then announcements.
Oh, hang on. We got a couple announcements, I think, because you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, it's just Biden looking lost and confused. Grandpa got out of the nursing home. He found the car keys, you know?
Grandpa found the car keys, but he did not find his meds, unfortunately.
Trump, your administration approved $8.4 trillion in new debt, while so far, President Biden, you've approved $4.3 trillion in new debt. So, former President Trump, many of the tax cuts that you signed into law are set to expire next year. You want to extend them and go even further, you say. With the U.S. facing trillion-dollar deficits and record debt, why should top earners and corporations pay even less in taxes than they do now?
Because the tax cuts spurred the greatest economy that we've ever seen just prior to COVID, and even after COVID.
Because I'm lying to you about the economy being good, so now I'm going to lie to you about why that's a good thing, about the lie that I just told. You know, it's a foundation.
Source on that?
It's a foundation in lies, so it works out in the end.
So strong that we're able to get through COVID much better than just about any other country. But we spurred, that tax spurred. Now, when we cut the taxes, as an example, the corporate tax was cut down to 21% from 39%, plus beyond that. We
Pull
took
up that
in
Eddie
more
Brock
revenue
image again.
with much less tax.
Nah, you don't gotta do that. You don't gotta do that.
And companies were bringing back trillions of dollars back into our country. The country was going like never before, and we were ready to start paying down
I mean,
debt.
it's fair to say that there's ways that you can pay off your fucking national debt other than just taxing people, but, you know, it also is like, well, what's the problem with apparently Amazon pays nothing or something, so, like, what's that about? I don't know.
We're ready to start using the liquid.
Man.
Yeah, but it's all Trump's fault. He's the reason the economy was the best it ever was, ever.
I wonder when people are gonna stop coping about trickle-down economics.
That's been going for a long time now, yeah.
Gold right under our
Weaselly
feet,
little liar,
the
dude.
oil and gas right under our feet. We were going to have something that nobody else has had. We got hit with COVID. We did a lot to fix it. I gave him an unbelievable situation with all of the therapeutics and all of the things that we came up with. We gave him something great. Remember, more people died under his administration, even though we had largely fixed it. More people died under his administration than our administration, and we were right in the middle of it, something which a lot of people don't like to talk about. But he had far more people dying in his administration.
Didn't he stop being president like 6 months into COVID?
Yeah.
I mean, okay, right at the
COVID
beginning there might have been more of it, but I mean...
COVID was less than a year old when Trump left office.
Yeah,
less than a
mostly
year.
It was mostly his situation, you know?
And also, he largely fixed it. Yeah, sure. That's that explains how he got sick with it. You know, like right before, you know, he got voted out. That explains everything, of course.
There's some good Biden pause frames here. This one's pretty good.
Yeah, I'm trying to I'm absolutely capturing that one.
Yeah.
I'm trying to resist the urge to flood announcements because there are so many.
Oh, go for it. It's my server. I give you full permission. It's my server and yours, basically. So you fucking go for it.
Still, you know.
Put them in other
announcements. Save it for the good. Yeah, actually, from now on, there are another announcements.
This is a good Skibbity Biden glare. I'm always gonna think of Skibbity Biden now. Colbert has cemented that for me.
Why would you have? Why would you do this to yourself?
Well, it's like the new Pokemon Go to the polls. What's going on?
Black Brains in chat. We're gonna be talking about the fucking doc shit this weekend.
Yay!
For a fun one.
I think Black Brains, you're gonna be our next guest on the podcast. So you're following up Kid Icarus. So you've got Big shoes to fill, young man, let me tell you!
Listen, you might be following up Cat Icarus, but Cat Icarus didn't have a whole ass Dr. Disrespect thing to talk about.
Yeah.
That is true.
Pediatrician disrespect.
Under his administration, even though we had largely fixed it, more people died under his administration than our administration, and we were right in the middle of it, something which a lot of people don't like to talk about. But he had far more people dying in his administration. He did the mandate, which is a disaster, mandating it. The vaccine went out. He did a mandate on the vaccine, which is the thing that people most objected to about the vaccine. And he did a very poor job, just a very poor job. And I will tell you, not only poor there, but throughout the entire world, we're no longer respected as a country. They don't respect our leadership.
Gee, I fucking can't imagine why. Look at what America has to offer. It's unthinkable.
Yeah, buddy, that ain't a Biden thing. That's
no, I think it is. I think it's look at this.
It is. It's not.
Biden is a zombie and Trump is a retard. I mean, this is like pick your fucking fighter. You know, this is like Street Fighter 1 where you have.
Can I turn the game off, please? Can I download the DLC and it gives me actual good fighters, please?
You have Ryu and Ken, and that's it. And you aren't allowed to pick a third party, or you're a cringe loser.
Ryu has one leg and Ken forgot how to fight.
Ken is blind.
They don't respect the United States anymore. We're like a third world nation between weaponization of his election, trying to go after his political opponent, all of the things he's done. We've become like a third world nation, and it's a shame.
Yeah.
The damage he's done to our country, and I'd love to ask him, and will, why he allowed millions of people to come in here from prisons, jails, and mental institutions.
I like that he allowed himself that opportunity. He was like, I really like to ask him, I will actually, Mr. Biden, I got a good question for you. Why'd you let so many MS-13s
and destroy our country?
President Trump, we will get to immigration later in this block. President Biden, I want to give you an opportunity to respond to this question about the national debt.
I mean, he literally looks like he got in a car accident and he's confused.
I think Trump's words are actually like becoming corporeal and like bludgeoning him to death.
Have you ever seen the footage of the guy who's like he just survived 9/11 and he's walking out of the debris and there's like a news person and the guy's just like, I've had a really bad day, I don't want to talk about it, and he just keeps walking. That's how Biden looks right now. He looks like a 9/11 survivor. Very unfortunate.
Hell yeah, represent.
He had the largest national debt of any president in a 4-year period, number one. Number two, he got $2 trillion tax cut benefited the very wealthy.
Someone points out that like journalists are being fucking killed in the streets in the Philippines, and America is a third world country apparently. All right,
we're not the ones getting bombed by Israel. Oh, did I say that?
Do is fix the tax system. For example, we have 1,000 trillionaires in America. I mean, billionaires in America. And what's happening? They're in a situation where
what a slip
they, in fact, pay 8.2% in taxes. If they just paid 24% or 25%, either one of those numbers, they'd raise
like I said, he's speaking some sense. Yeah. It's just
Who would ever vote for him? Well, I remember seeing videos that CNN have done in the past where they analyze debates, and they analyze famous presidential debates, like not just recent ones, but like, oh yeah, Walter Mondale lost because he was a fucking loser and he was like unsure of himself. Nixon lost to Kennedy because he was like fucking sweating and he was just like a weird shifty retard. That's the actual words they used. And now I'm looking at this.
Because he went,
yeah! And then, this is just like, no one is going to vote for Joe Biden. He looks like he has been dead for 2 weeks and he's being puppeteered like Weekend at Bernie's. He looks like he's speaking by means... He looks like he's speaking by means of that Futurama plot twist where it turns out, like, I think it was Human Bender or whatever, and he's been dead for 2 weeks, and it's just fat escaping from his folds, and that's how he's making noises.
Woo! Woo! $1 billion, I should say, in a 10-year period. We'd be able to wipe out his debt. We'd be able to help make sure that all those things we need to do, child care, elder care, making sure that we continue to support
Especially the fucking elder care.
strengthen our healthcare system, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary.
This must have been Mike Stoklaus's favorite thing he's ever seen. Just two elderly people fighting each other and bumbling over each other. He must have been very happy with this.
Eligible for what I've been able to do with the with the COVID. Excuse me, with dealing with everything we have to do with.
Well, no, the funny thing is the elderlies won't even vote for Biden because the elderlies are all going to vote for like their conservative king. Probably. If they have to pick one, I don't think they're going to go with Biden. You know, some people might not be pro-Trump, but they'll be like, Biden, he's stupid, he sucks. Democrat, stinky. And, you know, they're not going to vote for him.
Can I vote for this can of like zero sugar ginger ale that I had in my hand?
I really miss Vermin Supreme. People gave him shit. He would have been a good choice, you know.
He pulled off that boot.
As good as any of these fucking people.
Look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump.
Oh God! Just cut him off. We beat Medicare. Can we just
look?
If
we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President
Biden. Die, Medicare.
Just die.
President Trump.
Speaking of which, there's a Jim stream tomorrow making fun of Boogie and his like crypto pump and dump scheme apparently.
Oh hell yeah!
So that's exciting.
Oh hell yeah!
I haven't been looking into that, but I'll be excited to see that.
Well, he's right. He did beat Medicare. He beat it to death, and he's destroying Medicare because all of these people are coming in. They're putting them on Medicare. They're putting them on Social Security.
They're bringing drugs. They're bringing crime. They're terrorists.
Social Security. This man is going to single the fuck.
What's up?
Who the fuck is speaking about the border right now, Trump? Why don't you stick to the topic, buddy?
Yeah, he can't. I mean, because the guy said there's gonna be we're gonna talk about immigration later, and that's his point, so he has to drive that one home, I guess.
Handedly destroy Social Security. These millions and millions of people coming in, they're trying to put them on Social Security. He will wipe out Social Security. He will wipe out Medicare. So he was right in the way he finished that sentence, and it's a shame. What's happened to our country in the last 4 years is not to be believed.
Like
foreign countries, I'm friends with a lot of people. They cannot believe what happened to the United States.
I'm friends with a lot of people, Trump says.
Of America
no
longer respected. They don't like us. We give them everything they want, and they think we're stupid. They think we're very stupid people.
I did everything I could, but for some reason people still think America is just a bumblefuck country led by retards, and I don't know why. I don't know what made them think that.
They said that the leader of America was retarded, and I told them, I said, I don't know any retarded people. I don't associate with them. It's not a racist thing. It's just I don't like them.
What we're doing for other countries, and they do nothing for us. What this man has done is absolutely criminal.
Thank you, President
What
Trump.
you have done is factually criminal.
Donald John Trump.
This is good. This is better than I expected it would be.
This is the first presidential election since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. This morning, the court ruled on yet another abortion case, temporarily allowing emergency abortion.
Oh, dude, my favorite Doctor Who episode is relevant again.
Yeah, kill the moon. Hell yeah.
Despite that state's restrictive ban.
Oh yeah, I didn't get to talk about how Empress of Mars is basically just a big
here we go. It's
episode
Doctor Who talk again. Hell yeah.
It's just a big episode about how colonialism bad, and it was from like 10 years ago, and so, you know, I don't know.
It's great and fun.
Doctor Who is broken now and woke, and they hate you, and they do it to humiliate you. Anyways.
It's woken.
Former President Trump, you take credit for the decision to overturn Roe v. Wade.
What do you mean I get to laugh at least? I'm stuck with fucking Trudeau. What do you mean? We don't even get a choice. We're stuck. We're strapped to that man like Sutek to the TARDIS.
Which returned the issue of abortion to the states.
Correct.
However, the federal government still plays a role in whether or not women have access to abortion pills. They're used in about 2/3 of all abortions. As president, would you block abortion medication?
First of all, the Supreme Court just approved the abortion pill. And I agree with their decision to have done that, and I will not block it. And if you look at this whole question that you're asking, complex but not really complex. 51 years ago, you had Roe v. Wade, and everybody wanted to get it back to the states. Everybody, without exception. Democrats, Republicans, liberals,
Hey, buddy, can I get a source for that?
Everybody wanted it back.
Everybody. We all wanted it. We all did.
Religious leaders. And what I did is I put 3 great Supreme Court justices on the court, and they happened to vote in favor of...
Yeah, see, that is the worst
I
thing
need
Trump ever did, was put
I need a
3
source on that adjective he just said. He started with a G.
3 great, yeah. He put 3 people
I need
on
a
the
source on
Supreme
that.
Court. That's like really stacked the fucking court, and that's man, that's a problem. I mean, I still maintain Trump probably did less damage than Hillary would have, because again, no one would have paid any attention to all the shit Hillary would have done. It would have flown completely under the radar as just general presidential stuff, and she would have been horrible. But Trump, everybody was on him, like him on the McDonald's burgers that he ate so diligently. And then they made fun of him for eating McDonald's burgers and getting like 2 scoops of ice cream. They made fun of him for everything they could possibly make fun of him for. So he was allowed to get away with everything and nothing. At least we were all very aware that the president was insane and fucking criminal. You know, we wouldn't have been with Hillary. And we probably weren't as much with Joe, you know. I mean, say what you will. But that being said, being able to stack the Supreme Court with a bunch of insane retards is probably not helping.
We have been cooked for so fucking long. it's like the frogs in the pot, and you slowly raise the heat, and we're only just now realizing, oh, this is so hot, I'm gonna die.
Oh yeah, we've been dead for at least 10 years or something, I think. Yeah.
Killing Roe v. Wade and moving it back to the states. This is something that everybody wanted. Now, 10 years ago,
can I get a source on that, buddy?
About how many weeks and how many this, getting into other things. But every legal scholar throughout the world.
You know, 4 years ago, I was going to make a video, and I didn't make it because I ran out of time, and I was like, I was doing other things. I was going to make a video that was just called Don't Vote. Just don't. You know, if you really feel strongly about one of these 2 gentlemen, then absolutely. But, you know, all that propaganda about you have to vote, you have to make your voice heard. No, you don't need to support this. Just stay home. Watch The Simpsons. I think you're better off. Someone said there's a Halloween special about, like, the debate. You know what? Watch that. That's spooky. I don't know if it'll be spookier than this real one, but, like...
Yeah, I don't think anything can be spookier. Wanted it brought back to the states. I did that.
This is cosmic horror.
Now the states...
And Joe sees that. That's why he looks like this right now.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Mr. Manafort put out something related to this within the next couple months.
It was an end result that was a little bit more liberal than you would have thought. Kansas, I would say the same thing. Texas is different. Florida is different. But they're all making their own decisions right now. And right now, the states control it. That's the vote of the people. Like Ronald Reagan, I believe in the exceptions. I am a person that believes. And frankly,
like Ronald Reagan, I want to put crack in the black communities. Let me tell you.
But I believe in the exceptions.
Just sprinkle a little crack right on their pillows.
Listen, I'm from Canada. Oh yeah, it's like mints. I'm from Canada. We have
Oh my God, Biden looks like he's fucking deceased.
Jesus Christ.
Get his little face.
Poor guy. I mean, fuck him, but poor guy. I'm from Canada. We had Rob Ford, and he is the crack mayor. He's the Canadian mayor.
Oh, that guy
who did crack and got in trouble for it, and then he died. I wouldn't be surprised if Trump was a crack elderly. You know, like, I think, to be fair, I guess if he's so old.
Both of them are on something.
If he did crack now, he'd probably fucking die. But, like, you know, he's probably done crack. I can believe Trump's at least tried crack.
Pull up the Eddie Brock image again.
Listen, Jesus, I'm just asking you. I need it.
Rape, incest, and the life of the mother. I think it's very important. Some people don't. Follow your heart, but you have to get elected also, and because that has to do with other things. You got to get elected. The problem they have is they're radical because they will take the life of a child in the 8th month, the 9th month, and even after birth. After birth, if you look at the...
Can I get a source on that, Donald?
Okay, to be fair, Donald, I've seen many people in my years streaming that have proven that after post-term abortions should be legal. I mean, you're no exception to that. So,
the
like,
former governor of Virginia.
you know, he's like 80. I think you could still abort him. I mean, it still counts, right?
What trimester is 80?
We could argue that he doesn't have intelligent life yet. It's fine.
He was willing to do this. He said, we'll put the baby aside and we'll determine what we do with the baby, meaning we'll kill the baby. What happened is we brought it back to the states, and the country is now coming together on this issue. It's been a great thing.
Oh, God.
Thank you. President Biden?
It's been a terrible thing, what you've done. The fact is that the vast majority of constitutional scholars support...
Get a fucking lozenge, Joe.
Poor guy did not get a lozenge. Wow, he's gonna
Joseph.
lose this fucking debate because he couldn't get a lozenge.
Go to your wife, open up her purse, grab yourself a Halls, put it in your mouth, buddy.
Go to your wife, open up your mouth, ask her to spit, and you're good.
Yeah, even that. Just drink some Gatorade, brother.
That's this idea that they're all...
Bring out your dad!
And this is the guy who says the state should be able to have it. We're at a state where in 6 weeks, you don't even know whether you're pregnant or not, but you cannot see a doctor, and have him decide on what your circumstances are, whether you need help. The idea that states are able to do this is a little like saying we're going to turn civil rights back to the states, that each state have a different rule. Look, there's so many...
This is like in Paper Mario, where the Elder Koopa starts rambling like an old man, and then Mario and companion just fall asleep on the spot, and he keeps rambling. They do that joke like a bunch in Thousand Year Door, but it gets a little... It wears out, but this is like Joe doing that, and I'm starting to feel... I feel like Bane is gonna fall asleep at any moment.
I'm starting to kind of feel it, yeah.
I mean, I've been up for almost 24 hours.
I think it's over 24 now, isn't it? Shit.
I woke up at around 4. My sleep's always been awful.
Including a young woman.
I'm hopefully going to reset it.
Well, after this, I assume.
Yeah.
He was murdered, and he went to the funeral. The idea that she was murdered by an immigrant coming in to talk about that. But here's the deal.
You know, if we put this on normal, we'll do 1.25. It'll be fine.
There's a lot of...
There you go. Now he talks more like a person.
Going to be raped by their...
What is he talking about? Rape? What's happening?
Yeah, he's talking about how a migrant sexually assaulted and murdered a woman.
Oh,
which is a little strange coming from him.
Yeah,
it's pretty weird.
Weird that he's making Trump's arguments for him.
Yeah, unprompted, by the way.
So
like,
what?
It's like Trump didn't say, and also all of the immigrants. You know, he didn't say that.
Yeah.
Biden just said, "Oh, no, the migrants."
Just random unforced error.
Circumstances are, whether you need help. The idea
he's talking about the abortion thing, right? So, like, if you get raped and you get pregnant, like, yeah, there's some people want to, repeal your rights even for that. Which, I mean, yeah, you should still be able to whatever, but it's very weird that he meant it's like when your grandpa randomly mentions that the guy at the convenience store was Chinese. Like, it's not really relevant to the conversation that she was like, that it was a migrant.
States are able to do this is a little like saying we're going to turn civil rights back to the states. Let each state have a different rule. Look, there's so many young women who have been, including a young woman who just was murdered, and he went to the funeral. The idea that she was murdered by an immigrant coming in, they talk about that. But here's the deal: there's a lot of young women who are being raped by their in-laws, by
what?
Okay, like listen.
He's saying the enemy comes from within and without.
He's making a decent point, but you're playing right into Trump's hand by just bringing that up unprompted.
Yeah. It's very defensive. It's unfortunate.
Their spouses, brothers and sisters, it's just ridiculous, and they can do nothing about it. And they try to
this sexual assault business, I don't care for it. It's just ridiculous.
It's
out of hand.
There have been many young women murdered by the same people he allows to come across our border.
Yeah, you
We have
just
a border-
gave
him
this
a jumping off
him.
point.
What is wrong with you, Joe? Come on.
It's the most dangerous
I'm
place.
starting to feel like Otacon. Joe, answer me. What is wrong? Respond.
Anywhere in the world, considered the most dangerous place anywhere in the world. And he opened it up, and these killers are coming into our country, and they are raping and killing women. And it's a terrible thing.
But is
As
he?
far
Are they killing the men and the children too, or like just the
as
women?
the abortion is concerned, it is now back with the states. The states are voting. In many cases, it's frankly a very liberal decision. In many cases, it's
I
the
still
opposite.
cannot believe
But
Joe
they're
gave
voting,
him
and
a
it's bringing it
fucking
back to the
layup
vote
like
of the
that.
people, which
That's
is what
amazing.
everybody wanted, including the founders, if they knew about this issue, which frankly they didn't. But they would have. Everybody wanted brought back. Ronald Reagan wanted it brought back. He wasn't able to get it. Everybody wanted
Abe
it
Lincoln wanted it brought back. I talked to him. He's a nice guy. He voted for me, actually.
brought back, and many presidents had tried to get it back.
He
I
would've
was the one
voted
to do it.
again
And
for
again,
me.
this gives it the vote of the people, and that's where they wanted it. Every legal scholar wanted it that way.
All the legal scholars.
Again, can I get a source on that, Don?
This is like when Mahler says everyone who knows what they're talking about didn't like the new Doctor Who. You know, yeah, all the legal scholars didn't care.
We're
for
bringing it.
CTEC.
We're making the connections.
Staying
Mahler,
on the topic
just
of
like
abortion,
Donald
President
Trump.
Biden,
Exactly.
7 states. I'll let you do that. This is the same topic. 7 states have no legal restrictions on how far into a pregnancy a woman can obtain an abortion.
Now
Do you
he just
support-
looks disgusted. Joe just looks disgusted right now. Very unhappy.
Any legal limits on how late a woman should be able to terminate a pregnancy?
I supported Roe v. Wade, which had 3 trimesters. The first time is between the woman and the doctor. Second time is between the doctor and an extreme situation. The third time is between the doctor, between the woman
Bro
and the
is
state.
yapping.
The idea that the politicians, that the founders wanted the politicians to be the ones making decisions about women's health is ridiculous. That's the last. No politician should be making that decision. A doctor should be making those decisions. That's how it should be run. That's what you're going to do. And if I'm elected, I'm going to restore Roe v. Wade.
So that means he can take the life of the baby in the 9th month and even after birth, because some
Okay, but again, that's like euthanasia. That's not abortion.
Source on that,
Well, to be fair, what do they normally do in a debate? Do they source things in a debate? Are they gonna shout out the website?
Yeah, they don't source it, but like he's saying very obviously wrong things.
Yeah, that sounds untrue. I mean, I'm not sure what you would like post-term abortions in America. Is that? I mean, I guess it's possible something happened where it's like, oh, this thing is just a fucking like it's just like a fucking, you know, a turd with legs. We gotta abort this thing. We gotta get rid of it. Maybe, but probably not, though. I don't know. It sounds like Weekly World News.
states, Democrat run, take it after birth. Again, the former
Biden
governor of
looks
Virginia.
horrified.
Put the baby down, then we decide what to do with it. So he's
He looks like he just killed a man, and he's like his soul is grappling with the weight of what he's just done.
He's contemplating the loss.
He's looking at his bloodied hands and the knife that's below him, while the man he killed is bleeding slowly on the ground.
He's about to go to jail 10 years for
That's
not,
life for him.
No, sure is.
The baby. Nobody wants
Put
that
him in jail for 1 year or life.
happen. Democrat or Republican. Nobody wants it to happen.
That is simply not true. The Roe v. Wade does not provide for that. That's not the circumstance. Only if a woman's life is in danger, she's going to die. That's the only circumstance in which that can happen. But we are not for late-term abortion, period. Period, period.
Under Roe v. Wade, you have late-term abortion. You can do whatever you want, depending on the state. You can do whatever you want. We don't think that's a good thing. We think it's a radical thing. We think the Democrats are the radicals, not the Republicans.
For 51.
I mean, this is so embarrassing too, because Trump is just like basically. I assume he's basically just lying for the most part, right? And
Yeah.
and Joe is too fucking sleepy and tired to say anything about it.
Yeah, like every so often, Joe will just say something that's like correct, but then, like always, like fucking clockwork in this debate, you have to decipher it with the fucking Rosetta Stone.
Well, also, I mean, that's the
He's
stuff that he's
speaking in
been...
hieroglyphs.
That's what
I
he's
don't
been-
know how that's possible.
That's what he's been programmed to say by his handlers when he has to actually off the cuff respond to something Trump says. He's not quite so fucking ready for it. I don't think he... I doubt if you got the the inner workings of the Biden White House, I doubt he's really making all that many decisions. This guy's a figurehead through and through. He's like the queen
He's got a whole cabinet of fucking people.
Years that was the law.
We got a fucking
scholarship
smart
said
guy
was the
in
right
chat.
way to go.
If
51
it's
years.
untrue, CNN would interrupt. Ever thought of that? Buddy, have you? Do you not know CNN?
Tristan, his name is Bateman.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. Listen, I've been up for about 24 hours. Okay, I can fall for a little bit of bait. It's allowed.
That's fair. I mean, but it's true. The thing is, they don't often call out a lot of the falsehoods. I mean, CNN, you'd think they would because it is CNN. I mean, they don't seem to like Trump very much, but they're being very hands-off in general here.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Like they're just moderators. They're just there to like mute the mics if someone talks out of hand.
Yeah, which is, I guess, for the best, but it should probably
Like
be called
it'd
out.
it would be really cool if they had a fact checker on hand and he was just like super fucking fast and he was just like, actually, but we don't live in that world, sadly.
We need a fat checker. That's what we need. A guy who's fat and he comes in and just hip checks them and knocks them over until they die.
And it was taken away because this guy put very conservative members on the Supreme Court. He takes credit for taking it away. What's he going to do? What's he going to do, in fact, if the MAGA Republicans, he gets elected, and the MAGA Republicans control the Congress, and they pass a universal ban on abortion, period, across the board at 6 weeks or 7 or 8 or 10 weeks, something very, very conservative. Is he going to sign that bill? I'll veto it. He'll sign it.
Thank you.
Let's turn now to the issue of immigration and border security. President Biden, a record number of migrants have
He was frothing at the mouth for this one, Don.
He was trying to respond.
Legally crossed the southern border on your watch. Overwhelming border states and overburdening cities such as New York and Chicago, and in some cases causing real safety and security concerns. Given that, why should voters trust you to solve this crisis?
Because we worked very hard to get a bipartisan agreement that not only changed all of that, it made sure that we are in a situation where you had no circumstance where they could come across the border with the number of border police there are now. We significantly increased the number of asylum officers. By the way, the Border Patrol endorsed my position. In addition to that, we found ourselves in a situation where when he was president, he was taking separated.
Wait, don't we hate ICE or whatever? Should we really want them to be endorsing Biden? I guess Border Patrol is different from ICE, but it's like, I don't know if you want to be endorsed by that regime necessarily.
Babies from their mothers, putting them in cages, making sure the families were separated. That's not the right way to go. What I've done since I've changed the law, what's happened? I've changed it in a way that now you're in a situation where there are 40% fewer people coming across the border illegally. That's better than when he left office. And I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we're going to do with more Border Patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence.
Yeah, Trump. I'm with you. I was trying to decipher it. I don't have my Rosetta Stone on hand. I only have this lithograph right here.
Something about a ban. I don't know, but he tried. He was trying.
I don't think he knows what he said either. Look, we had the safest border in the history of our country. All he had to do was leave it. All he had to do was leave it. He decided to open up our border, open up our country to people that are from prisons, people that are from mental institutions, insane asylum, terrorists. We have the largest number of terrorists coming into our country right now. All terrorists, all over the world, not just in
drugs
South.
and
I wonder if he thinks that like Mexico is just purposefully releasing their prisons into the United States. Oh God, look at that Biden face.
Yeah, that's like
it looks like he's trying to find someone to shift the blame onto, like for the fart that he just laid. Give me 1 sec.
That was a big one. He's pretty far from me, but I could probably say it's him. That's fine.
Listen, a fart travels 6 feet per second. That's pretty fast.
Wow.
From the Middle East, everywhere, all over the world, they're pouring in. And this guy just left it open. And he didn't need legislation because I didn't have legislation. I said, close the border. We had the safest border in history. In that final couple of months of my presidency, we had, according to Border Patrol, who is great, and by the way, who endorsed me for president, but I won't say that, but they endorsed me for president. Brandon, just speak to him.
You said that,
but
Donald.
Look, we had the safest border in
Brandon? You
history.
just called him
Now we have the worst border in
Brandon.
history. There's never been any...
Dude,
All right, that is kind of funny.
Brandon, just speak to him.
Funny.
But look...
I'm sorry, but Biden looks like the soy jack who got deflated by his wife or whatever.
Yes, man.
He does not look very... We got an emote on the server that's just called Sasha. He's the Sasha emote right now.
we had the safest border in history. Now we have the worst border.
Jesus Christ, he looks depressed.
Okay, I'm taking a screenshot of that.
There's never been anything like it. And people are dying all over the place, including the people that are coming up in caravans.
President Trump. President Biden.
People are dying all over the place, especially everyone Kevin Spacey ever interacted with. Unbelievable stuff.
Done anything
Very
across the
sad.
border is one who came along and killed three, and his administration killed an Al Qaeda person come in and his administration killed three American soldiers. That's the only terrorist that's there. I'm not saying that no terrorist ever got through, but the idea they're emptying their prisons, we're welcoming these people. That's simply not true. There's no data to support what he said. Once again, he's exaggerating. He's lying.
President Trump, staying on the topic of immigration, you've said that you're going to carry out, quote, the largest domestic deportation operation in American history, unquote. Does that mean that you will deport every undocumented immigrant in America, including those who have jobs, including those whose spouses are citizens, and including those who have lived here for decades? And if so, how will you do it?
Just 1 second. He said we killed 3 people. The people we killed are al-Baghdadi and Soleimani, the 2 greatest terrorists, biggest terrorists anywhere in the world, and it had a huge impact on everything, not just
We got a huge, everybody. We got a
There's the
huge.
huge.
Yay!
on everything. He's the one that killed people with the bad water, including hundreds of thousands of people dying, and also killing our citizens when they come
I hate
in.
how little of a debate this is too. It's too moderated. Like someone said, why aren't they calling Trump on his lies if they're there? My question: why is it so rigidly moderated? Because you should be able to
because
argue
Trump
a
usually
little
speaks
bit.
out of turn.
I guess, but you should be able to argue a little bit back and forth. I mean, it just comes across now like Biden's afraid of talking to Trump, which he should be. I mean, he has no responses really that haven't been programmed.
Honestly, even if he did have fully worded out responses, he sounds like he's fucking dying.
Yeah, it's not good. This is what happens if you let Bane do a debate right now. He would be
Exactly, pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah, same here.
Very
We are living right now, now in a rat's nest. They're killing our people in New York, in California, in every state in the union because we
They're
don't have
bringing
borders anymore.
drugs?
Every state is now a border. And because of his ridiculous, insane, and very stupid policies, people are coming in and they're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen. We call it migrant crime. I call it Biden migrant crime. They're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen before. And you're reading it like these 3 incredible young girls over the last few days. One of them, I just spoke to the mother, and they just had the funeral for this girl, 12 years old. This is horrible what's taken place. What's taken place in our country, we're literally an uncivilized country now. He doesn't want it to be. He just doesn't know. He opened the borders. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And
Does
we
he
have to
know
get
what
a lot of these people
uncivilized
out of it.
means?
We've been completely uncivilized. We have no media literacy. We
Shit! Hey, hang on. My next door neighbors, their house is getting firebombed. Oh, that's a shame.
Unfortunately,
it's a shame. It's a shame we live in an uncivilized country.
Yeah, Biden's really feeling uncivilized right now. He about to act unwise.
We have to get him out fast.
He sees a 12-year-old in the crowd. You know how it is.
Yeah, he's
he's gonna give him the old pediatrician disrespect special, you know.
Pull him up on stage and ask him why their body looks like that.
Just take a look at where they're living. They're living in luxury hotels in New York City and other places. Our veterans are on the street. They're dying because he doesn't care about our veterans. He doesn't care. He doesn't like the military at all.
The thing is, too, is
they're living in luxury hotels. It means they're probably purchasing the rooms.
It's probably
paying nightly.
Yeah, I mean, it probably goes without saying that Trump is a huge liar, but Biden's really not even objecting to a lot of this. He's just like,
Well,
whatever.
the mics are muted. The mics are muted during the.
I guess, but you think that in between their their responses, he'd be like, "Well, that was all a big lie, and this is why," or something. But he doesn't. So anything Trump's saying that is verifiably not true, like, "Oh, we had the best economy ever in 2017 or whatever he was talking about," like whatever point in his presidency he was talking about that. Biden didn't sweep in and go, "Oh, that's not true." I mean, I guess maybe he did, but no facts. It's like Trump has no sources, but kind of neither does Biden. He can't refute any of these lies with any counter facts, you know.
He doesn't care about our veterans. Nobody been worse.
Facts.
I had the highest approval rating for veterans taking care of the VA. He has the worst. He's gotten rid of all the things that I approved. Joyce, that I got through Congress, all of the different things I approved. they abandoned. We had by far the highest, and now it's down in less than half because he's done all these great things that we did. And I think he did it just because I approved it, which is crazy. But he has killed so many people at our border by allowing all of these people to come in. And it's a very sad day in America.
President Biden, you have the mic.
Every single thing he said is a lie.
There you go. They say that's what I'm asking for.
We love a rebutting king.
For example, he's given us a for example. Love
Sad
it.
day in America.
President Biden, you have the mic.
Every single thing he said is a lie. Every single one. For example, veterans are a hell of a lot better off since they passed the PACT Act. 1 million of them now have insurance, and their families have it.
Oh, he's mad.
Their families have it because what happened, whether it was Agent Orange or burn pits, they're all being covered now. And his group opposed that. We're also in a situation where we have great respect for veterans. My son spent a year in Iraq, living right next to one of those burn pits, came back with stage 4 glioblastoma. I was recently in France for D-Day, and I spoke all about those heroes that died. I went to the World War II cemetery, World War I cemetery he refused to go to. He was standing with his 4-star general, and he told me, he said, I don't want to go in there because they're a bunch of losers and suckers.
Listen, I have this turned a little bit faster, but this is unbelievable. He's just talking in it's like AI. I mean, it's like they could have just made this debate with AI. Frankly, I mean, this is just this
probably
AI
would have been
monotone.
better.
Yeah,
honestly,
it
it would have been more comprehensible.
I don't think it would have been better, but it would have been easier to understand, at least on Biden's end.
Yeah,
and
My
Trump
son's
probably
not
wouldn't
a
have told
sucker.
as many lies. Although he probably would have thought Airbud was a real thing, so
he's
actually no, you're right. It would be better.
And he told me, he said, I don't want to go in there because they're a
here.
bunch of losers and suckers. My son was not a loser, was not a sucker. You're the sucker. You're the loser.
President Trump.
Oh,
got him with the loser
Where
and
is
the
it?
sucker. He's like the
You're the loser, actually.
What's his name? Ichiro from SMT5. He's got the hat on that just says "sucker" on it. It's great. That's Trump right now. Somebody needs to Photoshop that onto his head.
And losers. They made it up. It was in a third-rate magazine that's failing, like many of these magazines. He made that up. He put it in commercials. We've notified him. We had 19 people that said I didn't say it. And think of this. Who would say I'm at a cemetery or I'm talking about our veterans? Because nobody's taken better care. I'm so glad this came up, and he brought it up. There's nobody that's taken better care of our soldiers than I have. To think that I would, in front of generals and others, say suckers and losers. We have 19 people that said it was never said by me. It was made up by him, just like Russia.
I mean,
Russia,
it does sound like a bit of a far-fetched quote that it would be pretty easy to convince people Trump said something that he didn't say, frankly. So, I mean, like, it's easy enough to believe that this one might not be true. Yeah, he's, like, surrounded by generals and shit. I mean, it does seem like a weird thing that he would say. Maybe he thought he was untouchable or whatever, but, like, yeah, I don't know. I guess I could see him saying it too. That doesn't strike me as too crazy for Trump, but like, it could kind of go either way. I could see him being, I could see it being true that he just this has been made up to make him look bad because it's a totally bogus witch hunt and all that. But I mean, yeah, I feel like you don't need to do much to make things up for him.
I don't care who's right and who's wrong. I think it's just funny to see these two old men fight and they call each other names. It's great.
Two
I
fish
love it.
just before they die.
I love elder abuse.
The two fish flapping on the fucking dock of the bay just before they die.
This is all your fault.
Just like the 51 intelligence agents are made up. Just like the new thing with the 16 economists are talking, it's the same thing. 51 intelligence agents said that the laptop was Russia disinformation. It wasn't. That came from his son
this
Hunter.
fucking laptop.
You've got 51 intelligence quota, so you're much better off.
It wasn't Russia disinformation.
I want to
He
really
made up the
quick
sucker.
get on my soapbox about Biden's son, whose name I forgot.
Hunter.
Yeah, Hunter. Why does it
love you,
fucking matter
Hunter.
that why does it matter that he does crack? He's not the president, you know?
I mean,
I'm sure Don's kids are getting up to some wild shit and we don't care about that shit.
I mean, crack son of president is pretty bad though. Like, you gotta give it to him. We got crack mayor. Crack president's son is like not great. It's kind of like when Bush's daughters were off fucking partying and gallivanting around the world, and they were like getting photographed in very compromising positions, and it's like you're the daughters of the president. I don't know.
Milksteak brings up like the crack in the White House. Yeah, that sucks. Leave him, get him the fuck away from the White House. He don't need to be doing any of that shit near, you know, our
They had
nation's
crack
fucking
in
secrets.
The White House.
Yeah, they did. They did find some.
Dan,
I think
they
it was
are both terrible.
I think it was paraphernalia.
These are both awful presidents, both of them. Like, let it not go unstated. Like, Jesus Christ.
So he should.
Yeah, it's a bit overblown.
Trump brings everything, and Biden. Now he's looking directly at us. By the way, Biden.
Hey, Biden.
He's literally
take a fucking lozenge, please.
Biden is literally bringing drugs and bringing crime. They're terrorists.
Get off the Adderall, buddy. It's not working.
Four-star general standing to your side who was on your staff who said you said it, period. That's number one. And number two, the idea that I have to apologize to you for anything along the line. We've done more for veterans than any president has in American history. And they now are in their family. The only sacred obligation we have as a country is to care for our veterans when they come home and their families and equip them when they go to war. That's what we're doing.
I feel like we have a bit more obligations
They're
than
doing
that.
more for veterans than ever before in our history.
All right, thank you so much.
Let's move to the topic of foreign.
What exactly did he say? I'm sorry.
For our veterans.
Aren't you the father of a veteran?
American history.
Aren't you a veteran?
Yeah, but basically the gist of what he said was a four-star general said that you said that, so shut the fuck up.
Right.
Also, we take like really good care of our veterans.
I guess if a four-star general's saying it, I mean, it could be. It's big politics. It could all be a conspiracy, but that lends credibility to it. Sure.
Biden takes 3 times as long to say shit as a normal person.
Their home and their families, equip them when they go to war. Yeah, there's probably more to it that the veterans deserve than that. I don't know.
That's what we're doing. That's what the VA is doing now. They're doing more for veterans than ever before in our history.
All right, thank you so much.
Let's move to the topic of foreign policy. I want to begin with Russia's war against Ukraine, which is now in its 3rd year.
Oh, we're going to get into the fun Hassan point, everybody. We're going to get some cracker-ass takes here. I hope you're excited.
President Trump, Russian President Vladimir Putin says he'll only end
takes.
this war if Russia keeps the Ukrainian territory it has already claimed and Ukraine abandons its bid to join NATO. Are Putin's terms acceptable to you?
First of all, our veterans and our soldiers can't stand this guy.
Can you answer the question, buddy?
He's the worst commander-in-chief, if that's what you call him, that we've ever had.
Can you answer the question,
they can't stand
buddy?
him. So let's get that straight. And they like me more than just about any of them.
They like
and that's
me
based
so
on
much.
every single bit of information.
Oh,
As far as-
that's a bad Biden. I don't care for smiley Biden.
God, keep it paused.
Jesus Christ.
Oh my God.
That is haunting. Oh no.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Oh, that's really bad. Jesus.
Russia and Ukraine. If we had a real president, the president that was respected by Putin, he would have never invaded
Oh, and he's
Ukraine.
trailing off with the smile. He forgot why he's smiling. He looks like Milton Berle.
It looks like he's having a stroke.
Oh, he looks like he's J. Owen.
A lot of people are dead right now, much more than people know. You know, they talk about numbers. You can double those numbers, maybe triple those numbers. He did nothing to stop it. In fact, I think he encouraged Russia from going in. I'll tell you what happened. He was so bad with Afghanistan. It was such a horrible embarrassment, most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, that when Putin watched that and he saw the incompetence, that he should have fired those generals, like I fired the one that you mentioned. And so he's got no love lost. But he should have fired those generals. No general got fired for the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, Afghanistan, where we left billions of dollars of equipment behind. We lost 13 beautiful soldiers, and 38 soldiers were obliterated.
13 beautiful soldiers on Ram Ranch.
By the way, we left people behind too. We left American citizens behind.
The vaccine made Trump buy, you know? Hey, we stand.
The vaccine gave Biden autism, so I believe it.
When Putin saw that, he said, you know what? I think we're going to go in and maybe take this was his dream. I talked to him about it, his dream. The difference is he never would have invaded Ukraine. Never.
I guess we are pivoting into, like, a Ukraine question, I guess. All right.
Just like Israel would have never been invaded in a million years by Hamas. You know why? Because Iran was broke with me. I wouldn't let anybody do business with them. They ran out of money. They were broke. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money.
If we're giving him, for being fair, Trump was so crazy and unpredictable that, like, people were probably like, oh man, if we do anything, Trump's gonna just randomly nuke us or carpet bomb us or something. Like,
yeah, you have a guy who's popular for firing in charge of the nuclear football.
Yeah, bad idea.
Yeah, you know, he probably kept people in line at least, but you know, maybe not, you know, the best
for anything.
thing.
No money for terror. That's why you had no terror at all during my administration. This place, the
I
whole
get a
world
source
is
on
blowing
that.
up under him.
President Biden?
Never heard so much malarkey in my whole life. Look, the fact of the matter is...
Oh, he said the word. Everyone's bringing out their catchphrases.
President Biden?
I've never heard so much malarkey in my whole life. Look,
Malarkey, that's good. Malarkey!
The fact of the matter is that we're in a situation where, let's take the last point first. Iran attacked American troops, caused brain damage for a number of these troops. And
brain damage?
You know a lot about brain
damage.
Did nothing about it recently, when he was president. He said they're just having headaches. That's all it is.
Somebody could probably make a really good compilation of all of the stammering that he does. There's just probably like 5 minutes of...
Yeah, just cut out all the stammering and then cut out all of the like coherent words and just see which one's longer.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, you got to figure out at least the percentage of it that's stammering. That would be a great like YouTube poop. Mr. Biden, what's your opinion? All right, thank you, Mr. Trump.
China. When the attack took place, number one. Number two, we got over 100,000 Americans and others out of
I've noticed that Biden
Afghanistan
can't count to
during that airlift. Number three, we found ourselves in a situation where, if you take a look at what Trump did in Ukraine, this guy told Trump, do whatever you want and do whatever you want. And that's exactly what Trump did to Putin, encourage him, do whatever you want. And he went in. And listen to what he said when he went in. He was going to take Kyiv in 5 days, remember? Because it's part of the old Soviet Union. That's what he wanted to reestablish. Kyiv. And he, in fact, didn't do it at all.
Why do we need to change things like Kiev now needs to be Kyiv? I'm really Kieved off about this.
It's specifically a separation from the Russian language to the Ukraine language. That's why if you look on the and I thought this was a mistake at first, but if you look on the Xbox and PlayStation stores, the Stalker re-release is a Shadow of Chornobyl instead of Chernobyl, and that's the Ukrainian spelling of it.
Oh,
I thought it was a mistake at first. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a Ukrainian game.
Chernobyl sounds like Chernobog, though, so it sounds Satan-y and demon-y. And Chornobyl just sounds fat and ugly. I don't know. But, I guess that's fair.
I'll agree with the second one, but I don't know what the hell you're talking about there with the first one.
Chernobyl... Listen, I don't know.
Unable to get it done. They've lost thousands and thousands of troops. 500,000 troops.
President Trump,
I never said that.
For 1 minute, I just want to go back to my original question, which is, are Putin's terms acceptable to you? Keeping the territory in Ukraine.
No, they're not acceptable. But look, this is a war that never should have started. If we had a leader in this war, he led everybody along. He's given $200 billion now or more to Ukraine. He's given $200 billion. That's a lot of money. I don't think there's ever been anything like it. Every time that Zelensky comes to this country, he walks away with $60 billion. He's the greatest salesman ever. And I'm not knocking him. I'm not knocking anything. I'm only saying the money that we're spending on this war.
He's got a rod
we
down
shouldn't
there,
be spending. It should have never happened. I will have that war settled between Putin and Zelensky as president-elect before I take office on January 20th. I'll have that war settled. People being killed so needlessly, so stupidly, and I will get it settled, and I'll get it settled fast before I take office.
He should have pointed over at Biden when he said stupidly.
Biden, you have a minute.
The fact is that Putin is a war criminal. He's killed thousands.
You know a lot about
people.
war criminals, Biden. You are
one. He wants to reestablish what was part of the Soviet Empire, not just a piece. He wants all of Ukraine. That's what he wants. And then you think he'll stop there? Do you think he'll stop when if he takes Ukraine? What do you think happens to Poland? What do you think of Belarus? What do you think happens to those NATO countries? And so if you want a war, you ought to find out what he's going to do, because if in fact he does what he says and walks away, and by the way, all that money we give Ukraine and from weapons we make here in the United States, we give them the weapons, not the money at this point. And our NATO allies have produced as much funding for Ukraine as we have. That's why we're strong.
Thank you. Moving on to the Middle East. In October, Hamas attacked Israel, killing more than 1,000 people.
Hang on, let me play some Gobi's Valley music to really fit the tone. Everybody is going to love it. It's going to be so sensitive. We're going to finally find out about the problem with Palestine from Turkey Tom. I'm so excited.
Thank you. Moving on to the Middle East. In October, Hamas attacked Israel, killing more than 1,000 people and taking hundreds of hostages. Among those held and thought to still be alive are 5 Americans. Israel's response has killed thousands of Palestinians and created a humanitarian crisis in Gaza. President Biden, you've put forward a proposal to resolve this conflict, but so far Hamas has not released the remaining hostages, and Israel is continuing its military offensive in Gaza. So what additional leverage will you use to get Hamas and Israel to end the war? You have 2 minutes.
Number one, everyone from the United Nations Security Council straight through to the G7 to the Israelis and Netanyahu himself have endorsed the plan I put forward.
I'm sorry.
Straight
They
through the
zoom out
G7.
here. He looks dead. This is a body of a corpse. He looks like he's been found in a tomb and he's been dead for 20 years.
It looks like they've attached him to, like, you know those scientific skeletons you see in science class? It looks like they attached him to the frame of one of those and he's just dangling.
And his skin is so leathery too. It's the skin has already died. It's decomposed. He's just waiting. The rest of him is waiting to die.
To the Israelis and Netanyahu himself have endorsed the plan I put forward.
Biden wants
We gotta find this motherfucker's
First
phylactery.
trade the hostages for a ceasefire. Second phase is a ceasefire with additional conditions. The third phase is the end of the war. The only one who wants the war to continue is Hamas. Number one, they're the only ones standing out. We're still pushing hard to get them to accept. In the meantime, what's happened in Israel? We're finding.
Wait. The Hamas is the. Wait, hang on. I think is Joe pro-Israel? I don't understand.
Yes, he is. Yes.
Yep.
He specifically denies that I'm about to get controversial, so my opinions do not necessarily reflect those of Mr. Deadwing Dork himself.
Sure.
But he absolutely denies that Israel wants to wipe out Palestine. So that's cool.
That's interesting. So is Trump? Well,
We're not
Trump
even at the bad part yet.
Is Trump pro-Israel too?
Let's just wait and see.
Okay, I'm really out of the loop on a lot of this stuff because it makes me sad and stuff. So like I just try to watch Doctor Who and laugh at stupid people and I'm good. Nothing I do will ever influence the Middle East. So hey, I don't need to try. Hey. So Biden is pro
Look at that face.
Israel. Yeah, he's trying his best.
Looks like his soul's leaving his body.
He's having his Indiana Jones moment. Which one is that where the guy ages? Is that the third one? I think that's the third one.
Shit, I forget.
It's the Holy Grail.
I've watched those.
Yeah.
Pushing hard
The other one's face
to get them to accept. In the meantime, what's happened in Israel? We're finding the only thing I've denied Israel was 2,000-pound bombs. They don't work very well in populated areas. They kill a lot of innocent people. We're providing Israel with all the weapons they need and when they need them. And by the way, I'm the guy that organized,
including
the
white
war
phosphorus,
against Iran when they had a full-blown intercontinental ballistic missile attack on Israel. No one was hurt. No one Israeli was accidentally killed, and it just stopped. We saved Israel. We are the biggest.
Sounds like he's breaking down, crying.
Israel of anyone in the world, and so there are two different.
Look at that face from Trump.
Trump is just. I'm sorry. I know whatever you got to say about him. If you are not aware of politics and you watch this and you're trying to be convinced by one of them, you've been convinced by Trump. Probably. Yeah. He is the clear. He just. Down to the shoulders. I don't know if you guys have noticed, Biden has, these slumped, pathetic beta male shoulders. And Trump's, I don't know, maybe he's got, shoulder pads or something, but he looks like he's, back straight, he's good posture, whatever.
Oh, okay. Humphrey Horsehead, listen. We're not a fan of the Israeli government, but maybe don't make Jew jokes, buddy.
Yeah, that's not necessary.
I'll give you 5 minutes.
Listen. I understand a lot of lefties are getting weirdly anti-Semitic now because it's become cool to do so or something. So it's maybe we don't need that,
Not allowed to be continued. We continue to send our experts and our intelligence people as to how they can get Hamas like we did bin Laden. You don't have to do it. And by the way, they've been greatly weakened, Hamas. Greatly weakened, and they should be. They should be eliminated. But you've got to be careful for using certain weapons among population.
Well, Hamas is a terrorist group or whatever. If you just say they, Hamas, the terrorists...
they also hold political sway.
Yeah, but
it's a little complicated.
They probably shouldn't, given. I've heard that Malcolm X is both the greatest thinker of our time and also an evil terrorist. So for all I know, Hamas is not nearly as bad as the way that a lot of people are spinning them to look. But from what I've heard, it doesn't sound like they're exactly as Hassan might put it, they're not exactly Luffy and his fucking Nakama.
Yeah,
they're not happy-go-lucky protagonists or anything. No, so it's
they are at best, They are at best politicians and at worst
yeah, and that's not a great thing to be at best, frankly. So, yeah. So, and I mean, ultimately, it just seems like there's a lot of people in the middle that are getting unfortunate things happening to them. So it's like, you know, whatever side is happening here, it seems weird. I didn't expect, because I'm out of the loop. I didn't expect the blue guys to be. I mean, everybody who's like pro-Palestine is always like pro everything else that the blue guys support.
Yeah, there's a reason we call him Genocide Joe.
I see. That's a good one. I like it.
Yeah.
I'm surprised you
Just
haven't
going
heard
back to Ukraine for 1 second. We have
That's better than Brandon.
Oh my God!
Wait, what's the new pivot?
Using certain weapons among population centers.
So they're talking about Israel.
Just going back to Ukraine for 1 second.
Oh my God, John!
We have the ocean separating us. The European nations together have spent 100 billion, or maybe more than that, less than us. Why doesn't he call them and say, you got to put up your money like I did with NATO? I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. The Secretary General of NATO said Trump did the most incredible job I've ever seen. They wouldn't have any. They were going out of business. We were spending almost 100% of the money was paid by us. He didn't do that. He's getting all. You got to ask these people to put up the money. We're over $100 billion more spent, and it has a bigger impact on them because of location, because we have an ocean in between. You got to ask them. As far as Israel and Hamas, Israel's the one that wants to go. He said the only one who wants to keep going is Hamas. Actually, Israel is the one, and you should let him go and let him finish the job.
Correct.
He doesn't want to do it. He's becoming a
Pause.
Palestinian.
Pause. So he was right for a split second. Israel's the one who wants to keep going, and then the motherfucker just supported ethnic cleansing. Cool. That's great. I'm so glad. That's one of our options.
Yeah, well, it's either Genocide Joe, I guess, or it's this guy who
Genocide Trump
seems to want him to go even harder.
Even Genocide Joe over here looks pained at what he's heard, and I feel that.
The terminology, like, you know, what was that, like, finish the job? It's like, so kill them all then, round them all up, put them in camps? It's not good.
That's the terminology you use when you're, like, pest control.
Yeah.
And you're like halfway through spraying the house, and you're like, okay, time to finish the job.
Yeah, that's exploding varmints talk. I don't like that. We don't need that for the
because
president.
He's a very bad Palestinian. He's a weak one.
President Biden, you have a minute.
I've never heard so much foolishness. This is a guy who wants to get out of NATO. Are you going to stay in NATO?
Is it foolishness to support ethnic cleansing? I mean, I suppose. You know, it's not wise.
The idea that we have our strength lies in our lives as well.
Cooked, man.
You may be a big ocean, but we're able to avoid a war in Europe.
We are fucking
Europe. What happens if, in fact, you have Putin continue to go into NATO? We have an Article 5 agreement. Attack on one is attack on all. You want to start the nuclear war he keeps talking about, go ahead. Let Putin go in and control Ukraine and then move on to Poland and other places. See what happens then. He has no idea what the hell he's talking about. And by the way, I got 50 other nations around the world to support Ukraine, including Japan and South Korea, because they understand that this kind of dislocation has a serious threat to the whole world peace. No major war in Europe has ever been able to be contained just to Europe.
President Trump, just to follow up, would you support the creation of an independent Palestinian state in order to achieve peace in the region?
I'd have to see, but before we do that, the problem we have...
God, Donald, just answer one question.
Is that we spend all the money. So they kill us on trade. I made great trade deals with the European nations. Because if you add them up, they're about the same size economically. Their economy is about the same size as the United States. And they were no cars, they don't want anything that we have. But we're supposed to take their cars, their food, their everything, their agriculture. I changed that. But the big thing I changed is they don't want to pay. And the only reason that he can play games with NATO is because I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. I said, and he's right about this, I said, no, I'm not going to support NATO if you don't pay. They asked me that question. Would you guard us against Russia at a very secret meeting of the 28 states at that time, nations at that time? And I said, no, if you don't pay, I won't do that. And you know what happened? Billions and billions of dollars came flowing in the next day and the next months. But now we're in the same position. We're paying everybody's bills.
Let's turn to the issue of democracy. Former President Trump, I want to ask you about...
He didn't answer the question at all.
Of course he didn't. But let's talk about democracy. That seems like that's what's at stake right now. So, I mean...
Oh, just wait. He completely avoids one question. Like, completely.
Exciting.
6, 2021, after you rallied your supporters that day,
6th now.
some of them stormed the Capitol.
Billions and
to
billions.
the counting of electoral
Where were
votes.
you when
As
on
president, you
January
swore an
6th,
oath
you know what
to,
I'm
quote,
saying?
preserve, protect, and defend, unquote, the Constitution. What do you
I'm
say
not
to
a
voters
Fed.
who believe
You
that
can
you
tell me.
violated that oath through your actions and inaction on January 6th and worry that you'll do it again?
Well, I don't think too many believe that. And let me tell you about January 6th. On January 6th,
boy.
we had a great border. Nobody coming through. Very.
The border. Here we
What?
go. Our eyes weren't really looking to the border on January 6th. The enemy was within at that point.
few. On January 6th, we were energy independent. On January 6th, we had the lowest taxes.
Can I get a
ever.
source
We had
on
the
that
lowest
one?
Regulations ever. On January 6th, we were respected
Border.
all over the world. All over the world, we were respected. And then he comes in, and we're
Oh
laughed at. We're
man!
like a bunch of stupid
Oh, I
people.
cackled and it didn't pick up on the audio.
Oh, I heard it. I heard it. It was good. It was
Oh,
a good
hell
cackle. Yeah. I mean, I think it's very America.
On January 6, 2021, we were respected.
Yeah, it's very America-centric to act like all people already found America stupid before Trump, and Trump just exacerbated that. Trump made it worse.
This is like a pre 9/11 thing, even.
Oh, people have hated America for a long time. I've been told that if I'm very lucky if I go to another country, I'm Canadian. They apparently treat Canadians a lot better than they treat Americans. If you're American, you're supposed to go to another country and put like Canadian tags in all your luggage and shit so that people think you're Canadian, so they don't scam you and leave you to die, which is apparently what they do because they don't like Americans. So I'm just saying, like, you know, Trump only made things worse. It's not like we were the fucking amazing. I just did it. Amazing. It's not like America, you know. But we're stuck with over here in Canada. We're stuck with skibbity fucking, what's his name? Oklahoma. Trudeau. We're stuck with him.
Skibbity blackface.
Yeah, we're stuck with him. And there is an upset recently in Toronto where he apparently he got surprisingly voted against in a very typically liberal neighborhood. So the throne might be dethroned. He might be out, but that just means we're stuck with like God and Bible and God, which is not great, you know. Our conservative party is it's like the middle road between Biden and Trump, where it's just like boring losers that are, you know, kind of inoffensive, but still just boring losers, and they have like weird backwards beliefs, you know, so not great. We don't have a lot of options either, unfortunately. If you're thinking come to Canada, it'll be better here. Oh, they've got 3 parties there. Yeah, don't worry about it. It's not better.
Bougie.
What happened to the United States' reputation under this man's leadership is horrible, including weaponization, which I'm sure at some point you'll be talking about, where he goes after his political opponent because he can't beat him fair and square.
You have 80 seconds left.
buddy.
My question was, what do you say to those voters who believe that you violated your constitutional oath through your actions and inaction on January 6, 2021, and worry that you'll do it again?
Well, I didn't say that to anybody. I said peacefully and patriotically. And Nancy Pelosi, if you just watched the
Yeah,
news
they
from 2 days
peacefully
ago,
and patriotically
on tape to
brought
her daughter,
fucking
who's a
zip ties
documentary
along with them, too.
filmmaker, like they say. But she's saying, oh, no, it's my responsibility. I was responsible for this. Because I offered her 10,000 soldiers or National Guard, and she turned them down. And the mayor of, in writing, by the way, the mayor, in writing, turned it down, the mayor of D.C. They turned it down. I offered 10,000 because I could see. I had virtually nothing to do. They asked me to go make a speech. I could see what was happening. Everybody was saying they're going to be there on January 6th. They're going to be there. And I said, you know what? There's a lot of people coming. You could feel it. You could feel it, too, and you could feel it. And I said, they ought to have some National Guard or whatever. And I offered it to her. And
well, wasn't this lies? Wasn't he like busy doing a fucking speech like 2 blocks away, and he was like, he like directed people toward doing that or something? Or was that like a few days before? Maybe I remember he like incited.
I try to forget that whole period of time.
I think he was actively doing something that day. I feel like that's a lie.
she now admits that
sure,
she
though.
turned it down.
He did post
And was
about it
the
on
same
Twitter.
day. She was, I don't know, she can't be very happy with her daughter because it made her into a liar. She said, I take full responsibility for January
It was the
6th.
woman's fault? Well, obviously.
President Biden?
Look, he encouraged those folks to go up the Capitol. I saw him down in the Oval Office.
He sounds like a dust cloud should be coming out of his mouth every time he exhales.
This is so unfortunate. Jesus Christ.
He encouraged those folks to go up the Capitol. I sat in the dining room off the Oval Office. He sat there for 3 hours watching, being begged by his vice president and a number of his colleagues on the Republican side as well to do something, to call for a stop, to end it. Instead, they talked about these people being patriots and great patrons of America. In fact, he says he'll now forgive them for what they've done. They've been convicted. He says he wants to commute their sentences and say that no. But he went to every single court in the nation. I don't know how many cases, scores of cases, including the Supreme Court.
Many.
They said, no, this guy is responsible for doing what was done. He did do a damn thing, and these people should be in jail, and they should be the ones who are being held accountable. And he wants to let them all out, and now he says if he loses again, such a whiner that he is, that it could be a bloodbath.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
What they've done to...
Well, that absolutely is true. He is a whiner.
I couldn't understand a word of that.
He called him a whiner. That's the first good point.
Okay,
Biden
yeah,
said.
actually.
I agree with that.
To some people that are
Single
so
Biden W.
You ought to be ashamed of yourself. What you have done, how you've destroyed the lives of so many people. When they ripped down Portland, when they ripped down many other cities. You go to Minnesota, Minneapolis, what they've done there with the fires all over the city. If I didn't bring in the National Guard, that city would have been destroyed. When you look at all of the... They took over.
I think you overestimate the power of some angry
guys. They saw them coming and they left immediately. What he said about this whole subject is so off. Peacefully patriotic. One other thing. The Unselect Committee, which is basically two horrible Republicans that are all gone now out of office, and Democrats, all Democrats, they destroyed and deleted all of the information they found because they found out we were right. We were right. And they deleted and destroyed all of the information. They should go to jail for that. If a Republican did that, they'd go to jail.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, I want to give you a minute.
Well, I don't know the truth of that, but I will say they sure fucked over Bernie and probably a lot of other people. So, like, yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of fucking over going on in politics.
I think Brianna Wu works for the fucking Democrat Party, so that tells you all you need to know. I might be wrong, but that's what I heard.
Trump looks like he's nuts.
Goddamn. It was good,
The fact of the matter is,
come and get the gym.
What he's telling you is simply not true. The fact is that there was no effort on his part to stop what was going on up in Capitol Hill. And all those people, every one of those who were convicted, deserves to be convicted. The idea that they didn't kill somebody, just went in and broke down doors, broke the windows, occupied offices, turned over desks, turned them over statues. The idea that those people are patriots? Come on. When I asked him the first two debates we had, first time around, I said, will you denounce the Proud Boys? He said, no, I'll tell them to stand by. The idea he's refusing to...
I would love
that was a wild quote.
We need AI Biden to start talking about Wendigoon and his very far-right beliefs.
Will you denounce these guys? Will you denounce the people we're talking about now? Will you denounce the people who attacked that Capitol? What are you going to do?
I'm going to give you a minute, President Trump, for a follow-up question I have. After a jury convicted you of 34 felonies last month, you said if reelected, you would, quote, have every right to go after, unquote, your political opponents. You just talked about members of the Select Committee on January 6th going to jail. Your main political opponent is standing on stage with you tonight. Can you clarify exactly what it means about you feeling you have every right to go after your political opponents?
Well, I said my retribution is going to be success. We're going to make this country successful again, because right now it's a failing nation. My retribution is going to be a success. But when he talks about a convicted felon...
When was America not a failing nation? Let's really
now Biden looks like he's nutting. It looks a little painful. There's a bit of red in it, you know.
Oh no.
His son is a convicted felon.
No, he was still able to.
His son is convicted. Going to be convicted probably numerous other times.
But
should have been convicted before.
Donald,
Justice Department let the statute of limitations lapse.
Biden isn't Joe Biden isn't the fucking felon here. You are.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, sure, his son's a felon too, but you're the one who's running for office, buddy.
I mean, this is what we're reduced to. Yeah, I mean, his son's a felon too, but you're a felon though. Like, welcome to America. This is amazing.
How many felonies did he get convicted of? Like 30 something?
I think. Or 36. 35?
What a guy.
Something
what a guy. Upstanding individual. We'll vote for him.
Well, he's got he's like Mr. Girl. His family values are impeccable.
Trump's nutting.
But he could be a convicted felon as soon as he gets out of office. Joe could be a convicted felon with all of the things that he's done. He's done horrible things. All of the death caused at the border, telling the Ukrainian people that we're going to want $1 billion or you change the prosecutor. Otherwise, you're not getting $1 billion. If I ever said that, that's quid pro quo. That we're not going to do anything. We're not going to give you $1 billion unless you change your prosecutor having to do with his son. This man is a criminal. This man, you're lucky. You're lucky. I did nothing wrong. We'd have a system that was rigged and disgusting. I did nothing wrong.
Thank you, President.
Looks like he's just ready to like. I want you, but yeah, I'll tell you what to. Start hitting him with his cane or something.
Yeah, he looks like he's about to throw a punch.
Trump, President Biden, you have said, I'm coming right to you, sir.
I'm not sure if Biden's hand or Trump's jaw would disintegrate first.
Probably
at the same time.
Relative to what you're talking about is outrageous. It's simply a lie, number one. Number
he's
two,
got the vape pen in his
idea
hand.
that you have a right to seek
Hell yeah,
retribution
brother.
against
Represent.
anyone just because you're president is wrong. It's simply wrong. No president's ever spoken like that before. No president in our history has spoken like that before. Number three, the crimes that you are still charged with. Think of all
Telling Trump that he's done something that no one else has ever done is just giving him a point, frankly.
You're feeding his ego, buddy.
You're emboldening him. Like he looks very pleased with himself that he's now done something no one else has done. That looks like he's happy.
Civil penalties you have. How many billions of dollars do you owe in civil penalties for molesting a woman in public, for doing a whole range of things, of having sex with a porn star on the night while your wife was pregnant? I mean, what are you talking about? You have the morals of an alley cat.
Give your minute, sir.
I didn't have sex with
morals of an alley cat kind of is an insane line. That goes kind of hard.
I guess that's a real disservice to alley cats, though. They didn't deserve anything. They know they're just in the alley.
It's also a very 1950s insult, to be fair. Which is when he was
when he was still a young
52.
Yeah, it was just a little while ago. Yeah.
Porn star, number one. Number two, that was a case that was started and moved. They moved a high-ranking official, a DOJ, into the Manhattan DA's office to start that case. That case is going to be appealed and won. We had a very terrible judge, a horrible judge, Democrat. The prosecutor were all high-ranking Democrats, appointed people, and both the civil and the criminal. He basically went after his political opponent because he thought it was going to damage me. But when the public found out about these cases, because they understand it better than he does.
I will say, chat member, somebody says they both look like they could drop dead at any time. I'd say Trump looks better than he usually does.
Pull up the image, buddy. Pull up the image.
I mean, like, I'd say Trump looks better than he usually does, but please, God in heaven, please, Jesus above, I need your help on this one, buddies. This is like the, what is it, Day of the Doctor, where, you know, all 13 versions. Yeah, we need your help. We need all of you.
All of the Jesuses. The Jesus.
The Jesu. Yeah, they both look pretty elderly, but Trump looks better than usual. I mean, he's still got the orange skin and the pink eyes, but, like, he looks a little less orange than he typically does. Like, and he's, it's like a little bit less, fucked up. I thought IHE was in chat or something. Jeez.
Nah, I wish. That'd be cool.
That new superhero video that came out, I think.
There's no idea what these cases are. But when they found out about these cases, you know what they did? My poll numbers went up, way up. You know that because you're reporting it. And we took in more money in the last 2 weeks than we've ever taken in the history of any campaign. I don't think any campaign has ever taken. Hundreds of millions of dollars came pouring in because the public knows it's a scam, and it's a guy that's after his political opponent because he can't win fair and square.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, you have said, quote, Donald Trump and his MAGA Republicans are determined to destroy American democracy. Do you believe that the tens of millions of Americans who are likely to...
Biden right now is reminding me of the first time that I ever took an edible and it kicked in. It's just like he's like
it's so fucking accurate.
He's like whiplashing back and forth and like lagging in real time, like 10 seconds behind. What? Oh, I guess we're looking over here now. Okay. He's just in slow motion. He is currently reacting in Max Payne bullet time, but in real life.
Vote for President Trump will be voting against American democracy.
The more they know about what he's done, yes. The more they know about what he's done. And there's a lot more coming. He's got a lot of cases down the road coming around. He's got a whole range of issues he has to face. I don't know what the juries will do, but I do know he has a real problem. And so the fact that, could you ever think you hear any president say that I'm going to seek retribution? Do you ever hear any president say that I thought Hitler had some good ideas? What got me involved around the first place after my son had died, I decided...
Did Trump say he thought Hitler had good ideas? Did Trump say that?
I don't know. I can barely fucking understand.
I know Kanye said that, but I don't know about
Trump.
Yeah. Listen, man.
You know, Hitler was a very nice person.
Listen, man.
I really liked him. I'm slipping into my Trump. I played golf with him.
I'll bump college dropout any day, but that is some stuff. Though.
In Iraq, because of Iraq, I said I wasn't going to run again until I saw what happened in Charlottesville, Virginia. People coming out of the woods carrying swastikas on torches, and singing the same anti-Semitic bile they sang when back in Germany. And the young woman got killed. They spoke to the mother, and they asked him. They said, "What do you think of those people? The ones who got killed, the one who tried to stop it, and the ones," he said, "I think they're fine people on both sides." What American president would ever say Nazis coming out of fields carrying torches, singing the same anti-Semitic bile, carrying swastikas were fine people?
Yeah, there was a whole thing about it
done some
recently
good things. I'd like to know what they are. The good thing.
It was like he was like exonerated of it, quote unquote, because like sure he didn't mean the Proud Boys, but like when you say fine people on both sides and one of the sides is like, hi, we're white nationalists. Hi, how you doing?
Well,
we're gonna come and carry torches.
Some people that weren't that, but they're probably standing
that's
side by side
meant.
with the people that are. So that's the basket of deplorables, I guess. I mean, they're all there.
Yeah,
that's what he said.
I mean, maybe Hillary Clinton was right about that one single
Jake,
fucking
both
thing.
of you know that story has been totally wiped out because when you see the sentence, it said 100% exoneration on that. So he just keeps it going.
Apparently, he told everyone to go home on January 6th. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, he did after everyone was like, "Bro, call your boys off."
Yeah, well, I mean, he did say, but it's misrepresenting him not to mention that at least.
Also, look at that. Oh man, he unpaused. Yeah.
Try to. There you go.
Oh hell yeah!
He's doing a lot of kissy faces.
Yeah, actually, hang on. I gotta get both of their faces.
Yeah, Joe. Well, you gotta get them both at the same time. Joe looks very unhappy with Donald doing the kissy. He's like making out with himself. He's very pleased with himself right now. Let me know when I can unpause.
Yeah, go ahead. I got it.
Charlottesville. He didn't run because of Charlottesville. He ran because it was his last chance. He's not equipped to be president. You know it, and I know it. It's ridiculous.
We all know it.
We're trying to justify his presidency. His presidency, he's without question the worst presidency in the history of our country.
He's without question the most disappointing president since me.
We shouldn't be having a debate about it.
Nobody fucking knows who Franklin Pierce is. I think that qualifies for at the very least, more forgettable president. I think that's a bit worse.
Well, yeah, you'd rather. Better to burn out than to fade away.
There's nothing to debate. He made up the Charlottesville story, and you'll see it's debunked all over the place. Every reasonable anchor has debunked it. And just the other day, it came out where it was fully debunked. It's a nonsense story. He knows that, and he didn't run because of Charlottesville. He used that as an excuse to run.
Apparently, the January 6th committee only read half of the tweet or something. I mean, if that's true, that is interesting. Yeah, Bo Jiden's pretty upset here.
President Biden.
And debunk. It happened. All you have to do is listen to what was said at the time. And the idea that somehow that's the only reason I ran. I ran because I was worried a guy like this guy could get elected. If he thought they were good people coming out of that forest, carrying those woods, carrying those torches, then he didn't deserve to be president. Didn't deserve to be president at all. And the idea that he's talking about all this being fabricated, we saw with our own eyes. We saw what happened on January 6th. We saw the people breaking through the windows. We saw people occupying his own vice president. Look, there's a reason why.
All right, we know what we saw.
40 of his 44
Get on with it.
cabinet officers refused to endorse him this time. His vice president hasn't endorsed him this time. So why? They know him well. They serve with him. Why are they not endorsing him?
Thank you, President Biden. We're going to be right back.
Can't wait until the next debate.
Presidential debate.
Oh, we're coming right back, everyone. It's so exciting.
All right, boys, time to go on a bathroom break. Quick, skip ahead.
Are we taking a break?
Nah, I was doing a joke. Quick, they're gone. Skip ahead.
Yeah. If only there were commercials. That would be the best part of the stream.
Let's talk about persistent challenges you both faced in your first terms and you'd certainly face again in a second term. President Biden, while black unemployment dropped to a record low under your presidency, black families still earn far less than white families. Black mothers are still three times...
Listen, poor kids are just as valuable as white kids, so I mean, like, yeah.
It's more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes, and black Americans are imprisoned at 5 times the rate of white Americans. What do you say to black voters who are disappointed that you haven't made more progress?
More crime.
fact of the matter is, there's more small black businesses that have been started than any time in history. Number two, the wages of black unemployment is the lowest level it's been in a long, long time. Number three, we're providing housing for black Americans and dealing with the segregation that exists among these corporate
count to 4, Joe,
to keep people out of their houses. And in addition to that, we find that the impact on the choice that black families have to make relative to child care is incredibly difficult. When we did the first major piece of legislation in the past, I was able to reduce black child care costs. I cut them in half. We're going to make sure we provide child care costs. We're going to make sure, because when you provide those child care protections, you increase economic growth because more people can be in the job market. So there's more to be done, considerably more to be done. But we've done a great deal so far, and I'm not letting up, and they know it.
You have 49 seconds left. What do you say to black voters who are disappointed with the progress so far?
I say I don't blame them for being disappointed.
You gotta vote for the old white guy. Yeah.
Listen, I worked with
Blue
a
old
black
white guy,
man
though.
one time, so you should vote for me. Trump's never worked with a black guy before. I did, so he was my boss, in fact. So I'm qualified.
Biden did, in fact, work with a black guy. That's true.
Yeah, his boss taught him a lot about DEI and bridge, so he should.
Yeah.
Idea
so
that
he has all of the
right man for the
first-time
job.
home buyer should get a $10,000 tax credit to be able to buy their first home, so they can get started. I made sure that we're in a situation where all those black families and those black individuals.
I wonder if it's possible to
take out
send a
student
package
loans
from
that
Amazon
were
to the White
ballooning,
House. I just
that
want to
if
send
they
this
were
guy
great
like
gains in
6
nursing,
bottles of fucking cough drops.
And some Monster Energy.
If they paid their bills for 10 years, their student debt, all the rest is forgiven after 10 years. Millions have benefited from that, and we're going to do a whole lot more for black families.
Thank you, President Trump.
And he caused the inflation.
That sounded sinister.
And he's right, it's been very bad. He caused the inflation, and it's killing black families and Hispanic families and just about everybody. It's killing people. They can't buy groceries anymore. They can't. You look at the cost of food where it's doubled and tripled and quadrupled. They can't live. They're not living anymore. He caused this inflation. I gave him a country with essentially no inflation. It was perfect. It was so good. All he had to do is leave it alone. He destroyed it with his Green New Scam and all this money that's being thrown out the window. He caused inflation. As sure as you're sitting there, the fact is that his big kill on the black people is the millions of people that he's allowed to come in through the border. They're taking black jobs now. And it could be 18, it could be 19, and even 20 million people. They're taking
Either
black
y'all
jobs,
got a
and they're taking
drill
Hispanic
with the
jobs.
border.
You haven't seen it yet, but you're going to see something that's going to be the worst in our history.
Maybe the black people should try to cross the border and jump over the fence or whatever and see if it works out better for them in Mexico than it does here. Here! Amazing! Good for me. Wow.
President Biden?
There was no inflation when I became president.
Black
Why?
jobs.
The economy was flat on its back. 50% unemployment. He decimated the economy.
Yeah, the Mexicans are coming in and taking over all of the... Well, I shouldn't say that. Never mind.
Wow,
Decimated the economy. That's why there was no inflation at the time. There were no jobs. We provided thousands of millions of jobs for individuals in all communities, including minority communities. We made sure that they have health insurance. We have covered, the ACA has increased. I made sure that they're $8,000 per person in a family to get written off for health care. But this guy wants to eliminate that. They tried 50 times. He wants to get rid of the ACA.
A little bit,
and
not
try
much.
again if they win. You find ourselves in a position where
It doesn't feel like it.
We put more police on the street than any administration has. He wants to cut the cops. We're providing for equity and making sure people have a shot to make it. There's a lot going on, but in inflation, he caused it by his tremendous malfeasance in the way he handled the pandemic.
Thank you. Another persistent challenge is the climate crisis. 2023 was the hottest year in recorded history, and communities across the country are confronting the devastating effects of extreme heat, intensifying wildfires, stronger hurricanes, and rising sea levels. Former President Trump, you've vowed to end your opponent's climate initiatives, but will you take any action as president to slow the climate crisis?
Well, let me just go back to what he said about the police. How close
I'm sorry, Donald. Can you answer the fucking question for once?
I mean, to be fair, they don't really let them interact, so it's like, if he wants to rebut something that Joe says, I mean, like, he kind of has to just append that to his, his thing.
Let's just wait and let him land with this one then.
Yeah.
How close the police are to him. Almost every police group in the nation from every state is supporting Donald J. Trump. Almost every police group. And what he's done to the black population is horrible, including the fact that for 10 years he called them super predators. We can't, in the 1990s, we can't forget that. Super predators was his name, and he called it to them, and they've taken great offense at it, and now they see it happening. But when they see what I did for criminal justice reform and for the historically black colleges and universities, where I funded them and got them all funded, and the opportunity zones with Tim, as you know, Tim Scott was incredible. He did a great job.
Shut the fuck
great
up,
senator
Stevie
from
J.
South Carolina.
I want to be cold.
He came to me
at
with
all
the idea.
points
It was
in
a
my
great
life.
idea. It's one of the most successful economic development acts ever in the country, opportunity zones. And the biggest beneficiary are blacks. And that's why we have the best numbers with them in maybe ever. They're saying ever. I read this morning.
All right, that's cool, buddy. But can you answer the question?
He's lost much of the black population because he's done a horrible job for black people. He's also done a horrible job for Hispanics. But wait till you see these millions of people pouring into our country, and they're going to take the jobs. And it's already started, and you haven't seen anything yet. It's a disaster.
38 seconds left. President Trump will take any action as president to slow the climate crisis.
So I want absolutely immaculate clean water, and I want absolutely clean air, and we had it. We had H2O. We had the best.
I forgot we were fucking talking about the climate crisis. My bad.
That's not climate change. You can have clean water, but still have a horrible fucking sweltering
nightmare
climate.
Yeah, very different.
And we were using, in
fact, I have
forms of
both
energy, all
right
forms, everything.
here.
And yet, during my 4 years, I had the best environmental numbers ever. And my top environmental people gave me that statistic just before I walked on the stage, actually.
I don't know where the hell he's been. The idea that anything he said is true. I've passed the most extensive climate change legislation in history. We find ourselves, and by the way, black colleges. I came up with $50 billion for HBCUs, historic black universities and colleges, because they don't have the kind of contributors that they have to build these laboratories and the like. Any black student is capable in college of doing any white student can do. They just don't have the money, but now they'll be able to get those jobs in high tech. We're in a situation where the idea that he is claiming to have done something that had the cleanest water, he hadn't done a damn thing for the environment. He pulled out of the Paris Peace Accord, Climate Accord. I immediately joined it because if we reach 1.5 degrees Celsius at any one point, there's no way back. The only existential threat to humanity is climate change.
This is the best hope that the fucking climate people have, everybody.
Please kill us.
Must undo
Please
all
nuke us.
The Paris Accord was going to cost us $1 trillion.
Well, if they're not going to use the fucking uranium to, power our fucking homes, they might as well just use it to kill us.
Yeah, go for it.
And India, nothing. It was a ripoff of the United States.
Fuck it. I'll be Walter
I ended
Goggins.
it because I didn't want to waste that money because they treat us horribly. We were the only ones who was costing us money. Nobody else was paying into it, and it was a disaster. But everything that he said just now, I'll give you an example. I heard him say before insulin. I'm the one that got the insulin down for the seniors. I took care of the seniors. What he's doing is destroying all of our medical programs because the migrants coming in, they want everybody. And look, I have the biggest heart in the state.
Always with the fucking border with you. Jesus Christ.
It's the border again. No, I have a question. Wasn't it that one tweet? Oh God, Biden's looking skippity.
Dude, that is a hell of a smirk. I'm capping that. That's a good one. Accidentally open settings again. Very cool.
Hang on.
In. They want everybody, and look, I have the biggest heart on the stage. I guarantee you that, and I want to take care of people. But we're destroying our country. They're taking over our schools, our hospitals, and they're going to be taking over Social Security. He is destroying Social
Neither of them have a heart.
Security, Medicare, and Medicaid.
The idea is that we, in fact, we were the only ones of consequence.
We beat Medicaid.
How can we do anything
savagely?
The United States can't get
bike chain.
One of the largest polluters in the world. Number one, we're making significant progress. By 2035,
he took one of his teeth.
We have made significant progress, and we're continuing to make progress.
Come on, man.
We set up a climate corps for thousands of young people to learn how to deal with climate, just like the Peace Corps, and we're moving in directions that are going to significantly change the elements of cause of pollution. But the idea that he claims that he has the biggest heart up here and he's really concerned about pollution and about climate, I've not seen any indication of that. And by the way, with regard to prescription drugs, one company agreed that they would reduce the price to $35, which I was calling for, one, voluntarily. I made sure every company in the world, every pharmaceutical company, cannot have to pay.
Yeah, I was going to say, wasn't that a tweet that forced the insulin price down or something? Somebody pretended on Twitter they went with the.
I think it caused their stock prices to crash. I don't think it did anything to the price. But real quick, I think it's really funny that Trump says that he has the biggest heart on the stage when like 30 minutes ago he called for ethnic cleansing.
Well, you know, he
So
believes in it with all his heart, though. So.
Oh
like,
yeah, of course.
You know,
all 0.7 nanograms of it.
He
you know?
wants to, but he wants to ethnically cleanse people with his whole pussy.
And by the way,
So every day, millions of Americans struggle just to make
It looks
ends
like
meet.
he
For
just
many
swallowed
older
a frog.
Americans, Social Security provides a critical lifeline. President Biden, if nothing is done to Social Security, seniors will see their benefits cut in just over 10 years. Will you name tonight one specific step that you're willing to take to keep Social Security solvent?
yes, make the very wealthy begin to pay their fair share. Right now, everybody
Wow,
making under
a good answer.
$170,000 pays 6% of their income, of their
Yeah, that's
paycheck
not bad.
every single time they get a
Falling
paycheck. It's
apart.
the first one they get when they're 18 years old. The idea that they're going to, I'm proposing that everybody,
Why is
they
he
pay,
always out of breath?
the millionaires pay 1%. 1%. So no one after, I would not raise the cost of Social Security for anybody under $400,000. After that, I began to make the wealthy begin to pay their fair share by increasing from 1% beyond to be able to guarantee the program for life.
So you still have 82 seconds left. Are there any other
You got
measures?
to give it to Trump, rather. I mean, he's been forced, I guess, to not call him a sleepy idiot. You know, your typical Trump performance on a debate is just him insulting the other guy and telling him he has like stupid hands and calling him gay or whatever. But
I genuinely want Donald Trump to be involved in every single election from here until the end of the universe, but I do not want him running. I want him moderating every single debate with two candidates he fucking hates.
That would be great.
I want to see that, because that's the thing. He's a funny fucker. It's just wow.
You gotta have
I'm scared of him.
You gotta have him give out the questions where he's just like, "All right, Sleepy Joe, you're a stupid idiot and I hate you, but this question's for you." You know, you do that sort of thing, but you don't want him actually running.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. I tell you. Third worst thing to happen to a Kennedy's head. That's your stupidity right there. Now your question is,
I had a crayon in my brain one time, folks. Much better than a worm. Let me tell you, much better. All my friends, my doctors, they tell me, Donald, you got a great crayon in your brain. It's the best crayon we've ever seen. 100%.
It's my favorite
bogus.
color. It's teal. I love it.
Help keep Social Security solvent, or is that one enough?
Well, no, that one enough will keep it solvent. But the biggest thing will do it if we defeat this man, because he wants to get rid of Social Security. He thinks there's plenty to cut Social Security. He's wanting to cut Social Security and Medicare both times. And that's what. And if you look at the program put forward by the House Republican caucus that I believe supports, is in fact want to cut it as well. The idea that we don't need to protect our seniors is ridiculous. And by the way, the American public has greater health care coverage today than ever before. And under the ACA, as I said, you're in a circumstance where 400,000 people, 40 million people would not have insurance because they have a pre-existing condition. Only thing allows them to have that insurance is the fact that they in fact are part of the ACA.
When I was
And by the way,
playing Twilight Princess and fishing during it.
Black communities.
Jax Films was fucking around with his
The amount of money
soundboard.
for Pell Grants, another $8,000. So anybody making under $70,000 a year is going to be able to get $15,000 toward their tuition. He just doesn't know what he's talking about.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump.
So I've dealt with politicians all my life.
Biden, I
I've
don't
been
think
on this
you know
side
what
of
you're
the
talking about,
equation
buddy.
for the last 8 years. I've never seen anybody lie like this guy. He lies. I've never seen that he could look you in the face.
That's such a claim from Donald Trump.
What a pair of faces.
Yeah, well, I'm more enamored
I'm not going to cap
by-
that one.
I'm enamored by Joe Biden's liver spot scalp. It's really, I mean, shit.
Oh, it's great. You can see right through his hair.
Yeah,
Amazing.
I'm getting the bald spot. You know, I'm gonna have to start getting Funko Pops soon. But this is quite something, though. This is really. I mean, I guess
Wearing this fucking headset, I might develop one.
that'll happen. Yeah, Trump, though, he's got the eternal comb over, though, so that's always in fashion. You know, everyone's always been a big fan of Trump's hair. So.
But so many other things too. And we mentioned the laptop. We mentioned Russia, Ukraine. Everything he does is a lie. It's misinformation and disinformation. The losers
you
and
know about
suckers
that,
that he
wouldn't
made
you,
up.
buddy?
It's a total lie on the military. It's a disgrace. But Social Security, He's destroying it because millions of people are pouring into our country, and they're putting them onto Social Security. They're putting them onto Medicare, Medicaid. They're putting them in our hospitals. They're taking the place of our citizens. What they're doing to the VA, to our veterans, is unbelievable. Our veterans are living in the street, and these people are living in luxury hotels. He doesn't know what he's doing, and it's really coming back. I've never seen such anger in our country before.
President Biden?
The idea that veterans are not being taken care of, I told you before. And by the way, when I said suckers and losers, he acknowledged after that he fired that general. That general got fired because he's the one that acknowledged it.
Oh shit, I forgot that. God damn. Wow. Sleepy Joe got better memory than me.
Why are we? I mean, that's fair, but this is also kind of like a question dodge.
We haven't even gotten to the stupidest part of the debate. You know, aside from Orange Man, haha, calling for ethnic cleansing.
Right.
Yeah. But that's what he said. He was the one standing with Trump when he said it. Number one. Number two, the idea that we're going to be in a situation where all these millions and millions, the way he talks about it, illegal aliens are coming into the country and taking away our jobs. There's a reason why we have the fastest growing economy in the world, the reason why we have the most successful economy in the world. We're doing better than any other nation in the world. And by the way, those 15 Nobel laureates he talked about being phony, those 15 Nobel laureates, economists, they all said that if Trump is reelected, we're likely to have a recession. And inflation is going to increasingly go up. And by the way, worst president in history, 159 presidential scholars voted him the worst president in the history of the United States of America.
President Biden, thank you so much. Let's turn to the cost of child care, which many American families struggle to afford. President Trump, both you and President Biden have tried to address this issue, but the average cost of child care in this country has risen to more than $11,000 a year per child. For many families, the cost of child care for 2 children is more than their rent. In your second term, what would you do to make child care more affordable?
Just to go back.
Close the borders.
The general got fired because he was no good. And if he said that, that's why he made it up. But we have 19 people that said I didn't say it, and they're very highly respected, much more so than him.
Donald, answer the
The other
fucking
thing
question.
is,
I swear to God.
he doesn't fire people.
They fucked up this debate format because they're not allowing him to have a response to what Joe says. But then that can go forever. You got to put your foot down eventually and just be like, all right, because then Joe would have a response to that. And so, yeah, I mean, I guess it makes sense, but yeah, he probably should just focus on the fucking point of the question, but
He never fired people. I've never seen him fire anybody. I did fire a lot. I fired Comey because he was no good. I fired a lot of the top people at the FBI, drained the swamp. They were no good. Not easy to fire people. You'd pay a price for it, but they were no good. I inherited these people.
Donald, you don't have a right to say that you drained the swamp.
I fired him.
This shit's swampier than ever.
He never fires.
I'm not just talking about
fired
the current state.
every military man that was involved with that the Afghanistan horror show, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. He didn't fire. Did you fire anybody? Did you fire anybody that's on the border that's allowed us to have the worst border in the history of the world? Did anybody get fired for allowing 18 million people?
I thought you liked
many from
Border
prisons,
Patrol.
many from mental institutions. Did you fire anybody that allowed our country to be destroyed? Joe, our country is being destroyed as you and I sit up here and waste a lot of time on this debate. This shouldn't be a debate. He is the worst president. He just said about me because I said it. But look, he's the worst president in the history of our country. He's destroyed our country. Now all of a sudden he's trying to get a little tough on the border. He came out with a nothing deal, and it reduced it a little bit, like this much. It's insignificant. He wants open borders. He wants our country to either be destroyed or he wants to pick up those people as voters. And I don't think we just can't let it happen. If he wins this election, our country doesn't have a chance, not even a chance, of coming out of this rut. We probably won't have a country left anymore. That's how bad it is. He's the worst in history by far.
Thank you, President Biden.
We are the most admired country in the world. We're the United States of America. There's nothing beyond our capacity. We have the finest military in the history of the world, the finest in the history of the world. No one thinks we're weak. No one wants to screw around with us. Nobody. Number one. Okay. Number two, the idea that we're talking about worst presidents. I wasn't joking. Look it up or go online. 159 or 58, don't hold me the exact number, presidential historians, they've had meetings and they voted who's the worst president in American history, one through best to worst. They said he was the worst in all of American history. That's a fact. That's not conjecture. He can argue.
So do I search all of that?
The idea that he is knowing.
Should I have been taking notes?
Yeah, you need to fact check.
Yeah, probably.
The funny thing is, you'll see throughout the debate, you'll get this thing that pops up that's like, the fact checker app on your phone. It's like, shouldn't you guys at the news be like telling us when these people are lying? Why is that?
Well, I mean, this is
we
a
have on our
live
phone?
debate,
I
so,
guess, but there's
They
moderators.
have to be really fucking fast.
I guess.
deal with.
I forgot
child
what he
care.
said.
He did virtually nothing to child care. We should significantly increase the child care tax credit. We should significantly increase the availability of women and men or single parents to be able to go back to work. And we should encourage businesses to have.
Thank you, President
child care
Biden.
facilities.
President Trump, the question was about what would you do to make child care more affordable, if you want to take your minute.
Just so you understand, we have polling, we have other things that they rate him the worst because what he's done is so bad. And they rate me, I'll show you, I will show you. And they rate me one of the best, okay?
Donald,
and
can you answer
if I'm given
the
another
question,
4 years, I
please?
will be the best. I think I'll be the best. Nobody's ever created an economy like us. Nobody ever cut taxes like us. He's the only one I know. He wants to raise your taxes by 4 times. He wants to raise everybody's taxes by 4 times. He wants the Trump tax cuts to expire. So everybody, including the two of you, are going to pay 4 to 5 times. Nobody ever heard of this before. All my life, I'd grow up and I'd see politicians talking about cutting taxes. When we cut taxes, as I said, we did more business. Apple and all these companies, they were bringing money back into our country. The worst president in history by far, and everybody knows it.
President Biden?
I mean, this is just getting to a point where it's just the same 2 fucking guys on repeat over and over again. It doesn't even matter what the question is. It's just the same answers.
That he's dead wrong about. He's increased the tariff. He will increase the taxes on middle class people.
My opponent's a stupid gay loser.
Less than $400,000. I didn't. But his tariff is 10% tariffs. Everything coming in the country. You know what the economists say?
Honestly, Biden
That's
just
gonna
needs
cost
to
the average
pop a
American
slur right now.
$2,500 a year.
It'd be hilarious. Put him on his ass.
Win both sides,
Food,
yeah.
And all the things that were important. Number 2, he's in a situation where he talks about how he has not raised, he somehow helped the middle class. The middle class have been devastated by you. Now you want a new tax cut of $5 trillion over the next 10 years, which is going to fundamentally bankrupt the country. You have the largest deficit of any president in American history, number 1. Number 2, you have not, in fact, made any contact, any progress with China. We are at the lowest trade deficit with China since 2010.
Thank you, President Biden. Thank you, President Biden. Let's discuss an epidemic impacting millions of Americans that both of you have made a top priority in your first term, the opioid crisis. And for both of you, the number of overdose deaths in this country has gone up. Under your term, it went up. Under your term, it has gone up.
Trump is just obviously going to pivot this into the border, and, you know, I mean...
Yeah,
former President Trump,
I'm
despite
pretty
the efforts
sure
of-
he does.
I mean, like, if anything is... Yeah, that... If you're gonna pivot any random shit into the border, it might as well be this, I guess. They're probably bringing some drugs and some crime. I don't know.
Both of you have made
Probably
more than
look like I'm
100,000
high,
Americans
but
are
I'm
dying
just
from
really
overdoses every year,
sleepy.
primarily from fentanyl and other opioids. What will you do to help Americans right now in the throes of addiction who are struggling to get the treatment they need?
To finish up, we now have the largest deficit in the history of our country under this guy. We have the largest deficit with China. He gets paid by China. He's a Manchurian candidate. He gets money from China. So I think he's afraid to deal with them or something. But do you notice he never took out my tariffs because we bring in so much money with the tariffs that I imposed on China. He never took them away. He can't because it's too much money. It's tremendous. And we saved our steel industries. And there was
August 42nd is an actual date, but I just want to make
more to
it very
come.
clear
But he
that
hasn't
that's
done
a
that.
joke.
But he hasn't cut the tariffs because he can't, because it's too much money. But he's got the largest deficit in the history of our country, and he's got the worst.
Also, that
the
Manchurian
worst
candidate
situation with
drop
China.
was
China's going to own us if
silly.
you keep allowing them to do what they're doing to us as a country. They are
See, I
killing
didn't
us
ask
as a
for that
country,
one. You
Joe,
did that
and you
yourself.
can't let that happen. You're destroying our country.
So,
Please,
President Trump,
God.
67 seconds left. The question was, what are you going to do to help Americans in the throes of addiction right now who are struggling to get the treatment they need?
Jake, we were doing very well at addiction until the COVID came along. We had the 2.5, almost 3 years of like nobody's ever had before, any country, in every way. And then we had to get tough. And it was the drugs pouring across the border where it started to increase. We got great equipment. We bought the certain dog. That's the most incredible thing that you've ever seen, the way they can spot it. We did a lot. And we were getting very...
We bought the certain dog. We bought a dog, and we gave him to all of the border. One dog for the whole border. He was a real
I'm
great
so
dog.
glad. Yeah, apparently it was a Chihuahua.
Oh, see the way he says a
That's-
certain dog
that's-
and
that's-
implies one dog.
Yeah, that's not true. I'm just
low
fucking
numbers,
around.
very, very low numbers. Then he came along. The numbers, have you seen the numbers now? It's not only the 18 million people that I believe is even low because the gotaways, they don't even talk about gotaways. But the numbers,
I don't think...
And human trafficking in women coming across our border. The worst thing I've ever seen. At numbers that nobody's ever seen under him because the border's so bad. But the number of drugs coming across our border now is the
Okay,
largest we've ever
finally,
had
you're
by
getting
far.
to the fucking
President Trump,
opioid
thank you, President Biden.
epidemic.
Fentanyl
Christ.
and the byproducts of fentanyl went down.
Oh my God, he just ended it.
When his question. Right when he is over, yeah.
Finally gets to it. That was great. Well, it was the border. It's the border. Galactic Treaty.
And I wanted to make sure we use a machine that can detect fentanyl. These big machines that roll over everything that comes across the border.
Interested in it.
And it costs a lot of money.
I think it's funny that he tries to bring up the border so much, though, because like his border thing should be one of his worst positions, because he couldn't build the wall. Like he didn't even really try to fucking build the wall. I mean, like I think he could have built the wall, but he realized, like, at what everybody said, that it was impossible, so he just stopped. So, like, he shouldn't... If anything, like, I don't think you were doing much for the fucking border either, there, Jabroni. I don't know.
Part of this deal we put together, this bipartisan deal. More fentanyl machines, more be able to detect drugs, more numbers of agents.
Trump is in the chat right now. Hell yeah. What's up, Trump?
He called his...
Come on the podcast, buddy.
Do it.
Yeah. I want to make fun of you a little bit.
No, he never argued it's not a good bill. It's a really good bill. We need those machines. We need those machines. And we're coming down very hard in every country in Asia in terms of precursors for fentanyl. And Mexico is working with us to make sure they don't have the technology to be able to put it together. That's what we have to do. We need those machines.
Thank you, President Biden. Now, President Trump, and again, the question is about Americans in the throes of addiction right now, struggling to get the treatment they need.
Well, this just does pertain to it. He ended...
Well, he didn't get to really answer
what did he just
the
say?
actual question. I think he's doing another thing where he rebukes what was just said and not answering.
Yeah, take it back a couple seconds. What the fuck?
Americans in the throes of addiction right now, struggling to get the treatment they need.
Well, this does pertain to it. He ended Remain in Mexico.
Oh my God!
Catch and release. I made a catch and release in Mexico, not catch and release here.
It's funny that Bo Biden's not even calling it out at all. He's not even at any point being like, "Would you settle down with Mexico? There's other issues, dude." I mean, at least Trump's not screaming about pronouns, but this is his pronouns. It's just screaming about Mexico.
Navigate over to it.
Pronouns! There we go. We had so many things that we had done, hard negotiations with Mexico, and I got it all for nothing. It's just like when you have a hostage. We always pay $6 billion for a hostage. Every time we say a hostage.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Pause the fucking video.
Oh, no. I see
got Joe Biden in chat, too. Yo!
Oh! Yo, that's hot. That's hot.
Oh, what a fucking stream this has been.
What an exceptional adventure.
I think a good
now
guy.
All we need is Mahler.
He's over there because Putin is laughing at this guy, probably asking for billions of dollars for the reporter. I will have him out very quickly as soon as I take office. Before I take office, I said by literally as soon as I win the election, I will have that reporter out. He should have had him out a long time ago, but Putin's probably asking for billions and billions of dollars because this guy pays it every time. We had two cases. We paid $6 billion for 5 people. I got 58 people out, and I paid essentially nothing.
Thank you, President Trump. Dana?
Let's turn to concerns that voters have.
Is that answering about the...
Yeah, that had nothing to do with the opioid
epidemic,
I don't think.
Who gives a shit?
I got all of the hostages out.
President Biden.
I saved them all myself.
Got the opioids out of their system, too, I guess. I don't know. They were hopped up.
You would be 86 at the end.
Oh my God, we're talking about how fucking old they are.
Let's turn to concerns that voters have about each of you.
I was really happy
President
that
Biden,
this was brought
you
up.
would be 86 at the end of your second term. How do you address concerns?
So he's not even 80, he's nearly 90. Holy shit.
Yeah. I still can't believe that we have both Biden and Trump in chat right now.
I can't believe that either.
Thank you both. Very cool.
You know, like, I remember Tom Baker shows up. We're talking about Doctor Who today. It's throughout the thread of the thing. Tom Baker shows up in, like, Day of the Doctor or whatever it is, and some of the behind-the-scenes footage. This was much later, actually. This was 2020, but Day of the Doctor, that was, like, 2020 or 2014. As an old man, he's a very old man, and you just see this, like, elderly 90-year-old, and it's like, imagine looking at this, like, a 90-year-old fucking guy, and he's like, Joe Biden. No one looks at Joe Biden and thinks he can run a country. This is absurd. This is clown world.
Honestly, yeah. I think Tom Baker would be better at running a country than either of these people, which is wild because he's 10 years older than them.
Yeah, he's nearly 100 and he's got better hair and he's, you know, better voice and everything.
He's funnier.
2020, he did a Transitus.
More lively.
He did all of the narration for the Arion album Transitus.
Talks about death a lot.
that album is about death.
Appreciates cheekbones.
That's true.
Very
that's
cool.
True. He doesn't really have very good cheekbones, so that's probably why. But, you know.
About your capability to handle the toughest job in the world well into your 80s.
Well, first of all, I spent half my career being criticized as being the youngest person in politics. I was the second youngest person ever elected to the United States Senate, and now I'm the oldest. This guy's 3 years younger and a lot less competent. I think that look at the record. Look at what I've done. Look how I've turned around the horrible situation he left me.
Buddy, the record's against you.
New jobs,
Oh my God.
I don't think the record's all that good, dude. Like, what are you talking about?
More investment in America.
The record is just a big fucking empty sheet of paper with written in red fucking Sharpie. It just says, "Get Obama back." We need Obama to regenerate into the 46th president or whatever. And then make way for the first Tunisian president, you know, after that.
Billions of dollars in private investment in enterprises that we are growing.
What would anyone want to at 86? That's a good question.
The whole idea.
Oh, damn.
He was drugged up yesterday.
He was drugged up.
And we lost it because he was sending people to...
Trump's just barely not old enough to talk about Blood Meridian. He also was rich too young, so he's not
keep his jobs overseas and to bring home a product. So I went to South Korea. I convinced Samsung to invest billions of dollars here in the United States.
What is he yapping about?
Guess what? Those fabs they call to build these chips.
He's still
those
confident,
fabs pay over $100,000.
Wait, hang on. Oh, okay. So Stevie J says he's on record saying the N-word in Congress 3 times. That's officially on record forever. However, he was reading a quote.
Well,
which is a little bit less funny, but also it's a bit funny.
I am reminded of the nostalgia critic adjacent individual Bennett the Sage, who used to review movies, and he reviewed a movie called They Call Him Boss N-word, and he he took that as an opportunity to, you know, I mean, it is the name of the movie, but it gets to a point where it's like,
he was fast and loose with it, right?
You're doing it because you can, can't you?
that's why I'm my first ever review on YouTube. It's going to be a 72-hour video essay on a certain 1993 space movie. You know what I'm saying?
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
I might have gotten the year wrong.
You gotta do it for Pride Month though, and
I only have 2 days.
You missed it though. You got to do it for Juneteenth. That way you overlap both. That's perfect.
Yeah, that's fair.
Those fabs pay over $100,000. You don't need a college degree for them. And there's about $40 billion already being invested and being built right now in the United States, creating significant jobs for Americans all over the world.
President Biden, you have 40 seconds left. Would you like to add anything?
Yeah, I would. The idea that
I'd like to add
we are this failing
small fries.
I was just gonna say he just starts ordering food.
I've heard the president talk like this before. We're the envy of the world. Name me a single major country president.
I have 2 number 9s.
The United States of America. For all our problems and all our opportunities. We're the most progressive country in the world getting things done. We're the strongest country in the world. We're a country in the world.
See, old Sleepy Joe, he's so dumb. He doesn't realize that he's gonna keel over if he has that much sodium. I like McDonald's. I can eat McDonald's all day. I'll have his meal for him once he dies.
My body is completely immune to sodium. My body does not retain any water.
Yeah, Trump's been dried and cured like jerky, so
it comes right out of me. You gotta see it. It's an amazing thing.
They trust us, all of our allies, and our.
Don't get Trump out in the rain. He spoils like suede.
Those who he calls up to, from Kim Jong Un, who sends love letters to, and Putin, etc. They don't want to screw around with us.
Thank you. Former President Trump, to follow up, you would be 82 at the end of your second term. What do you say to voters who have concerns about your capabilities to serve?
Well, I took 2 tests, cognitive tests. I aced them, both of them, as you know. We made it public. He took none. I'd like to see him take one, just one, a real easy one. Like go through the first 5 questions. He couldn't do it. But I took 2 cognitive tests. I took physical exams every year.
Laughing Biden is fucking.
We knock on wood wherever we may have wood. That I'm in very good health. I just won 2 club championships,
I should
not even
hear his
senior.
skin
2 regular club championships. To do that, you have to be quite smart, and you have to be able to hit the ball a long way. And I do it. He doesn't do it. He can't hit the ball 50 yards.
Grinding together as he forms a smile.
Biden's having a really good time with this one, though. You see, he's really enjoying himself.
Oh yeah. You're gonna have to go back because there's some funky ass dialogue here.
Oh wait, yeah. Let's see.
Through the first 5 questions, he couldn't do it. I took 2 cognitive tests. I took physical exams every year, and we knock on wood wherever we may have wood. that I'm in very good health. I just won 2 club championships, not even senior, 2 regular club championships. To do that, you have to be quite smart, and you have to be able to hit the ball a long way, and I do it. He doesn't do it. He can't hit the ball 50 yards. He challenged me to a golf match. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. I think I'm in very good shape. I feel that I'm as in good a shape as I was 25, 30 years ago. Actually, I'm probably a little bit lighter, but I'm in as good a shape as I was years ago. I feel very good. I feel the same. But I was willing to take a cognitive test, and you know what? If I didn't do well, I aced him. Dr. Ronnie Jackson, who's a great guy when he was White House doctor, and then I took another one, a similar one, and one of them said they've never seen anybody ace him.
Thank you. President Biden?
You can see he is 6'5" and only 223 pounds, or 235 pounds. Well, you said 6'4", 200. Well, anyway, that's what you're. Anyway, just take a look at what he says he is, and take a look at what he is.
Listen, this fellow mummified fucking corpse has a slightly lower punching weight than me, okay? So I win, all right.
Look, I'd be happy to have a driving contest with him. I got my handicap, which when I was vice president.
I mean, they joke. They really need to do this for the president, though. Oh wait, what happened? I'm just saying.
He's bragging about his golf handicap.
Oh, I see.
In the middle of a presidential debate.
Well, that's the thing. We need to have presidential. Fuck the debates. We need to have just the feats of strength. We need to have them do golf swings and like how many bitches can they pick up in 5 minutes.
Rudy Giuliani. Fucking trial by combat.
Yeah, exactly. You have like a Tony Hawk point combo thing where you gotta, impress the judges. Like
no. See, they're just playing Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2.
Well, that's the best they can do. Yeah, I mean, it would be funny to see them die doing a kickflip or something. That would be also.
All right, so the important question: are they playing the original or the remake?
I mean, the remake's more accessible. I'd say that give them.
All right, so
Joe Biden needs a +6 handicap or something, so give them.
They don't
remake.
need their they don't need their old dusty PS1s that they both got when they were. I'm trying to actually
72 years old each.
Yes,
It's
but like
absurd, yeah.
Jesus Christ, they were like in their 50s when the PS1 came out. Wow.
Yeah.
24 pounds, or 35 pounds. Well, you said 6'4", 200. Well, anyway, that's what you're. Anyway, just take a look at what he says he is, and take a look at what he is. Look, I'd be happy to have a driving contest with him. I got my handicap, which when I was vice president, down to a 6. And by the way, I told you before, I'm happy to carry on back.
You're not gonna beat me over the president. I golf a lot.
This is such a great frame of this debate, though. It's just Trump looking smug and yeah, come on, man. He looks like so distressed, and yeah, this is sums the whole thing up.
I really like this section of the debates. It's just because I'm a better president than Sleepy Joe is. I play so much more golf than him. That's most of what I did during my presidency.
He's got his own golf course, Listen, Obama loved his fucking golf too, so I'm sure Biden got his chance, but hey.
Think you can do it?
That's the biggest lie. He's a 6 handicap of all.
I was an 8 handicap.
Yeah.
8. But I have, how many?
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
Well,
Let's not act like children.
President Trump, we're going to
Let's not act like children.
To a specific concern that voters have about you. Will you pledge tonight?
That, Don had to say that.
I mean, yeah, but is that not telling? He is kind of he's sinking to Trump's level with this like, I can beat you with the golf swing, and Trump wins with that because he's the baby man, but. When
you sink to his level, you lose.
Yeah, he knows because he's immediately like, let's not act like children, Joe. Here, come on now, come on, have some decorum here.
That once all legal challenges have been exhausted, that you will accept the results of this election, regardless of who wins, and you will say right now that political violence in any form is unacceptable.
Well, I shouldn't have to say that, but of course I believe that. It's totally unacceptable. And if you would see my statements that I made on Twitter at the time, and also my statement that I made in the Rose Garden, you would say it's one of the strongest statements you've ever seen. In addition to the speech I made.
Trump calls it Twitter. Get fucked, Elon Musk.
That's important. Yeah, I like that that probably pissed off Elon because he was watching. And he was like, "Are they going to mention my website?" And they did, and they didn't though.
My website, it's the Everything app.
It's back. It's the Everything app.
Yes, it's we're going to bring banking to it, and it's gonna be good. And Don't look into my my allegations.
Don't look into my likes page filled with like ball stomping or anything.
Well, I disabled the ability to look at that.
No.
In front of, I believe, the largest crowd I've ever spoken to, and I will tell you, nobody ever talks about that. They talk about a relatively small number of people that went to the Capitol, and in many cases were ushered in by the police. And as Nancy Pelosi said, it was her responsibility, not mine. She said that loud and clear. But the answer is,
we always blame the woman in this
and
chat.
I want that more than anybody. And I'll tell you something. I wish he was a great president, because I wouldn't be here right now. I'd be at one of my many places enjoying myself. I wouldn't be under indictment because I wouldn't have been his political opponent, because he indicted
Need a source
me
for that, buddy?
because I was his opponent. I wish he was a great president. I would rather have that. I wouldn't be here. I don't mind being here. But the only reason I'm here is he's so bad as a president that I'm going to make America great again. We're going to make America great again. We're a failing nation right now. We're a
You
serious...
really needed to go for Make America Great Again. Like, actually.
Doubling up.
We're gonna do it again.
We're going to make America great again, for real this time. Last time was just the starter. What can you say?
This is Make America Great Again Turbo Edition HD Redux, you know.
It's a failing nation, and we're a failing nation because of him.
Make America
His policies
Great Again
are so bad.
2016.
His
you know?
military policies are insane. They're insane. These are wars that will never end with him. He will drive us into World War III, and we're closer to World War III than anybody can imagine.
Trump's gonna drive us directly into World War IV.
Very close to World War III.
Yeah, he's just gonna skip
driving
through.
us
He's the
there.
real
And
progressive.
Kim Jong-un and
It's like a
President
Leisure
Xi
Suit
of China,
Larry.
Kim Jong-un of North Korea.
Actually, I think it's four
all
that
of
they
these
skip.
Putin.
It's like
They don't
Naked Gun.
respect him. They don't fear him.
Yeah.
They have nothing going with this gentleman, and he's going to drive us into
Trump's
World War III.
presidency is basically the presidential equivalent of a Naked Gun movie, so that makes sense.
It's fucking
You want a World War III? Let him follow and win, and let Putin say, "Do what you want, NATO. Just do what you
Doing
want."
it live.
There's a thing called Article 5. An attack on one is attack on all, and required response.
Can I get a fucking
The
translation
idea-
for what the
the
hell he's
idea-
yapping about right now?
The single major
I don't know, but he looks like he looks horrifying.
what they've done. Because we are a powerful nation. We're
You can
wonderful
see
because
his
of the people,
fucking
not
his
because of
bugs
America.
shifting under
They're
his
capable of
skin
anything.
like
They
Oogie
step up and
Boogie.
He looks like fucking Skeletor. This is not good. We
Hey,
shouldn't
hey,
give this
hey!
man
That is
power.
rude.
And right
That
now-
is rude. Skeletor looks so much better than him.
Well, Skeletor's got the cool Ruby Sunday's mom cloak and everything. so.
Shit! Oh, he's here actually.
Oh,
I heard you've been saying bad things about me, Clawman.
You know, Skeletor, I could really use a pizza right now, though, because that would be great. Because, man,
I don't
I'm
have
fucking...
any pizzas.
Oh, well, what fucking good are you? Get out of here. Eat shit. Go run for president.
Now, we're needed. We're needed to protect the world because our own safety is at stake. And again, you want to have a war, just let Putin go ahead and take Kyiv, make sure they move on, see what happens in Poland, Hungary, and other places along that border. Then you have a war.
Shit, I'm hungry.
President Trump, as I come back to you for a follow-up, the question was, will you accept the results of this election,
Yeah, he didn't
regardless
answer.
of who wins?
Just to finish what he said, if I might, Russia, they took a lot of land from Bush. They took a lot of land from Obama and Biden.
Can't one of them answer the question?
They took
Just
no
one.
land, nothing from Trump, nothing. He knew not to do it.
From Trump.
Not going to play games with me. He knew that. I got along with him very well, but he knew not to play
I
games.
love when he
took
talks
nothing
in
from
third
me.
person.
But now he's going to take the whole thing from this man right here.
Hilarious.
That's a war that should have never started. It would have never started ever with me. And he's going to take Ukraine. And, you know, you asked me a question before, would you do this? He's got us in such a bad position right now with Ukraine and Russia because Ukraine's not winning that war. He said, I will never settle until such time. They're running out of people. They're running out of soldiers. They've lost so many people. It's so sad. They've lost so many people, and they've
It's
lost
such a
those
sad-
gorgeous
This is
cities
so
with the golden
sad. The
domes that are 1,000
warmongering
years old,
state
all
is
because
losing
of him
people
and
to
stupid
monger their
decisions.
wars.
Russia would have never attacked if I were
President
president.
Trump, the
it's
question
sad.
was, will
It's
you
sad,
accept
but
the
also,
results
yeah,
of the
fuck
election,
Sad but true.
regardless
The
of
Russian
who wins?
government.
Yes or no, please.
I should specify.
If it's a fair and legal and good election, absolutely. I would have much rather accepted these.
That is the oh god, what a face. that is the weaselest answer I've ever fucking heard, and it's yeah. If it's legal and if I accept it as good, then I'll accept it. Like it is so very much. I'm going to whine and bitch about this later because I feel like my win was squandered by more people voting for my opponent in key places.
My win
Like,
was squandered and hard done. I was hard done by. They took my win away from me by me losing. They did it. So it's their fault, not mine.
Yeah, they're like, if someone uses that answer, oh well, I'll accept it if it's a fair vote. They're absolutely going to bitch if they lose.
Yeah,
But if they win, it was fair.
Obviously, yeah. That's the.
Yeah,
that's the-
we saw the exact same fucking thing with Hillary insinuating that Trump had Russian bots. The exact same thing happened in 2016, and yet history keeps repeating itself. I wonder why.
Of course. I mean, this whole stream is this testament to
Surely-
history repeating itself.
Surely it was only real when they got when they got Orange Man out. Surely that's the only time it was real. It wasn't real in 2016 because Orange Man won.
They wouldn't have biased it in favor of Orange Man, so like it had to be the other way, obviously.
But the fraud and everything else was ridiculous. And if you want, we'll have a news conference on it in a week, or we'll have another one of these in a week. But I will absolutely, there's nothing I'd rather do. It would be much easier for me to do that than I'm running again. I wasn't really going to run until I saw the horrible job he did. He's destroying our country. I would be very happy to be someplace else in a nice location.
He looks really proud of the horrible job he's doing, too.
And again, no indictments,
He
no
looks like a
political
fucking
opponent stuff,
ghoul.
because it's the only way he thinks he can win. But unfortunately,
Literal
it's driven up
Fallout
my
ghoul.
numbers and driven them up to a very high level because the people understand it.
Let's see what your numbers are when this election is over. Let's see. You're a whiner. When you lost
Sounds
the first
like a
time,
Fallout
you
ghoul.
said you continued, you appealed and appealed to courts all across the country. Not one single court in America said any of your claims had any merit, state or local, none. But you continue to provoke this lie about somehow there's all this misrepresentation, all this stealing. There is no evidence of that at all. And I tell you what, I doubt whether you'll accept it because you're such a whiner. The idea if you lose again, you accepted anything, you can't stand the loss. Something snapped in you when you lost the last time.
We'll be right back with more from the CNN presidential debate.
All right, well, on that note...
Can you not be right back, please?
We're almost over.
It's almost
Candidates will
done.
deliver their closing statements as
ready for a
predetermined
nap.
by a coin toss. We're going to begin with you, President Biden. You have 2 minutes.
Cease to be.
We've made significant progress from the debacle that was left by President Trump in his last term. We find ourselves in a situation where, number one, we have to make sure that we have a fair tax system. I ask anyone out there in the audience, or anyone out watching this debate, do you think the tax system is fair?
no
The fact
audience.
is that I said nobody even making under $400,000 had a single penny increase in their taxes, and will not. And if I'm reelected, that'll
man,
be the
look
case
at my
again.
status.
But this guy has increased your taxes because of the deficit. Number one, he's increased inflation because of the debacle he left after the way he handled the pandemic, and he finds himself in a position where he now wants to tax you more by putting a 10% tariff on everyone in the United States of America. What I did, when, for example, he wants to get rid of the ability of Medicare for us to be able to
Oh
negotiate.
my god, Joe, just die already, Medicare. Jesus
With
Christ.
the big pharma companies. Well, guess what?
Hey, they
We got-
beat Medicare.
We got it down to
It's true.
Excuse me,
It's all
$35
true, he did
for
it.
insulin instead of $400. No more than $2,000 for every senior, no matter how much prescription they need. You know what that did? That reduced the federal debt by $160 billion over 10 years because the government doesn't have to pay the exorbitant prices. I'm going to make that available to every senior. All along, it's happening now, and everybody in America. He wants to get rid of that. I'm going to make sure that we have child care. We're going to significantly increase the credits that people have for child care. I'm going to make sure we do something about what we're doing on lead pipes and all the things that are causing health problems for people across the country. We're going to continue to fight to bring down inflation and give people a break.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, you now have 2 minutes for your closing statement.
Like so many politicians, this man is just a complainer. He said, we want to do this, we want to
Probably
do that,
a
we want to do this tax,
whiner.
that tax. But he doesn't do anything. He doesn't do
God
all he
damn it.
does
Why
is
don't-
make
why
our
don't I
country
have this
unsafe
shit
by
on
allowing
hand?
millions and millions of people to pour in. Our military doesn't respect him. We look like fools in Afghanistan. We didn't stop Israel. It was such a horrible thing that would have never happened. It should have never happened. Iran was broke. Anybody that did business with Iran, including China, they couldn't do business with the United States. They all passed. Iran was broke. They had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah, for terror, no money whatsoever. Again, Ukraine should have never happened. He talks about all this stuff, but he didn't do it. For 3.5 years, we're living in hell. We have the Palestinians and we have everybody else rioting all
Genuinely
over
good
the place.
point.
You talk about Charlottesville. This is 100 times Charlottesville, 1,000 times. The whole country is exploding because of you, because they don't respect you, and they have to respect their president, and they don't respect you throughout the world. What we did was incredible. We rebuilt the military. We got the largest tax cut in history, the largest regulation cut in history. The reason he's got jobs is because I cut the regulations that gave jobs, but he's putting a lot of those regulations back on. All of the things that we've done, nobody's never seen anything like. Even from a medical standpoint, right to try, where we can try space-age materials instead of going to Asia or going to Europe and trying to get when you're terminally ill. Now you can go and you can get something. You sign a document.
It'd be really funny if it turns out Biden wins in spite of all this, just like how Trump upset everybody by winning last time.
Yeah,
like
it's entirely possible.
Turns out, wow, who expected this?
Anything at this point is possible.
We're cooked either way. So
it's pretty terrible.
Trying to get it
better the
years.
devil that we
but
know.
You know what
more
we did for the
recently.
military was incredible choice for our soldiers. Where our soldiers, instead of waiting for 3 months to see a doctor, can go out and get themselves fixed up and readied up and take care of themselves, and they're living.
Unless
and that's
they
why I had
want
the
an
highest
abortion.
approval rating in the history of the VA. So all of these things, we're in a failing nation, but it's not going to be failing anymore. We're going to make it great again.
Thank you, former President Trump. President Biden, stay with us because we have full analysis of this debate.
Biden, please stay with us. Please.
Biden, please don't fall over. Oh, well that does it for the debate.
Don't disintegrate yet, Biden, please.
Yeah, that debate was rough.
It was hilarious.
That was
I
a
fear for the
miserable-
future.
That was a miserable nightmare of death, I would say.
I heard it described earlier as one of those like canceled comedian Netflix series, which they somehow have despite being canceled. But all of the jokes are real and they can hurt me.
Yeah, it's just painful through and through as a Canada. I mean, it's kind of funny to laugh at, but it trickles down to us. It floats down. So it eventually hurts me too, and I look at this, there's just no real great option. I mean, it's pretty clear who the fucking victor is going to be at this point, but I mean, there's any upset could happen, I guess. Who knows? Who knows which side the Russian bots will go with? It's tough to say.
I just hope that we don't
honestly,
get
yeah.
Trump Biden. I would
I mean, Biden's not
I would
gonna
commit
live for the next
atrocities
one.
upon my own body.
Biden will need to literally be 90 for the next one. I don't think it's gonna fucking happen.
That's the thing with modern
Yeah.
medicine and the amount of clinging to old people that we do nowadays. It's possible. I could see a 96-year-old man running for office within the next like decade.
Well, that's
or two.
the funny joke, isn't it? It's somebody who turns 100 while they're in office still. I mean, and it would happen. It could totally happen.
I mean, it would break a record, but Jesus Christ, please, no.
Well, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, that's it for the stream. We got $2 from King Cobra JFS's abused liver that just says Biden with the tails gets trolled face, and that's true. Throughout most of this,
Nice.
Throughout various different,
like 90% of this fucking debate.
various reaction images.
There are a lot of them. I might have gone a little bit overboard.
That is the stream. Thank you everybody for watching. I hope you had fun. We went quite long on this one. I didn't think I'd go all day. It's now 6 o'clock. We started this at like 10 in the morning or something.
It's so fucking late.
But now you can
I've been
finally-
awake. I've been awake for like 26 hours.
Now you can rest. Rest well, heroes. You've earned it.
That's the thing. It's gonna be the damnedest thing. I'm gonna lay down. Can't fucking sleep. I just
I
fucking
believe
know
it. That's how it'll be.
Yeah,
for
that's
me.
probably how it's gonna happen.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, again, folks, check out Loud Equals Funny, what have you, on all platforms.
New
YouTube.
episode number 50 with Cat Icarus. It's a good one.
Yeah.
I hope.
We just had.
I hope
Caddy
it's
on.
not secretly bad.
It was
That
a
would
really
be
good one.
good.
It was a really good one. I thought we did well, and it was an enjoyable.
enjoyed it.
We all got to say penis and policeman at the end. We got to yell about stupid people, and I mean that's what this is all about, really. And most importantly, I mean we have to say penis here too, of course, because otherwise penis. I mean otherwise the stream's just not done properly, right? So,
Exactly.
Tristan.
What?
Oh, when we ended, we're gonna say penis.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I'm just okay.
Well, we're ending.